welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Amish, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Steve on the Level, Thomas van der Zender, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Oh Wow, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
That's all right.
Pardon?
So the Star Trails has been a big thing since the last couple nights, and you know, I remember bringing that up a week or two ago and being like, well, if I admit this is going to be a problem for me, then they're going to double down, and they're doubling down.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, pretty much the question is for them, and honestly, it's the first question I came in with, and that's why it's the most understandable one. It's how could you have two rotations in the sky, you know, one in the south, one in the north, on a flat Earth, right? That's the question.
Well, that's a malformed question. How can you have an antipodal assumption on something that has no antipodal references? Because they're describing it as a straw man, as a flat plane that they will decide can't have antipodal positioning that they're assuming in the question. So they're saying, if they assume that the two rotations that are in the sky take place when I assume I travel to the bottom of a ball, how can you have my version of antipodal star rotation described on a ball on a flat Earth? That's what they're actually asking you.
Right. I know that it's all assumptions in the beginning. I mean, from the beginning, and I know that it's always at 90 how you're going to measure to it. I know that perspective will change how you look at how you're seeing the stars. I know that the stars are actually moving. I know they all move east to west. It's just it's never enough for them.
That's fine. You can just tell them they're welcome to their belief. If you want to believe that when you travel south, a direction that's referenced to a flat plane, that what you're actually doing is traversing a ball model derived from angles measured on a flat plane to arrive antipodal on the model derived from a flat plane, to assert that the rotation you observe is because of the assumption you travel to the bottom of a ball, then that's their belief. They're entitled to it.
No, you're right. You're right.
Me, I
and
don't
you'd be handy in the moment. You know what I mean?
Say again?
I said you'd be handy in the moment. You know what I mean? That's why I love this show, because I mean, you really stick to like what's solid, you know, and I like that.
I'm just breaking it down as it's being asked to you, actually. I mean, I'm not doing anything particularly beyond repackaging what you've already been asked.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. In the moment, always in the arena, it seems like it's hard not to get caught up in their fervor, in their whole like little, you know, prove this or else. It's a globe kind of feeling. And I know that that's not true about anything, because everything is going to require a flat Earth. and
just know that.
and you guys helped me with that.
But put it to them. Just exactly that. Just put that to them. Their globe requires a flat plane. Where do they get the R value for their globe? What are they going to refer to?
Elevation angles from Polaris.
That's how it's
At
actually
90.
done. That's for the reverse engineerability of the actual end result model they call a globe for mapping and such. But no, they'll give you Al-Biruni or another story. You know, they'll talk about wells in Cyan. They'll give you a story. Well, their story will still revolve around flat Earth elevation angle measurements off a flat plane, like that university professor guy that came in the other day learns.
Yeah.
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 So just know, if you know all roads lead to a flat Earth, you just have to take them down that road when they start utilising aspects of a plane to assert that they're on a ball.
Right. So I watched most of the episode yesterday. I'm sorry I missed it. I'm taking care of the kid, but yeah, that was a really good episode, and it was really interesting. It was mostly about time zones and distances, right?
No, not at all. Time zones really didn't come into it till right at the very end when we're caveating how a distortion that produces a projection with parallel lines for latitude has a need to distort what is in the south with time zones. But that was only very, very, very briefly mentioned.
Mm. Mm. Maybe I just need to watch it again.
The revelation from yesterday was, until you've got the Haversine conversion, you have no means of actually putting the globe into any sort of practical application. It has no use, right? Until you erase the plane at the middle of the sphere, it doesn't have a practical use. Therefore, you can't assert that you're on it until that conversion's done.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I could see why they would lean into it. I remember Bacon, I think, did that about a year ago, I guess. At least it feels like a year.
He started calling himself a flat earther, thinking it's ironic to put it in brackets as a result of him telling us how Earth must be measured flat for his examples to work, because the only way they do work is by measuring a flat Earth first. So he thinks that by putting it in brackets on his screen name or avatar with a tacit acceptance, oh yeah, I am a flat earther, but I'm only doing it in irony. No, you're doing it because you have to. You'll measure Earth flat, we'll measure Earth flat, we all measure Earth flat. It's not ironic, but that's how he's trying to spin it.
I keep telling him that
he was the flat Earth version of Two-Face from Batman.
Two-Face?
Yeah, the man who had two faces.
Yeah, I know Two-Faces. Harvey Dent, the guy who was the lawyer. You have to learn a bit of mic discipline if you're in the hangout, Adam.
I understand.
No worries. You mean it's like Harvey Two-Face? What do you mean? What are you on about?
Oh, that's just what you reminded me of. How are you anyway?
I'm alright. How are you?
Great, thanks. How's teeth?
Alright, so. Well, I might as well just say this so I don't keep getting asked. Last time I went, she was like, you're going to lose that tooth eventually. Because each time I go back in, I'm like, have I done enough to make sure?
Oh, no.
So they're like, she's like, it won't be today. But that was the last thing she left me with. So I'm like, okay, fine.
You can always get one put in, though, can't you?
Yeah, if I've got a spare $5,000 lying around, maybe. Or I want to take an extended vacation like Mushy's doing. Neither of which seem particularly preferable. Anyway. Just yeah, I mean, the pain doesn't seem to want to go away ever, no matter what I do. So it's going to be that way until I take it out. So I'm just going to stop moaning about it.
Can I ask, have you had to cut down on cherry Coke?
Yeah, I have.
That's a shame. Because I know that's one of your likes in life.
Yeah. Such is life. It's not very good for your teeth.
It's not a front tooth, is it?
No. It's one of my back ones. But I like all of them equally. They're all just as precious to me. Anyway, hopefully that'll be the last I if I end up moaning about it, it'll be because the pain level increases from a 1 to 2 to something higher than that. But probably, hopefully, it won't. It'll just stay like this forever. I wish.
Well, I'm glad to hear for you that it's improved.
Yeah, it's vastly improved. When I was actually verbally moaning about it or not talking at all on some of the live streams that we were doing, it was because it was just it was very, very painful. Now it's just a bit painful, so it's fine. I can cope with it.
It was pretty interesting in chat to hear other everybody's what suggestions for your pain relief.
I didn't pay any attention to that.
I did.
Oh, fair enough. A couple of people have given me various bits of advice that I've taken. You know you are. Anyway, let's change the subject in case we end up skirting into areas of YouTube-ness that we don't want to be in.
Or we could talk more about Fuck It Words video and the responses to his video in the comments, or a video we're going to review today.
That sounds good. I read through those.
Yeah, there's quite a few anti-flat earthers sharing their pain in the comments.
Yeah, I saw that. And the ones that try and have an argument about it like to, well, do as they do, right? Whistle past the flat earth elevation angle at the heart of all of the critiques of Nick. It's like there's a point past where Nick's already done easily enough for us to say, good job, great job, you've done wonderfully. Because he's proven a flat earth, shown how earth's measured flat. Beyond that, understanding the conversions, which can be complex once you get to have a sign, isn't needed. You know, so the fact that we're like, well, you haven't quite got this right, maybe we'll go through it with you, it doesn't matter. It's kind of inconsequential. And the guys who are in the comments arguing about how you derive the 360, like the area of equal elevation, it's like, well, that's not the process he's going through. And we went through that with latitude and gave diagrammatical examples. But am I going to argue that with them? No. I just say, yeah, it's a good job this all starts with elevation angles, eh? Because that's just measuring a flat earth.
I've sent that video from Fuck It Word to members of my family because he breaks it down very well.
He does for the first 15 minutes, but then he goes a bit off the rails towards the end. But that's fine. Like I say, most people tune out after 4 minutes, right? 8 if you've got an extended attention span. The point being that within the first majority, the first 2/3 of the videos, it's all gold, right? It's all what we're talking about daily here, isn't it? He did it in a, what's the word, novel way because of the way he's ultimately not quite getting to the right conclusion, but you can understand his methodology once we were a third of the way through in terms of why he's converting backwards from miles to angles to give him this circle and great circle. And Brian went through some of the, you know, justifiably slightly incorrect, and they were tiny inaccuracies, right? And justifiably so because of the way their story lays out their equator value. So, you know, there was little things here and there. And Nick seemed grateful for the critique. He left a comment in it as well. But yeah, just back on topic that you brought up. There's a lot of butthurt anti-flat earthers in there, yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's 2 friendlies in 1 week. Shouting at your channel. Who'd have thought it?
I don't know if they were shouting me out specifically. Who was the second one? You mean Taboo?
Taboo was the first one, and then Fuck It World put a thanks to you and to the panel for going through his video in his comments.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, when you say shouting out, that to me is them making a video with me mentioned, which Taboo will do. Whether or not Phuket Word or Phuket Word, as he says it, I don't know what the correct pronunciation is anymore. Anyway, he doesn't have to make a video response or thank me in any way, shape, or form, which is what my brain goes to when you say, you know, what you said.
Right, but people are going to go to the comments, and his comment's going to be the first one they see, surely.
On my video? Yeah.
So he can ask for, and he's done it, so thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I finished editing the, what's it called? Clip for... Taboo. Are you a member? You are, aren't you?
Yes.
Have you seen that already then?
No, it was released half an hour ago or an hour ago. I haven't watched it yet.
Do you want to put it up? hold on a second. I've made two versions, one with and one without music. I'll do the one with, why not? Elevation angles in celestial navigation. It's the heart and soul of the systems we have used to find our way around on the flat plane we dwell atop. Number one flat earth proof is because it's the heart of our statement, all roads lead to a flat earth. It's based on elevation angles, and elevation angles are the origin measurement of all of our mapping and charting of the known territories, the expansion of the known worlds, the reason we can argue there being no need to speculate about ice walls when we've utilised elevation angles and the geographic positions, ground positions of the stars on a flat plane with elevation angles to expand the territories. So they are the heart of our current 2024 argumentation in terms of all roads leading to a flat earth. The reason you can launch forward as a flat earther on the front foot talking about flat earth is because we measure earth flat. And elevation angles for celestial navigation, as described on screen now in this diagram, is what you do with them. Measuring angles to a star with a flat baseline and a 90 degree at the ground position of each star to find where you are on Earth if you get lost. The only reason you can do this on the maps is because we have utilised these angle measurements to plot the world we now map. It's part of the systems that we use to measure the stars in the first place. Furthermore, it's what creates the globe. Your minimum elevation angle to a polar-centric system gives you your outside edge of a ball, aka the radius, is derived from flat Earth angle measurements. Elevation angles, the same ones used in celestial navigation, so there's a very practical application to these angles. That is to say, with these angles, you can stop yourself from dying at sea if you have the means of measuring the angles to find where the hell you are and not die. Though elevation angles in celestial navigation are extremely important because they affirm that which we have been saying quite some time, but mainly in 2024, Earth is measured flat. One of the ways that we measure Earth flat with elevation angles in celestial navigation. It's the heart and soul of the systems we have used to find our way around on the flat plane we dwell atop.
Their eye level is the flat baseline for most elevation angles, whether it's a depression angle from eye level to where surface level appears to meet the sky, so you can calculate the sphericity of a globe, Al-Biruni style. Level being a horizontal plane is how we experience the world. Measurement must be referenceable back to how we experience the world. Once you have that, anything past it that will be an argument against it will automatically be fallacious.
There you go, that's it. Yes, for 2 or 3 minutes, 2 minutes 50 seconds, what he got.
Excellent.
I'm sure there's plenty I've missed out in terms of celestial navigation as an overview, because my main focus when talking about celestial navigation is always going to be the elevation angle that's used because it measures a flat Earth. So whether or not I'm detailing areas of equal elevation and the acquisition of GP positions, the distances therein with minusing from 90 times in by 60 with the measured angle, I'm not giving any of that. It's like, what does this really mean? We're measuring angles off a flat Earth. That's all that matters. So while he's asking me...
There's only so much you can say in that amount of time. People, if they want the details, they're not going to look into if they don't understand the overall premise, which is what you've given.
Exactly, I'm going for the overall premise. Nobody's going to take my 2-minute excerpt from a live show to learn us to use celestial navigation to actually not die at sea. But if they understand that an angle off a flat Earth is required to start the process, Earth's measured flat for my example in this regard. So therefore, hopefully, Taboo will be happy with that. If he comes back to me and goes, actually, I was kind of hoping that you'd summarise in a 2-minute video what celestial navigation is and how it works, and then say why Earth's flat, as opposed to point out how important it is, point out that flat Earth elevation angle measurements expanded the territory, and it's a reason why we don't need to argue for ice walls, which is what I did. But there we go. I've got my own agenda. Hopefully you like it.
Yeah, and this is a proactive way of combating the rhetoric out there and skewing it in a way that's more accurate.
Yeah. Ain't no feast of nonsense in the flat Earth debate current argumentation. There's a lot of unpacking of it when it's put to us. For the most part, our proactive endeavours in flat Earth aren't in any way now geared within the feast of nonsense rhetoric, are they? We've separated ourselves from it.
Trying our hardest.
Yeah, you say that. I hear other people that are rebutting globe Earth believers with feast of nonsense. You know, live and let live. If you want to use those old arguments, that's up to you. It'll take a time for our arguments to filter through to everybody en masse. And some of our arguments from 5-6 years ago are now commonplace. So we definitely have an impact. People do eventually utilise our arguments in the most effective way after a certain amount of time. It just takes a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, like ping pong golf ball.
Ping pong golf ball is a comparison to a gravity that isn't needing any explanation from our side.
I was pulling your leg.
I'm pulling my golf ball.
Their questions are always the same, and I think that's the thing, is that when other people see how easy it is to refute these simple, like seemingly complex questions in the most simple of ways, because it really does come down to a 90. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I think that's what's really changing people, and I think this show, that's why. You know, like, it. Go ahead, lose. Let's see you lose. It hasn't happened yet. It's been a long time.
It's a bit off topic, but I was thinking earlier, when Whitsitt said the other day that the reason he won't challenge the core of what the Globers were putting to him is because they wouldn't have him back on, they wouldn't entertain him if he just got straight to the nuts and bolts of things. So he's willing to chase around what they consider to be points of contention. Whereas I think the audience and everyone would just, and even them, would actually appreciate, like someone like Tim Pool would actually appreciate if he pointed out that none of these points of contention are all non sequiturs to the overall arching point. The
So
fact
what you're
he
saying
didn't
is,
do that,
for the sake of his own popularity, he's prepared to bend over and take the mainstream rhetoric and argue it. Yeah.
yeah,
And his suggestion
and
is
within
that,
it, yeah.
but for the fact he didn't take it with the mainstream rhetoric, he wouldn't be where he was. Maybe, maybe not.
But
One
if
could-
he was to point out there is no point of contention, that would get everybody's ears perked up.
What we're
But
doing.
arguing within the points of contention as if they're valid, it just becomes a shit show.
You mean he should say what we're saying? Yeah, he should. But as I say, it'd take a while for these things to filter down to the numpties that aren't very good at debating like Whitsitt. And then eventually they'll start using the examples and the arguments. In this case, point out there is no argument, right? There is no point of contention. We all agree Earth's measured flat. You've just used an example 4 times if I'm opposing somebody who's had enough mic time, right? Yeah, he should argue like us, because we're better at it. He doesn't. He talks about stupid shit like ether, which irritates us all greatly.
There's always a flat part, and I can always see the flat part now. Like, it just kind of jumps out at me. You know, not even just the words horizontal, but, you know, we're looking at their diagrams, you know, and they're all 90s. They're all straight. They all do say horizontal and plane, and all those things do mean flat. Flat Earth is formidable.
They're like little triggers, aren't they? You hear them using flat Earth And you're like, they're going to need a flat Earth for that. Why are they using a flat Earth to make their globe claim? It's because they have to. As Central just said, there is no point of contention here, is there? We all use a flat Earth.
Yeah, so you just sit there with one deck's list of 30 words, and every time you hear one, bingo.
Yeah, exactly. So when you were asking me earlier about the antipodal positioning of a star rotation, like, what word did I hear? South. All right, so we're going to travel south. That's a direction with respect to a plane, and assume that we've actually traversed a sphere to the bottom of it to hang off it antipodal from where we began? No. You can do that. Yeah, you feel free. But asking me why, when you assume you've gone to the bottom of a ball and view things antipodal, why I couldn't explain that on a flat Earth, what your antipodal assumption in the first instance. I wouldn't need to. I just point out that you haven't proven your antipodal assumption, and that south, the only reference in terms of directionality and physicality, is with respect to a flat plane. So I win. You need a flat plane more than I do in this question you are asking me about your assumption of antipodal positioning with your flat Earth reference in physicality to south.
Something's wrong. That was too concise. You wasn't interrupted for 20 minutes. Can you say it 6 more times so it's a bit more authentic?
Well, yeah. That's the only tactic, isn't it? The moment they twig, the opponent that is, that I say south, you'll need a flat Earth for that. So when you, to try and explain what overcomes their point, that's when you get the interruption. And then it'll take 20 minutes for me to get to the end of the concise point and link it back to their use of a flat Earth to ask me a question about their antipodal assumption. Meanwhile, every interruption will be affirming the antipodal assumption that's in the question I'm supposed to be answering and not getting the opportunity to, because I'm pointing out they need a flat Earth for their question.
Well, it's a great time to be a flat earther.
It really is. It really is.
Societally, it is not. Individualistically, yes, it is. I would agree. You, internally, can feel great knowing what you know, realising the greater picture of how we've been deceived, why everybody would utilise flat Earth measurements to make their belief seem like it's got a foundational solidity that it really doesn't. Once you understand all that stuff, you feel enlightened. But does that mean it's good to be a flat earther? No, in a societal context, definitely not.
I don't know. I think that history will probably look favorably on us, at least in alternative history, even, underground history. Because,
Really?
they call us science deniers. They call us all science deniers, But if you look into it, we're absolutely not the ones denying science. They are in every way.
Yeah, well, that's how history is currently written, though. If you want to look at history and suggest how you'll be viewed, you look at comparisons to how history is written. So if you take someone like Rowbotham and compare him to someone like Jaron, doing tests that are overcome with claims of refraction and assumptions that have no practical use, that aren't going to get you anywhere or navigate somewhere or chart the world, they're not going to do anything useful. But we have a example where people of the past who are documented with easy overcomes for our globe opponents are being repeated in the public eye, aren't they? Is it us being documented history or tosspots doing their quote-unquote experiments with lasers that have no real use? They're the ones being documented in history as we speak. That's what's happening.
But there'll be a lot to counter it. As soon as it comes out, every piece of it will be under scrutiny. And by this point, again, I'm not trying to blow smoke or anything like that, because of things that, have been brought up here, especially, there's a lot of us that understand what we're looking at immediately. But
I'm sorry.
When they come back,
I just want to piss on your bonfire and stop you. There's a perception, because you're part of it, because you're doing something, because you're proactively involved. You can only perceive the world from your eyes and your outlook, and your general sphere involves this. And because it's, as I said earlier, internally of great significance to you as an individual, you feel greatly enlightened. There's a perception that that means it's important and making some big difference. No. You've got to be able to step back away from that perception you hold and actually look back at what we are doing from outside of it to assess how much of an impact, how successful we're doing. Now, I do that. That's why I'm pissing on your bonfire pretty quick. Almost daily when I look at YouTube stats. Yeah? I know exactly how much we're growing because I can watch it, monitor it, and react to it if it ain't going the way I need it to go to keep the lights on and stuff. So I'm acutely aware of how much impact we're having. So I just don't want you to run away with delusions of grandeur or decry the significance that you feel, because it is justified. But it's just, it's a step too far to then translate that feeling outside into the masses. If you carry on that vein, you do suddenly find yourself outside talking about how wonderful it is to be a flat earther, only to suddenly get beaten up or something. And you're like, well, you were delusional. Someone didn't snap you out of it. Well, I'm that person. Sorry.
Well, I understand that. I speak in lofty terms, but I guess I'm getting back to the point of it's that easy. It's that simple. It's that glaring and obvious. You know what I mean?
It's easier to communicate in 2024. I'm not going to deny it.
Yeah.
It's just in the last year. So Adam said it on Ballbusters, just to agree with that. It's like, although we had all these arguments lined up, obviously if you're always on the cutting edge, tomorrow we will be more refined than today. So Adam was like, well, for the last year, everyone's got their edge screwed on the same way in terms of understanding how Earth is functionally utilised, how it's measured. Flat. Now that everyone knows that, there's kind of a collective in our small group, let's not get ahead of ourselves, a collective sigh of relief that has occurred over the last 12 months, as we've all kind of aligned in this same narrative. It is a narrative because we're pushing a message. That's not to decry it. But like I say, there's been a sort of collective sigh of relief. And when I've tried to summarise this, it's no big deal. Now, that didn't go down very well with a couple of individuals, so it might get a bit of refinement in terms of how it's phrased, but that's kind of what I'm driving at. That kind of, oh, right. So no matter what happens, it's always going to be this way. There's never going to be a circumstance. There might be a bit of information that comes from my opponent that I'm just unfamiliar with, but so long as I know, that's not suspect or need to be confirmed at a later date, I know it's measured flat, then I'm never really going to find myself in a position that I'm going to be screwed because like the book's going to be titled, All Roads Will Always Lead to a Flat Earth. So if you know that, you can go, oh, even if I get to be made to look like the biggest of idiots in front of somebody who's much more knowledgeable about a really specific subject, like, I don't know, seismology or something, someone comes along who's really, really clued up about it, and they happen to, on that specialist subject, make you look like a bonehead, which you would with a specialist in any given subject on any given day, but you still walk away going, I still know it's flat. He hasn't convinced me otherwise because nothing he can do will convince me otherwise. And at various points, he used a flat earth. Even if that guy, through his prowess, managed to rumpus the crap out of you, pointing that out to anyone else, you, as an individual, will still walk away knowing what you know because you can't unknow it. And that's what I feel the group as a kind of... I don't want to call it like a mini society. If I want to give it some sort of grandeur that maybe you're trying to eke out, they all get the benefit of, that collective sigh of relief I'm describing. It is like a little society, though, isn't it? Because we're not all in one place. We can't all go to the same town hall for a meeting,
I mean, this is home. This is home away from home.
Yeah. Can you back off your mic a couple of inches, by the way, Adam? You're just a little bit hot.
Yeah.
It's not that you're too loud. It's the proximity effect. If you're right over your mic, you just get that little bit more bassy. And
That's all right. I got the baby. I got the baby next to me, so I'm trying to talk low. So I do care. So I will figure this.
No, it's fine. You're not too loud. That's all that matters. It's fine, actually. I was going to make a joke and say I like to be the only one with a lot of bass in my voice. It was just going to lead into a joke, that was all. But your volume's fine, don't worry.
I can't believe I didn't get the link.
What do you mean you didn't get the link?
Like I looked, it wasn't there. And I looked again, and it was there.
Like magic, innit?
How's the back, Neil?
All right. How's your tooth, Nathan? You get it fixed?
Nothing's changed since I last went to the dentist and probably won't for some time. How's your back?
I'm sitting up today, so.
Jolly good.
Could you imagine you two in 20 years' time? Oh.
So less of that, please.
You say some funny things at the right time, boy.
Cheek of it.
Hey, I've got it to look forward to.
How old are you?
31.
I can call you cheeky then, because you're considerably younger than I. Therefore, you just being cheeky.
What's the topic of today, Nathan? Anything in particular? Just want to chit chat?
We've got the recently shared by you that shared this. Engineering humans for space.
Yeah, it's a load of what a tripe and nonsense. If you want that, or there's the one above where it's a lot shorter video. That's a long video, that one. Just so you know, we won't get through any of that. Probably about 10 minutes if we're lucky. Whereas the video above that from the same channel, the Leslie Nielsen lookalike, that's a shorter video. I think it's like 4 minutes, and he's covering the moon, and he's got hashtag science in his description box, implying that he's using the scientific method to debunk this flat earther. So it's up to you.
They're both kind of Leslie Nielsen lookalikes.
Yeah, it's the same guy on the same channel.
It's the same guy. It's just a shorter video. Okay, so it's the Skeptic. What's he called? The channel?
Skeptic something. I'll have a look in Skype.
Don't worry. I could just stretch out this. It just means I've got to resize it afterwards. Let's just do it. It's called the Skeptic's Guide. There we go. The Skeptic's Guide.
Yeah, that's it.
You ever noticed how these channels, without knowing anything about this guy, it's literally, I haven't even really looked at it, I've just sized it up on my screen. When they call themselves Skeptics something, have you never noticed how they're basically complete mainstream cucks whenever they ascribe themselves these sorts of names?
Absolutely, yeah. They look for anything that they consider to be fringe so they can debunk it and then pat themselves on the back.
Whilst calling themselves Skeptic something. Like, I adhere to the mainstream and will show you how mainstream this guy isn't. Therefore, I'm a skeptic. You're like, okay.
You mean kind of like fact?
He's a LARPer.
I don't know. It's just about something about that naming structure. As soon as I haven't actually asked it. I assumed that I was correct, right? Because he's got that in his name. So I'm right then. Right? He's going to be a complete mainstream cuck.
Absolutely. I interrupted someone there. I heard someone's voice. Was that righteous?
Yeah, but I'm making coffee, so I don't want to get too involved.
You want to get too involved with what?
Oh, I just jumped in to say something. I was just kind of joking around a little bit.
You don't want to get involved with joking around a bit? Probably for the best. You're very dry, I'll be honest.
Okay. All right.
See what I mean?
Well, good morning to you guys too.
It is.
Good morning. It's gone past the hour, Nathan, just so you know.
Thanks, I've got to watch. I'm all right.
Oh, and really quick, Nathan, you can make the link back
See, that's going to confuse people when you say Adam, because they're going to think
Tag.
the Adam Meakin.
The price of Adam?
There you go.
There's just
okay
more
with
than one
price.
Adam in the world. There's more than one Nathan Neil. There's more than one Neil. You might be shocked to hear. I will cope. I promise. Adam is the Adam Meakin, isn't he? Or is
That's
Adam's
correct.
Adam? Adam's Adam. We're all fine with our names. We're all going to cope, Neil. But thank you for this being the opening to my live show. Jolly good stuff. Any evidence of Earth curve?
Hopefully Mr. Price will bring some value to the show.
I mean, I certainly try.
He's whispering into his mic in case anyone's wondering why he's got more of the proximity effect than I do, which is outrageous. Anywho, any evidence of Earth curve, or formerly known as Earth curve, geometric horizons?
That's a negative.
It's been a long time since we had Earth curve presented to us in an evidentiary way. I mean, it must be rolling on for years. I literally can't remember the last time someone came along. Normally they're trying to argue a fringe subject with this, right?
Yeah, but they still say the same things if I can go high enough up.
Not to us. They still make those arguments, but they just don't put them to us.
They do in chat.
Well, I'm not trying to... Okay, battle against me on this one, Neil. It's going to be a great segue into my point that I was going to make. Let's argue about this. Go ahead, Neil.
I'm just saying they still say in chat that if I can go high enough, we just can't get high enough now. That's
we're not in
why.
chat.
And then you'll see the
We're not in
curvature.
chat, though. I mean, I'm not typing now. We're having a live show talking about people who talk to us. Neil.
Well, if I invite them in, they don't come. What can I do?
So they don't come. Oh, right. Kind of like my point I was trying to make before you ruined it. They don't come. No, they don't come with these arguments anymore. We can hear them being made to other opponents out and about on TikTok or on X. But here on Flat Earth Debate, those arguments were overcome in 2020 with the Black Swan. Now, don't get me wrong, for a period, people still came with those arguments and we just whispered Black Swan to them. Now they don't come at all, unless you want to tell me again that they do in chat, Neil.
Well, now that I know chat's not part of the show, I won't.
Not what I mean. Oh, God. You loved majoring on the minor part of each point I'm making here, or what? No, I'm not here to debate whether or not chat's part of the show.
No, they don't come here.
Make it a different point again. What's going on, Neil? What's going on? Bloody hellfire.
Well, you asked me a question. I said, no, they don't come here. Since the Black Swan and then Celestial Navigation now pitched at it, they won't come here.
Right, now you're working with me. Exactly. So the arguments we put forward proactively as flat earthers to a flat earth ends, those points are now debated with us with the brave few who choose to come here. They want to tell us how our flat earth measurements are wrong, or how our flat earth measurements can still work with a ball. The tides have turned. For us. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Let's not get delusions of grandeur.
I think Price of Adam wants to say something.
You don't have to use that. You just have to butt in. Take a note from Neil. Just barge your way in. Go ahead, Adam.
I was just trying to get everybody to have their point first. You know what I mean? Neil's. I understand what Neil's saying. In chat, they'll use anything, and they'll go back as many years as they have to into the bag as they can. But in the end, it comes down to brass tacks. It comes down to the nitty gritty, and that nitty gritty is going to be from level at 90, and every time. Earlier this year, we had this and even to now, we had to fight with our own, about measuring flat, about now we've got, this whole quote unquote experiment coming up. All we're doing is is going backwards. And that's okay because we're here. We've moved forward from it. And we know how to do it. And we know how they do it. And we know how to show others how they do it. And that's the flat earth debate difference.
That's the flat earth debate difference. You really
Well
can
said.
taste it. Right, speaking of chat, so if you're in the chat right now, I was going to demean Neil's point, but I'm actually going to go with it instead, Neil. So feel free, chime up as much as you feel necessary in this regard. If you're in the chat now, first and foremost, welcome. Thank you for joining. Please share the show and all that stuff. I want to know, as a chat participant here and now, do you feel that, and it's going to be a little straw poll, that number one, the chat is a excellent resource, useful and worthy place to have a fruitful outcome in debate? That's one, if you think that it's basically net positive, very good place to be, useful, good, all the rest of it. That's a one in the chat. Or two, the pits. So one, if you think chat's a useful resource. Two, if you think it's the pits. Feel free to let me know in the chat what you think of the chat. No, I'm not saying comments, just the live chat. Now, that doesn't necessarily just mean my chat either, just flat earth general live chats when you're in live streams generally, or anti-flat earth. Just this format that you're partaking in now when you're in your keyboard with a stream of text from other people that are live now, participating with the show. Lots of twos coming through. That's what I'm talking about. Not just mine, but that bit, like YouTube live chat that goes by now. Do you think it's a useful resource, type 1? If you think it's the pits, type 2. Put it up on screen.
Nathan, that brings me to yesterday, because you had Stinky Cash battling with one of us, and I just don't think he understands what we're talking about when we say Earth is measured flat. He keeps going back to a ball. So I invited him to come back in, or to come in at all, and he says he doesn't know how to do it. Now, I find that very deceiving.
6-5 in favour of it being a useful resource so far. 1 and 2. That doesn't help very much, Swamp Rat Diesel. I mean, it's fairly even in terms of people's opinion on it. I'm surprised. I thought everyone would agree with my obvious bias that I put on my intonation when I said the pits, which is how I view it. And I think most people know that I view it that way. Did I even vote? One says Divergent Droids. I mean, no offence, Divergent Droid, and I still stand by everything I say about its absolute spectacular moderation that you have disseminated to others now. You've got others following in your footsteps, mate. Doesn't change my opinion. Chat is the pits, as far as I am concerned. In spite of you with your dustbuster at the refuse dump. Basically, Divergent Droid. That's why my admiration's so high for you, my friend. Sweep the hell ashes up. The flames will go down eventually.
What do you do with the ones that vote 1 and 2?
Well, I mean, maybe that'll be my attitude-adjusted view now that the consensus suggests that there's a bit more of a mixed opinion on what it actually does, because I don't spend a great deal of time in there. I mean, obviously, I see it going by, and I want my moderation team to do a good job of keeping it clean, and I hope that it would be a useful resource, but that's all I've kind of got for it. But if people actually may, as they say, I don't know if that's true, when they say, oh, definitely a useful resource, 111, I'm like, I don't know what they... I can read too much into it also. It's just, maybe it'll change my opinion a little bit. Thank you very much, all of you who voted. It is useful to know what you think. If you're a participant, which you obviously are if you're typing. Please share the show if you've not done so already. 60 people watching. I'm sure we're going to have a bit of fun. We do have a video to cover. We will have a bit of a chit-chat before we do, though. Hello, Reflected.
Sorry.
Hey, Reflected.
Hey.
Hey. Hey, Neil.
Most of the people that are fighting against this right now at the moment are flat earth believers. I don't think they know it's flat.
They come out of the woodwork every time we have a really good evidentiary standard being upheld or disseminated in a nice, concise way. Suddenly they all come out of the woodwork.
Well, what bothered me the other day was that I found out in the long show, maybe even after you were recording, that AI said that the pitch data argument is pretty much garbage because the Globers can say something else to refute it.
Was
I think it had something to do with the I'm trying to remember, with the gyroscope, that you're not getting any readings from the gyroscope or something.
okay. And did we have some excellent combating of his position that he was putting to a debate forum to discuss, or did everyone crumble under his majesty of globe prowess? What happened?
No, the Adam Meakin and Brian took Flatsy through it. But I at that time, I just was in too much pain. I couldn't even really concentrate. But they'll come in, somebody will come in and they could give you the real details of it. But I was shocked. The problem is, I don't care what was said, but I was shocked that it was coming from our side.
Why?
Well,
Hold on, reflected. Why? What's shocking? Nothing shocking has been. Why?
Well, the person, he knows enough. He's smart. Brian says all the time he's not stupid. So he's smart. So I was shocked that it was coming from AI, that he did not think pitch data was absolute great proof.
Hold on a second. What? That's a conclusion you've drawn. If it, we're in a debate forum, and often people will put our opponent's position as strongly as they feel is necessary to push us, in this case Adam and Brian, into arguing for Flatsy's benefit, so she understood it at the end of this process. That sounded, at first bluff, like a net positive, and now you've spun it for an individual AI in this instance into a net negative because it's an individual playing that role. Now, I wasn't there, but you're making it seem like AI somehow flip sides to being a baller? Horseshit. Why are you making that assumption?
No. AI did not. Flatsy was telling us that in Discord, he was claiming that he doesn't think it's good proof. So it wasn't that he came in and was trying to challenge her to better the argument. No, it wasn't like that at all.
Okay. And? I'm still a bit lost, Neil. You're shocked
And
about something.
Adam and Brian
I want to feel it with you, Neil. I want to feel the shock. Just get to the bit that's shocking.
Adam and Brian took us through it to the conclusion that what his so-called globers can come back with, well, we don't have what the gyroscope is actually reading. I think that was it.
Yeah, great. You know how long ago Brian and I did that? Day one. Day you got the pitch data.
Remember.
He phoned me while I was at a home ed class with my eldest daughter, an art class that we do on a Tuesday. And I've never done it before. I excused myself from the lesson. Normally I'm sat flicking through shorts videos on my phone on silent while they're having their art lesson, right? So I went out of the art lesson and had about 3/4 of an hour conversation with Brian about what potentially could be a rebuttal. Like, you know, when it's a bit like, here we go. It's the same scenario when I was at the St. Bees beachfront with Anthony, and he's talking about the projected light from this lighthouse, and I'm saying to him, as the baller, this could be spun as a perfect globe proof. This is how I would spin it. I'd describe it as a Fresnel lens, and I'd talk some shit about it projecting out a point that you can see in the distance. That's how I would try and argue it if I was a baller. And I'd call it the perfect globe proof. That's how I'd spin it, because that's what they always do. They take our evidence and somehow claim that it's the best globe proof in the world. Right? That was my tone with Anthony. Later on, when Anthony wanted to bring up this picture of a single pixel on a dark background taken on this camera, with the tripod then spinning around to see us with a distant light from a lamppost or something near the beach, lighting the back of our heads so you can see our silhouettes, and then it turns around again and sees this one pixel flashing. He wants to release it. I don't. And the reason I don't is because it's such a low standard and of low fidelity that I would go with my argument I put to him at the time when we captured it, which is, this will just get spun into a globe proof, or claimed to be a perfect globe proof. So then when he was telling me in the middle of a debate back and forth via Skype that he wanted to release it there and then, I'm like, the just call it, or I said words to the effect of what the perfect globe proof or something like that. I referred to it in those terms. I can't remember my exact terms. But he'd still got his screen shared. This is Anthony. And it got captured by a guy called Cat Earth, who was in the debate in the Hangout at the time. And if a screen share is being shared, everyone can see it. And he just captured it. And he then went forth for about 5 years saying Nathan's a globe believer. Here he is claiming he's got, quote, the perfect globe proof. Like I say, I can't remember the rest of the words around that sentence, but that was the bit that got focused on. Nathan's said he's got a perfect globe proof in the form of this pixel flashing at St. Bees. Anyway, I've forgotten the reason why I went into this example now. There's a current example of exactly the same thing, and I can't remember what it is now. Oh, yeah, Brian with his pitch data. So I'm at the home ed class. He calls me up, and he's like, well, what could they possibly come back with? This is absolutely cast iron. So I'm like, well, let's thrash it out amongst ourselves. And we get to gyroscopes. And what they'd have to redefine about the principles of a gyroscope and gyroscopic motion, planes of reference, all the things that would have to be redefined in order to pervert the flat baseline in the pitch data, to somehow to suggest that it's deviating from a zero while self-correcting so that the end result is a flat line. You know, it became utterly absurd as we went through this process over, like I say, about a 3/4 of an hour, maybe, phone call. So, yeah, I mean, it was day one of the pitch data being acquired by Brian with him saying, what can they do to overcome? And I don't know why he chose me. He's never phoned me before. I don't know why he picked me on this occasion. But he just wanted someone to bat off to say, what can you, me in this instance, come up with if you were a globe believer to try and overcome this? And that's the position I took. That's why I'm referencing it back to Cat Earth, because I'm doing the same role. Well, the reason I'm overall referencing this back is it sounds like AI played that role. And Flatsy benefited from it. That's just how it sounded to me at first bluff.
No, it wasn't like that at all.
Well, then expand on why not. Please share the show. 73 people watching.
Because AI wasn't there at the time. Flatsy was telling us his position.
So you've
in
heard this
Discord.
third hand? Ugh.
Well, I'll get Brian in here.
Why are you even bringing it up? You're just trying to stir the pot.
Because, like I said, no, I'm not. I'm telling you the fact.
No, you're not. You don't know the facts.
Good proof.
Don't bullshit me. You don't know the facts. You know I'm third hand from Flatsy. You weren't even there, man. Let's just drop this.
I was there when Flatsy was telling.
Yeah, I don't
Brian,
need it, Neil.
Adam,
Thank
and
you.
myself.
Thank you. Yes, you were there when Flatsy was being told about what happened with AI. Wow, how interesting. Bloody hell, Neil. Anyway, do we need another housekeeping question? It's getting so long between me asking these questions that I'm starting to forget them in a concise
Go ahead,
order.
because it's obvious you don't understand what I'm saying. So start another question.
So was that little ad hom? I just don't understand, Neil. I absolutely, without question, understand what's going on. I've picked your brains for how it's offensive or shocking, and we got to the root of it all at the end of it. I'm pretty content that I do know exactly what's going on, but thank you for the little ad hom to try and undermine me saying let's move on because you don't really know what's going on here.
So you think that AI was doing that to further Flatsy's knowledge?
No, I
That's the
unpacked what you
outcome,
told
as I
me and spun it into a scenario that I could relate to offer empathy for a person that's not chiming up. He's actually here. He's in the Discord server. He's chosen not to pipe up whilst listening to us. Anyway, moving on from this fascinating discussion about what sounds like a jolly good flat Earth debate with benefits on all sides. Unless you know, AI just pipe up and say, no, actually, I have turned into a baller because of the complete failure that is pitch data and how gyroscopic motion does actually self-correct from a zero reference because it's moving around a ball to leave it at zero. Maybe he'll go through how that's turned him into a baller. I highly doubt it, Neil. Seems I was correct. Anyway. Did we get maybe we should start asking them with a slightly different tone. I mean, did we ever get any evidence of distance to the sun? I mean, we've been doing this a long time, but if memory serves me, we never, ever did get any evidence of distance to the sun.
Only
Sticks
what
and
they teach
shadows.
in school.
Say again, Neil?
Only what they teach you in school. 93 million miles away, I think.
Oh, you need a flat Earth for that. We've shown the whole full process from start to finish in terms of how you need a flat Earth to derive that value. But did we get any evidence of the measured distance, if there is one, to the sun? Ever? I'm pretty sure we didn't.
Did you say pretty please?
Pretty pleased with sugar on top. Can we get the distance to the sun?
Hold on, I'll check chat.
Yeah, because that's a fantastic resource. I thought you were going to say I'll check Chat GPT, and I was going to go, oh, well, hit and miss. But when you say just chat, that's a step down from Chat GPT.
Have faith in your people, Nathan.
They're not all my people in chat. Maybe that's why it was a mixed bag. The 50% that say, yeah, of course it's a great resource, are the ones propagandizing it. Okay, did we make a decision on which video we were going to cover? Do we need to cover the longer video because it's on a completely different subject? Is the shorter video one that's more relevant to us?
I'll go with the shorter one, which is the first one posted.
Yeah, okay. So, as is always the case, I've forgotten his bloody name already. Oh, I have to stretch it out, and it looks slightly unprofessional when I do this. The Skeptic's Guide is the name of this videographer, right? And as is always the case when we cover videos on Flat Earth debate, I encourage you all to toddle along to his YouTube channel and share in the YouTube algorithmic love that we are definitely not afforded as Flat Earthers by leaving him a nice little comment that just lets him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. So as you can see, if you're one of the live participants, there is, along with your timing Unitox Femu, a super chat. Flat Earth cannot work if surface is curved. Yes, good way of putting it, Sasha. Yeah, Flat Earth, which is what it is, cannot work if the surface is curved. Maybe he was listening in on the pre-show to the discussion with Adam. Either way, thank you very much for the super chat, Unitox Femi. There's a link going by to the Skeptic's Guide. I encourage you to drop him a comment, letting him know I've sent you at Nathan Oakley 1980. That is all one word, and @ Nathan Oakley without a gap, 1980 without a gap. Sent me so that he can hopefully do the same for me if he was to make a response video. I mean, it looks in this video by what's on screen like he's making a response to himself, so he's obviously familiar with them. So jolly good stuff. Please let him know I sent you. Hopefully he'd do the same for us if he was to make a response. And hopefully that's enough time for a couple of you at the very least to have actually toddled along and have done this by the time I finish off this call to action. I think I've already established that he's not a friendly. He's going to be very mainstream in terms of his position that he takes here. But then again, we've done a couple of friendly Flat Earthers and sent people their way yesterday in the form of Phuket Word. So this guy isn't so friendly, but you might still like his content. He might not always be covering what we do in opposition. I think that's enough time for a call to action. I think a few people will have actually toddled along and done a comment. Hopefully, 91 people watching. Hopefully we benefit you, mate. I have no idea what you're going to be covering. As I say, you've been suggested today by Essential Goat. Anything anyone wants to add? Does anybody know of this videographer? He's got 30,000 odd subscribers.
Just quickly, Nathan, if you click in the description box, there's a more button. If you click there, you should see #science. You see that?
Yes, the first one.
Yes, we'll just see how much science is in the video then.
Okay.
About that could actually be seen from any angle, which doesn't work on a globe. Skeptical, more like incredulous. Try being skeptical about the globe for once.
Yes, I'm sure about that. He's speaking utter nonsense. Now, if you have a flat Earth...
So you're straight off to a bad start. When you say someone's speaking utter nonsense, if it's at the beginning of your statement, you haven't got any justifiable reason to state that. So I just see you as, what was the word that was being used there? Incredulous? If you want to use these words, fine. It's you starting with a conclusion that you've got no justification in making. Yeah? It's like me, before saying that statement, pointing out a critique, calling you idiotic, just straight off the cuff. Now, I'm not going to summarise the fact that you've done it at the beginning rather than as a conclusion that's justified, and then call you an idiot for it. Although that would be the appropriate place to do it if you're going to summarize someone's actions. You haven't summarized anything. This is your opener. It just makes you, what's the word, an asshole. There's no need to call names before you've given any justifiable reason to do so. Don't be unreasonable. And we won't have to be unreasonable to you. But given that that's your opener, how do you think my tone's going to be with you from this point forward? With justifiable reason to call you the names that I may, if I feel justified, do call you. We'll see how we get on. Let's see how we do. But I'll have a fair crack of the whip now that that's been your opener, and you'll know why, won't you, for future reference. Probably best not to open with personal attacks on people, because then when someone responds to you, they might take the same sort of tone with you, but with a better reasoning behind it.
Right? There's two possibilities in terms of where the moon is.
What, kind of like a false dichotomy fallacy? Oh, what an idiot! Immediately opening with a personal attack followed by a fallacy. Only two options, you say?
If the moon is basically overhead, then yes.
Sorry, basically overhead. How hyper-specific of you, sir.
Different parts of the Earth, it could look as if it's right side up or upside down. But what I said was, if the moon is low on the horizon,
then you'll need a flat Earth for it. If it's low on the horizon, you just indicated like you were measuring it with an angle with your hand movements. The horizon, you can't have a globe either. You can't have a horizon on a sphere. You need a flat Earth for this. If you're going to measure angles with respect to the moon, you're going to be doing that with respect to a flat plane. If you practically apply anything useful to this celestial item, then it will be utilizing a flat plane.
The critical detail that he neglected. Either if the moon is lower in the sky, not direct.
There it is again. What, lower with respect to the horizon, you can't have on a globe with a measured angle to make it useful in some way. You'll need a flat Earth for it, sir. So a couple of flat Earth references.
Overhead, then either it's within the rim of a flat Earth.
Again, sorry.
Overhead is with respect to the horizontal plane of reference, using your head as a point to describe that direction from. So,
excellent. I smile because you justified it. I thought, overhead? Does he need a flat Earth for that? And I thought about it. I thought, I can't justify this on the fly. I suspect you'll need a flat Earth for overhead, end quote. And then you come in like a wrecking ball. I love it.
Well, is it overhead up?
That's what he's basically saying, yeah. That description requires perpendicular to be overhead. Yes, Neil.
In which case, people in different parts of the Earth would see different faces of the moon, something which is never true. Everybody, everywhere, anywhere on the Earth always sees the exact same face of the moon.
So by face, you mean by pure heliocentric assumption, there are multiple views to be had of the moon and we only get one of them? That would be a begging the question fallacy that you're imposing on your opponent when you suggest that he doesn't accept that you're begging the question of sphericity with a different face to see isn't being fulfilled, therefore your false dichotomy is. Obviously with you having the side in the false dichotomy that wins in this instance, because we don't see the prerequisite other face of the sphere that you assume it to be. Well, no, I don't accept any of these assumptions. Notice how I can concisely rip them to shreds.
Therefore, on a flat Earth model, the moon must be beyond the rim of the Earth.
Rim of what? Is this a straw man fallacy I hear? What an idiot. You silver-haired clown. Why'd you keep imposing straw men on us? I take it back. His opponent had an azimuthal equidistant projection. Therefore, unless it is edited by this guy, which I assume it isn't in reaction, the azimuthal equidistant projection shown by his opponent would have a rim. I take it back.
Which means everyone would be seeing it in the same orientation.
Orientation can only be described with respect to a flat plane also, so you'll never have this on a sphere.
Right, you can't get to the other perspective.
The perspective, you can only have that on a flat Earth. There is no perspective in globe Earth geometry. Mathematics preclude it because they've hijacked it. They're begging the question proof of nothing. Perspective hijacking Earth curve maths. with a sphere edge horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, that's eye level, in feet, that's above sea level. All requires a flat plane and hijacks perspective. Why are you using these terms, you muppet? Stop using flat Earth terminology.
Without the moon being within the rim of the Earth, in which case you would be seeing the other side of the moon, not...
I can't attack this.
Pardon me.
I can't attack this. It's his opponent that's brought this up, because his opponent's a muppet with a azimuthal equidistant projection as seen here in this thumbnail. Go ahead, John.
Is the rim of the Earth, he keeps saying that. Is he talking about the horizon?
No, I just said he's talking about the rim on the azimuthal equidistant projection that his opponent he's opposing has as his claim. It's not our claim. I falsely took it apart based on it being a straw man. It isn't. He's responding to someone, so I can't have him on that.
Well, no, I understand that, but he's putting it into a false dichotomy, so he's got a rim then as well, does he?
Yeah,
not?
I covered that too. Begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking. Earth curve mathematics with a physical geometric sphere edge horizon below surface level with respect to eye level, both requiring a flat plane. Yes, that's the other side of the false dichotomy. Correct. Anything else? If not, moving on.
No, I just think it's a ridiculous position to put forward if that's his position.
Well, his position is something you taught me. He's got a flat Earth on one side of the false dichotomy. And what's he got on the other side of the false dichotomy there, John?
Another flat Earth.
So it's a flat Earth versus a flat Earth. He just calls one of them a globe. But they're both flat Earth prerequisites, aren't they? All roads lead to a flat Earth, even these stupid old 2015 false dichotomies put forth by idiots. Both require flat planes. So it's a flat Earth versus flat Earth false dichotomy then? Yes, it is. That's what the world is, and that's what all positions will require. Earth is measured flat. All positions put in false dichotomy or other will require Earth to be a flat plane, because it is.
Upside down appearing moon. So there's absolutely no way to make it work with a flat Earth model.
With a flat Earth model your opponent holds, but every single description you used in this false dichotomy required a flat Earth as a prerequisite. Describing the angle to the moon horizon, we covered all of the flat Earth prerequisites that you cannot have on a globe. They won't function, but absolutely do function, will function, and you use them functionally. So Earth is flat, sir. You need a flat Earth more than we do. In this case, for your false dichotomy fallacy. How ironic that you'd be saying it doesn't work on a flat Earth model when there's several flat Earth prerequisites in both sides of the false dichotomy.
The fact is, even when the moon is low in the sky...
With respect to the horizon, like a measured angle. Yeah, Earth's measured flat, mate.
In the northern hemisphere, it'll look...
Hemi what now? Hemi begging the question sphere? No. The only spheres are the celestial sphere. They're measured angles with respect to a flat plane also. But when you beg the question of a antipodal hemispherical position you can hold, no, you can only derive that by measuring a flat Earth to give you radial values and utilizing a second plane of reference, equatorial in nature, that is antipodal. Both systems, north and south, also flat Earth directions, are flat. The fact that you can sandwich them antipodal doesn't give you a sphere to reify to suggest hemispheres as reifiable positions you can stand on. You pathetic amateur. No, don't beg the question of hemispherical positioning. No, we don't travel antipodal. It's not a justifiable position in a false dichotomy. We who've been doing this 10 years can break down your utter shite and humiliate you based on your demonstrable ignorance of the false dichotomy you profess when you reify a hemispherical position to be on. You can't, you aren't. Earth is measured flat in all of the prerequisites in both sides of your false dichotomy. Hemi, what now? Don't make me laugh, son. Oh, grey-haired old cow.
Look one way, and then if you go...
Morning. Is that chocolate?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
to the southern hemisphere, which I have, the moon looks upside down.
What, when you're upside down hemispherically, by way of an assumption of antipodal positioning? No, that only works on a flat plane if it has practical applications, because you're going to be using the planes of reference, north and south in this case, sandwiched antipodal, inside the celestial sphere. Now, for your descriptions, it doesn't quite function correctly when you try and unify moon systems with star systems. But that's a story that you definitely don't need to be hearing now, as you're not using it in your example. It's just something else that would be beyond your comprehension, based on how ignorant you've demonstrated yourself thus far with your flat Earth prerequisites.
Because you are upside down relative to...
No, you aren't, dickhead.
You know, where you would be in the northern hemisphere.
Hemisphere that you assume... No, your antipodal positioning system has come from flat Earth measurements, dumbass.
And that's why the moon appears differently. You can only explain that on a global, a spherical Earth.
No, you have assumed antipodal positioning that was derived from flat Earth measurements in the north on a flat plane and in the south on a flat plane. That doesn't mean you can justify a reification of a model that is derived from those flat Earth measurements. The model you believe and now reify exists to make the statement that it can only work on this reified model that came from flat Earth measurements. No, sir. You are, unbeknownst to you, guilty of a reification fallacy. You're part of a religion you weren't even aware of. No, look how the measurements work, and you'll realise that you cannot get elevation angles, like you tried to describe with your arm outstretched to the moon. But we do have practical applications for the moon when we measure it with respect to a horizon that you can't have a globe use for either, because you can't have a horizon on a globe. So no, sir, your reification fallacy is pathetic. That was a good video. We churned our way through it a lot more swiftly than I expected, though. Gotta be honest, because we're right at the end.
It cannot work. It cannot be explained.
Justification?
Say again, sorry.
Did you give the slope-a-dope justification for why you can't have a horizon on the globe?
No, can you do that while I post the link to his video and, you know...
No, he did not.
Right,
the rise over run formula.
Go ahead, John.
The rise over run formula places the horizon at 0. But curvature is described as the rate of change of slope. Yet you can't have a slope of 0 and a rate of change of slope. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you can't have a horizon on a globe.
Well, if you did, it wouldn't be straight, that's for sure.
Right. In any event, I've put a link to, I think it's the Skeptic's Guide. Yes, it is. To the Skeptic's Guide, again, in the live stream chat now. There's over 100 people watching, so please toddle along to his channel and leave him a very polite comment. Don't be aggressive or passive-aggressive, because you'll just get removed by the videographer. Don't swear, because you'll just get removed by the YouTube bots. And genuinely assist him in the YouTube algorithmic love that I know he'll be desperate for, given he's got a similar number of subscribers to me. So he'll want support, and he'll appreciate your comment, even if it is indicating that we've responded to his video. And when he finds out what we've said, he'll be regretting calling his opponent an idiot straight off the cuff, when we've demonstrated why he's an idiot in his fallacious reasoning. So it's probably best that you don't do that in future, because we wouldn't have had any need to call you a grey-haired cow. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, Duncan McLeod. Glad that Leslie Nielsen is still going strong. Next time on Police Squad.
The Naked Gun was awesome.
Naked Gun's just Police Squad, but in movie form. I watched Police Squad when I was a kid, before Naked Gun came out, because it's like, I don't know if it's from the 70s, I assume. It used to start off with a squad car with I think it had a red light or maybe a red and blue, but it was a single red light.
Yeah.
And the way it would start...
That's how the movie started.
Is that how the Naked Gun started as well?
I used to love that shit.
Well, it'd be like...
You would see the light going through the showers. And
exactly, so you're going...
all over the place. It was so stupid.
It's because it's attached to the front of the camera, so it's like a mock roof of a car with a light on it that's attached to the end of a camera. Now, obviously, if you're pushing that down a street, it looks realistically like you've just got a camera attached to the top of a car and you're filming it drive through the streets. But then when that exact same attachment's going through the showers and all the girls are going, oh no, and putting towels on themselves. Or they're driving through the office where everyone's working. It's like, it just makes no sense.
That's when you know what type of movie you're about to watch.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't make them like that anymore, man.
Or overtly using what would be stage techniques, but where they're not needed. So at the end of Police Squad, I don't know what we're flat earth debate here. What's going on? It's because the guy's Leslie Nielsen, right? At the end of Police Squad,
he's a legend.
Yeah, he is. He is. What they'd do is they'd conclude whatever cliffhanger they'd got, right, and then the voiceover would come in with next time on Police Squad, and then the credits would start to roll, right? But what they'd do, what you typically do, is either fade out to a different background, or you just pause on the last frame that you shot, right? Or you might fade it into looking like a painting or something, just something interesting visually. But on a stage, you can't do that. So on a stage, you get everybody to freeze. That is to say, they literally stop in whatever position they are in and just don't move. Now, occasionally, you'll see this as a film technique. They'll use that because it's cheap when they need to, right? But in this instance, in Police Squad, where they could pause because they've got the last frame of videography, they ask the actors to freeze frame, but they'll keep the camera rolling. So everyone on stage, on the set, freezes. Then the narrator does the voiceover next time on Police Squad. But then stuff would continue to happen. In other words, the cleaner would walk through one of the doors on set and start vacuuming around all the characters that are frozen in position. Or the set would start collapsing and everything around them would start hitting them on the heads as they're freeze framed. But obviously they're going to move a little bit because they're just holding a position. So, I don't know, Police Squad was just one of my favourite things from my childhood. I loved Police Squad.
What was the one that got them started, though? Was Airplane, right?
Airplane is the first spin-off before before Naked Gun. So it goes Police Squad, Airplane, Naked Gun.
So wait a second. Airplane wasn't first?
Airplane was first, but Police Squad preceded it. It's just Police Squad's a TV show. And they always used to get the title wrong. So whatever the show was called, it would put it up on screen, and the overdub would be for a completely different title. So on screen it says The Crown Jewels, and the narrator says, The Circling Buzzard, while it says The Crown Jewels at the bottom as the title. Just a comedy of errors.
The good old days.
They were.
I miss that overtly stupid comedy, man. Like, I don't know. It almost feels like a different world where that wouldn't even work anymore.
It won't, especially in Airplane. Remember when she comes over, excuse me, old lady, but I speak jazz. Can't do that now.
The jive.
Yeah, the guy in the chair's got food poisoning. Dad, meat to the bone. Yeah, lots of
and
teeth.
therefore it's the globe.
Yes, you're right. We should be segueing by now, John. off
You
Police
could
Squad.
Because in Airplane, the plane was flying flat, straight, level.
Yeah. Yeah, we can show that with pitch data.
Yes, the plane maintains its altitude with respect to a plane of reference.
What I love the most about the pitch data story is that Wolfie said it would cost over 100 grand. You can't get that. Over 100 grand. Wouldn't show you anything anyway. You wouldn't even be able to read it. I'm pretty sure it's fairly straightforward to decipher. It's a flat plane that we're looking at.
Yeah, but that should have been a red flag right there. Why are we always so late? Like we were late on everything. They were saying it was flat right in the beginning and we bypassed it. And we're late on that. Somebody says it's gonna cost $100,000, it should be like, wait a second. Why would something like that cost $100,000?
Because it proves a flat Earth.
Anytime the Globers are like, nah, don't pay that no mind, nah. That's the thing you want to look at. Like, shh, don't talk about 90, guys. Don't get the flat earthers started about 90. And look where we are now.
Think about it, Chocolate. It took us till conspiracy cats giving us a flat Earth, and then we all started catching on. Wait a second, you're giving it to us because you have to, because Earth is flat. When it was being said in 2014.
Yeah, there are certain prerequisites that they can't get around with examples like perspective-based examples. They're always going to have a flat Earth requirement to make those examples. So in the case of your example with conspiracy cats saying, well, I'll give you a flat Earth for this example that I now need a flat Earth to make, it became a bit telling.
I wouldn't say it took him to tell us that.
Neither would I.
They were telling us it was locally flat for a while before that.
No, I'm saying for us to catch on.
Yeah, so they'd get around it, and when we'd point out that the flat Earth is being needed, but we just wouldn't assert it in the same sort of way that we are today. We were half-stepping around those facts. It's the same with the Google Earth thing, right? When we were looking at the measurements for distances between St. Bees and the Isle of Man, well, we're looking at flat Earth measurements and everything about the mapping system and how it's drawn out, the flat reference plane, the elevation profiles, everything in it was flat. And we just whistled straight past it. And occasionally it would come up, hold on, isn't this an issue that this is all flat or something like that? And they'd be like, no. When you're doing the mapping, it's all, considered locally flat. And we'd just whistle on by like it was that was acceptable because we didn't really know the significance of it at the time. Because you don't, in the back of your mind, you don't think, well, it's all measured here flat as it is shown in the maps because it is flat. That's just too obvious, isn't it? Back then it was.
Something was tapping us on the shoulder. Something was tapping us on the shoulder. You know what it was? Curvature.
That's right. That was the context of the conversation you were having at the time, is how much curvature. So locally flat is to imply that on asymptotic scale it would be curved.
So we were looking for curvature when we should have just been asserting, wait, Earth is flat.
I wouldn't say looking for it.
Well, we were trying to find, right? Show us your curvature, right?
Yeah.
But meanwhile, we should have just been saying, buddy, Earth is flat.
Yeah,
that's
those
what
points.
We were saying when we didn't get the curvature we were looking for, instead of just starting there, like it's just flat, and your curvature that we were looking for came from it being flat. That's the part that it took us a minute to get to.
Yeah, as Neil's pointing out, what we should have said is "Welcome to flat Earth," but we didn't.
It was one of them magic tricks.
Yeah.
Right. What you just said, it was a magic trick. Because what'd you say they said? It's locally flat. And we whistle right past it. Oh, yeah, locally flat. That's the magic trick.
I mean, we wouldn't have. We'd have debated it. But
we didn't really whistle past it.
I was going to say, we debated it, but it's just, we didn't have a fundamental recognition of the flat Earth prerequisite as I now described it. Or just now described it. That is to say that there are certain aspects of describing a ball that require you measure Earth flat, but just don't acknowledge it. Well, if you understand it, you can not only acknowledge it, you can point out that that's where the game ends. Now, even if at the time we did acknowledge it, we didn't realise that's where it's game over then, well, Earth's measured flat then, because you'd still carry on arguing about where the Earth curve edge horizon below the surface level that's flat and needs to be measured, and we'll give you the distances. You need the flat Earth for those, but let's just carry on talking about the Earth curve below the surface level that's just been measured flat, because we didn't recognise that the distances we were talking about and arguing about were measured flat when we got the distances. We just took those distances, plugged them into the Earth curve calculator. So we're basically whistling past the graveyard.
Like this, look how much of the building is missing. Really?
How far's the building? Well, it's 20 miles away. Welcome to flat Earth. 20 miles? Linear distance with respect to a plane? Welcome to flat Earth. No. At 20 miles, we've got Earth curve below the surface level. Surface level? Welcome to flat Earth. No. When I raise up above the surface level and get the eye level, I can calculate 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And we go, observer's height in feet, eye level, parallel with surface level. Welcome to flat Earth is all they get again and again and again and again and again and again, isn't it, Neil? Now.
Hold on, there's another one. Hold on, there's another one. It's disappearing bottom up.
Up? You need a flat planar reference for up.
Therefore, curve.
Well, the penny dropped.
I had a good old
time when QE was explaining to you. He asked you, "Do you know why Conspiracy Cat said that to you?" And that's when it dropped. When you said, "Yeah, because they're going to need a flat Earth. You can't do it without a flat Earth." Something to that effect. That's when I was like, "Wow."
Yeah, it used to be they would get away with saying something like, "I'll allow myself to use the flat Earth that's needed and simultaneously tell you I'm going to give it to you." Now, when they mention even words that are only useful on a flat plane, we welcome them to flat Earth immediately. That's the difference. But now we're savvy to that fact, Neil. We weren't then.
Yep.
I had a good old time the other day listening to the clip of Timmy Clown coming in and not being aware that people say the horizon's Earth curve as he was saying the horizon's Earth curve. It was wonderful.
No, that's a quote from him.
So
Nobody claims the horizon is Earth curve. Now, can you have a look at my images? What these ones titled Earth curve?
It's so funny because he's like, "Who says that? Somebody says that that the horizon's Earth curve," and he said it so genuinely, like, "Bro, you don't even know what you're doing right now. Like, are you okay?
You remember what I said to him?
Working.
You remember what I said to him? You do.
You want to play the clip? I have a little bit of it.
Yeah, if you got it to hand. Yeah, stick it in Master B. I'll play it.
Give me a second.
No worries. Oh, it's like reminiscing.
That's the one where he claimed.
Go on, John.
I was going to say that's the one where he claimed you bamboozled him after acting like he was so much smarter than you. It was hilarious.
No, I think that was more recent, actually. I think the one.
No, that was after. Chocolate's talking about the other instance when he came in before that time.
Correct.
Yeah, he came in with his pictures.
Yeah, his pictures of horizons, titled Earth curve. Yeah, and then stated, "Nobody claims the horizon is Earth curve." End quote, Tim Osman.
Yeah, that last time he come in, he told us how crappy his evidence was before he left.
No, what I like about Timmy is when he says, "All right, what are we going to do now? Earth is flat. What are we going to do now?" I don't know.
That was last time. Yeah, that was last time. So he reached the point where he couldn't get around how we'd refuted his argument and used a flat Earth in his own argument. And the end conclusion was, "Okay, right, so, yeah, Earth's flat. So what do we do now?" We're like, "We don't do anything, dickhead. Get lost. You could do whatever the hell you like." I love that. That somehow we have to give them a purpose in life when they come to the awful truth that Earth's flat. "Oh, well, what do we do now?" "I couldn't give a shit what you do now, dickhead." Me, I've got things going on, mate. You don't care what you're doing. Now you know it's flat. No, but you think suddenly we all got to gang together and do something. No. Maybe you'd like to do something. You let me know how that goes. Yeah, maybe get a pitchfork and a torch and go to NASA and go, "You lied to me, NASA. You're stealing money. Yeah, just let us know how that goes.
A lot of flat Earth is just learning what not to believe, not to hurt, not to hear, not to listen to, who not to listen to. I mean, replace my fantasy is understandable, but the flat part's always there.
Right, so this is Tim Osman asking who's using the Horizon for what now, I assume. Check it out.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you're
Only a
talking
little bit
about.
of
Yeah, I know you don't. You're dumb as fuck. The Horizon's not a physical edge. Do you need me to rattle off a few quotes from your own side about how non-physical the Horizon is? It's 2020, mate. Try and keep up. The Horizon is not a physical geometric sphere edge, Tim. Didn't you know? You seem to know about the Black Swan, but yet you don't know what it means.
What is it then, Nathan?
There's my Black Swan. It's actually been posted.
Sorry, the Black Swan we have debunks your... Hey, for the audience's benefit, he's just posted a picture. It's not appearing on screen for whatever reason in this clip. He's just posted a picture labelled Earth Curve. And the picture is of multiple horizons, just so you know what's contextually going on. Your claim that this touted shite that you've just presented, claimed to be undebunkable, has just been annihilated by the fact we don't have a physical sphere edge. And that's what you're claiming is Earth Curve, mate. Maybe ignore it for the 7th time.
Any of those claims. I've never made any of this. You're strawmanning.
Oh, really? So the horizon in this image isn't Earth Curve?
You're
Now
just
that he
strawmanning me.
Strawmanning me or ignoring what I've just pointed out. So you've never made that claim. So the horizon in your images touted for the last 2 years isn't Earth Curve then, Tim?
Now that Tim is actually
Shut up, whoever that is, shut up. Mr. Solaris, shut up.
Say that? Does anyone say that the horizon is Earth curve?
Yeah, you do, you dumb fuck. So you're saying the horizon isn't Earth Curve, right, Tim? Nobody says that, right? Welcome to Flat Earth. So just for the clarity that it needs, Tim's just made it clear that nobody claims the horizon's Earth Curve, right, Tim?
I've never heard that someone says that the horizon is Earth curve.
Oh, really? What do you think the Earth Curve maths is asserting then, Tim?
you're a straw manning his position.
Can you
and
shut
not
up,
addressing
Mr.
the picture
Solaris,
he's
or whatever
posting
you're
to
called? That's the end of the clip. I don't know if anybody would have claimed that Earth's got curvature. I don't know anybody's claiming that.
Even the long pause before that, like, wait, I've never heard somebody claiming the horizon's Earth curve. 30 seconds earlier, I just posted the horizons. I just posted it.
I just posted multiple horizons. It's the one labelled Earth Curve.
You can't make this up, man.
Right. The argument started 2,000 years ago or whatever they want to claim, because they claim that the Earth curve mathematics showed how you could measure curvature. So there's no argument.
Black Swan.
Yep.
Well, this has been a fun trip down memory lane today. I think you'll all agree. What with Leslie Nielsen
Thanks to
being
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you all toddled along to his video and let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. I did post the link to his video. What's he called? The Skeptic's Guide. So yeah, please leave him a comment if you're amongst the 100 people watching currently. Massive thank you to all of you who liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff.
Fine, that.
No one here agrees with me.
We all agree with you, Reg. Was that Reg? I'm just guessing.
Regs.
Regs.
Well, that's what I'm gonna call them.
Regular Joe.
For that. Yeah.
No, it's Gene, not Reg.
Gene?
Hop on the magic school bus. Yes, me.
Magic school bus?
What are we agreeing with you on,
Gene.
Gene?
Oh, like whenever we transfer over to the after show, like everyone's in a little time warp and we all go, whoa.
Okay.
Or we slide down a fire pole.
Yeah, it's a magical experience being in Discord. I agree.
So what now, Nathan? The earth is flat. What are you going to do? I can't believe you said that.
I get a cup of coffee. See how it goes. Exciting times.
Maybe go for a swim.
Maybe go for a swim. Maybe walk the dog.
No cherry Coke?
No.
Vanilla.
And what are they gonna do? Go in panic. Go.
They're gonna go
whip
hold their head.
out. Exactly. That's what they're gonna do. Trying to figure out how do we stop.
They're gonna
How do we stop them? As
what
we
he
live.
should have done. What he should.
They're gonna hold their
What he
head
should
and
have
find the
done.
closet.
Yeah, John.
I was just going to say what he should have done is started placing retraction videos for every video he made that claimed that there was earth curve in it, is what Timmy should have done. But he didn't.
Yeah. He should have opened up a panel to all his compadres on his side. Said, "Hey guys, who's out here claiming the Earth, the horizon's Earth curve again? Please, come let me know." Because Nathan just told me that people are claiming the horizon's Earth curve, as I posted horizons being
He held an
supposedly
emergency
being
meeting.
Earth curve. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Why didn't you do that, bro? He was been sharing the same pictures for years. Coming in, look, my Great Salt Lake observations. How many years did we hear that crap?
About 5.
And each time it was supposed to be Earth curve. So for him to come in after the Black Swan, and you heard Dave say, like he came in at the point where he couldn't understand what the Black Swan was. Like it was 2020, so it was still new. And he had no idea what the hell he just walked into and didn't realize what the Black Swan was about. And you could clearly hear that in that episode. There was
Yeah,
a
I was
lot
gonna-
more to it, but I only got that little snippet.
I was going to ask you, Chuck, you think he was playing dumb or you really he just didn't understand it because it was new, right?
Nah, he wasn't playing nothing. He was dumb.
He just walked into the
You could
shooting
hear it.
range.
You could hear it in the clip. You could hear his confusion. Like he was like, "What?" I don't understand what Nathan's telling me right now. Like literally, you could hear the pin drop.
Yeah.
And it was like that with a lot of them.
Didn't we have a bet on how long it would take them?
Yeah, the bets were all over the place. I long lost. I think I said something stupid like 14 months or something.
I said never. So I'm still
And I was
alive,
trying
right?
to give him more time. I was gonna give him like 6 months. I was just like, there's no way they can't understand this, right? This is very simple, but they're not gonna want to understand it. So the fight's gonna take over, and they're just gonna reach for reasons and more reasons as to why their horizon ain't where the hell it's supposed to be. But okay. And now it's 2024.
What do you mean where it's supposed to be? It changed its postal code.
That's what I'm saying. They told us the horizon had an address. Supposed to be somewhere. Now it's not where it's supposed to be. Now all of a sudden, oh yeah, there's 7 horizons. I mean, the responses we got for the Black Swan were amazing.
The funny thing about the 7 is what Rumpus tried to throw it on QE. QE says there's 7 horizons.
Any magical spinning ball water believers want to tell us how we're living on the outside of a magical spinning water ball?
They're not coming in, Chocolate. I tried to bring him in through chat. I even invited Stinky Cash yesterday. He said he was going to be here today because he wasn't comprehending.
Who is this Stinky Cash?
Stinky Cash is an old guy. He used to do videos. Nathan knows what I'm talking about.
He's a Glober?
It's a flat earther.
Yeah, he's a flatty.
Oh, okay. I've heard the name, but
He was
I have
actually
no idea what that is.
he was the guy who had the idea to do the sun and moon and zodiac clock app. That was actually his idea originally. And yes, he has accused Dave Weiss of stealing his idea.
Oh, the shyster did.
Oh.
Don't know that, Neil.
Well, you can't say that if you didn't get it off the ground, or say you were too lazy to get it off the ground, or you didn't put the work in, then what are you going to do?
I guess accuse somebody else of doing it and stealing your idea.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, but did he implement the idea, or did he pay someone to do it? Like, it's one thing if, like, did he create the software and did he do that, or did he pay somebody to do it? Because,
well, that's the thing, right? We don't know where Dave's app comes from to claim that he stole it from this individual. You know, we don't have enough pedigree information to make that conclusion, and it's not fair to Dave to do it.
Yeah,
it's garbage anyway.
To be honest, I still have it. I still have it downloaded. I was gonna get rid of it, but I was like, nah, I actually paid $3 for it or some crap. So I was like, nope. I'll just keep it right here. I don't use it. I haven't opened it in forever, but there somewhere. Buried in my phone.
Did you hear that the virus edition of the Globe Earth Dictate yesterday? I posted it in Master B. I don't know if you listened to it. That was his latest, and that was about 2 years ago.
Nah, I gotta go find it.
Shout out to Darth.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Darth. We need a 2024 version, man. Wherever you are.
I just harassed him again. I put a note in his comments. Let's go, buddy. You're way behind.
Just in case somebody doesn't know what we're talking about, a long time ago, I guess one of our viewers made a parody video of us, but it was like Globers, like us as Globers, and it was hilarious. It was called Globe Earth Dictate.
And what was your name in it? I know Nathan was Ethan Woodley.
I was Vanilla Sane.
Vanilla Sand?
Vanilla Sane.
Oh, Sane.
Like chocolate Sane, but vanilla Sane. And you were Ethan Woodley.
And what's his name was Legolas. And the daddy kid was Adam.
Arwen was Legolas. He was the elf.
Shut up, Legolas.
I think in one of the episodes you vaporized him too, or something. He like disappeared. Silence, Legolas.
Speaking of Arwen, I know a lot of people don't want to talk about him or nothing, but is he doing okay?
He doesn't have a YouTube channel anymore.
I saw him streaming a couple days ago. He seemed to be doing all right, I guess.
On YouTube?
Yeah.
How long ago? Because
Where the
he's
hell
not on
else?
YouTube.
Where the hell else does he stream? I don't know.
He's not on YouTube anymore. He got they removed him.
When?
About last week sometime. I think they said he's on Rumble now.
Because they removed him from YouTube?
Yeah, they took everything away from him. They deleted all of his stuff.
Bro, I just saw him fucking streaming the other day. What the hell? Oh well.
Well, what probably happened is, he liked to dance on the edge of community guidelines, and you can't do that forever without, you're eventually going to get caught.
So Arwen being Arwen. Copy that. Okay.
It's funny how they can only put a disclaimer below Flat Earth. They can't really censor it the same way they can other things.
Something
it's
about
weird because I got lately I've got a lot of really old flat earth videos that I haven't seen in a long time just popping up on my recommended list all of a sudden. Almost as if the censorship has kind of lapsed a little bit. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing that.
The only thing I'm experiencing is my phone freezing constantly, where I can't even get off mute or on mute.
See, you got to run a delicate balance with heliocentrism. You're going to use flat Earth measurements, so you need to keep the flat Earth at the back of the mind of the individual as something to be hated and disgusted of.
Yep.
So that, sorry.
I'm just agreeing wholeheartedly. Carry on.
Yeah, that way, when they use those flat Earth measurements, they know it's not flat, which is a contradiction in itself to say that.
And you disguise the flat Earth measurements by saying that you're using a sphere. Because they can't say we're using flat Earth measurements. Obviously they can't just come out and say that, even if they realize that they're doing it. And some might not realize that they're doing it while doing it. Just like Timmy just did. The globe itself does this thing to people's brains where they might sound smart. I was saying that about the whole Timcast thing, right? Tim Pool's a pretty smart guy. I've listened to him outside of this topic, and he has a pretty good grip. I can't say too many times when I've heard him say stupid things, but then he delves into this topic, and then certain questions he's asking don't even make sense. Or certain things he's and I understand he's got people in front of him who are trying to explain certain things to him that he has no idea about, but just in himself, usually a guy that makes sense is now not making sense because he's trying to figure this whole globe thing out. It does something to people's brains, man.
Are you talking about the guy that was sputtering sentence fragments?
Yes.
Hosting that show? Okay.
The host, Tim Pool. Right?
I was making a dig at him. That's all I was doing. I was digging at him with chocolate.
Well, chocolate, you know what it is? It's the globe. It's the globe itself. It's the indoctrination. It happened to me, too, when my brother first told me. I was on him for 2 weeks making fun of him, but through the whole time I was trying to prove the ball. And I was being told things like climb up a tree. So these things bring you to an understanding that, wait a second, what's going on here? And then you say, well, there's no science to back it up. What do you mean there's no science? Wait a second. I learned it in school. I learned 2 + 2 is 4. So why would they lie about something like space and where we live? So it becomes
Climb up a
like that,
tree.
to start fighting it.
Climb up a tree. That's an interesting way to put it. Isn't it?
I didn't know what I know now. It's funny with my brother because he's the one that told me, and he still is in a feast of nonsense with some of the things he comes up with. I'm like, Chris, you really are not keeping up with the flat earth debate, are you? Why are you telling me anything about outer space or about ice walls or about Antarctica? I don't get it.
Because there's a part of him that does not know. He just doesn't believe in the globe anymore. And now he believes it's flat. He just don't know why.
There's a certain aspect of folks that when they get into this topic, for some reason, Antarctica is that thing that, I don't know, drives them crazy. That they're like, it's almost every other day or every time you speak to them, it's like, all right, we need to go to Antarctica. Like, I remember meeting people like that back, back in the day. We've been doing this how long now? Like 10 years? Yeah. Some people, as soon as they realize it's not a globe, and obviously something funny style is going on with Antarctica, it becomes, we need to go to Antarctica.
Right. Well, they kind of get stuck in that.
In some ways, I don't blame them, because I'd like to know what the hell's going on over there. Right? But it doesn't become the focus, the main focus. Yeah.
I was just going to say, that part of it is because of the implications of it being flat. That means you're not going to be able to deny the creator anymore, because you're going to, it's going to come down to, we didn't come from a big bang, so nature's not creating nature, even that's nonsensical. But then they feel trapped too, because if there is this being that created all this, they've got us in like a giant fishbowl. We got to get out. We got to get out.
I'm the opposite. If we're in a giant fishbowl, I know I got a good caretaker. He's not going to put poison in my water.
The we got to get out thing is hilarious. It's like, all right, you got to get out to where? Where are you going? Oh, it's much safer being on a floating ball in the middle of a vacuum where we could be vaporized in any second by some other rock. Like, that's much safer. Right?
But we're free that way. We're free that way.
Oh, we're free to be smashed by some freaking rock the size of Texas.
No.
Yeah, but that's why experts at that question. If you could lay down the foundation that Earth is measured flat, and beyond the shadow of a doubt, you validate that. Does anything else mean anything? Outer space and this and that, and he said no. So that doesn't mean anything anymore when you know Earth is flat, and that's scary to some people.
Well, I don't know how to describe it that well. I'm just going to try it one more time, and then I'll give up. The idea that you are trapped within a place means that there was an intelligence behind trapping you there, right?
Yep.
But if you're on a ball that came from nothing, then there is no greater authority. You become your own authority, kind of thing. It's very freeing in their minds.
Yeah, like I said, it's scary to some people.
Only because it's not what they know.
It could be pride too. Just the pride that they don't. It took them like this to understand something that was so obvious.
Yeah, that too. But what I mean is, if you imagine the paradigm changing from flat to globe, you could easily justify why someone being told about galaxies far, far away could be scared of that vastness, and But when you think about it the other way around, and you go, "Oh, there isn't an ever-expanding nothing that's vast in nature. We're in a contained system, so it's a lot smaller and more cozy than you might have thought." And there's no concern about alien spaceships coming to get us from the far and vast wide spaces that we don't actually have. Now, when you say, well, that's terrifying, or could be perceived as terrifying, I'm like, it can only be perceived as a terrifying thing if it's just a change from what you know currently. When you go from heliocentrism to flat Earth, it doesn't, because I see all of the concepts within heliocentrism as absolutely terrifying. Unless I'm mistaken.
No, I'm talking about terrifying. I'm saying free.
And they put that fear in you. They tell as you're growing up, they tell you all about some asteroid that came and nearly destroyed the world.
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, but in the same breath, they gave us the Jetsons, that we would have, places to live up there, and we'd be flying around. That's exciting. That's what bothered me when my brother told me that, and I finally came to grips with it.
No, that's not the problem. Hey, everyone. Hey, Nathan.
What up,
problem
Irish?
isn't... Yo.
Judy's the real problem. Is it Judy Jetson? Tramp.
Oh, I'm glad Brian's here, because he's going to clear that up from today.
Yeah, the real problem is an intellect problem. These people can't even figure out that spherical geometry doesn't exist. They can't even figure that much out. Or that the nautical mile is not an arc length. They can't get that far. So is there any wonder that they don't know where they are? Let's be honest.
I don't know. I think there's something they know, and what that thing is bothers them. It's like a splinter in their mind. But the answers they get aren't the ones they want, so they attack them and make us feel like we're idiots.
About Jane Jetson, would you settle for Jane Jetson? She was right, wasn't she?
Jane Jetson. What's the thing you want me to go through? What was the problem?
1 second.
Hold on a second before you go into that. I was trying to sound like Morpheus and I screwed it up. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, you didn't sound like Morpheus.
I got that. You're all right.
Brian, the other night when we were having a conversation, and it was said that AI thought that the pitch data wasn't good proof. Right? Then he just went on to explain why he didn't think it was good proof that the globes can come back with something with a gyroscope. I wasn't explaining it right.
No. What this is that AI has a major issue with me. It's not about the pitch data. It's about me. For some reason or another, his target is on me. Even last night, before I go into that, even last night on QE Live, I stay away from that argument with him on QE Live, right, and on Ballbusters. But he tries to goad me, even on QE Live and Ballbusters. QE asked me to he said, distinctly lay out this for the audience, just in response to something that was said in the video that Witsit was on. And as I was going to do it, someone's mic opened and there was a load of noise. Right? And right through the middle of it. And we had to turn it off, whoever it was. It was AI. Right? And then a few minutes later, I went to say something again, or Huey asked me to say something, or asked me about something, or something. And in the background, AI is there. Oh, here we go. You know, this kind of stuff, moaning, right? So AI has a major issue with me, and he's willing. This is why people should be very wary of him, and I don't care if he's listening. He's willing to attack the pitch data argument because of that. Now, I don't know where it's coming from. He has an issue with Adam too. I don't know where it's coming from, but he has an issue. Now, what he said concerning this, and this was taken apart, QE took it apart just with one question one night to AI, and he just shut up. What he's trying to say is that the ballers could say that the pendulous veins, right, because the whole point of them is a damper, so they're using a weight, that is aligned with the center of a globe, right, because of a force of gravity, and that as the plane flies, the pendulous veins, what they do is they align the zero on the attitude indicator to go around the globe, right? This is what he's trying to claim, right? Now, there's a lot of problems there with that. But the first problem would be, that would mean that the plane would have to break its original straight line vector, right? Which would mean that the plane would start losing lift, because the plane can't pitch below that original straight line, because I can't call it a horizontal on a globe. It can't pitch below that original straight line. It can't pitch below horizontal, it starts losing lift straight away. So, number one reason, it can't do it. Second reason is if the zero on the attitude indicator was doing this, well, let's just say the pilot sets the autopilot for 3 degrees above zero, right, which would be 3 degrees above horizontal in the plane, and they turn around to get coffee. According to what AI is stating that the ballers could say, now the ballers aren't saying this because I already took this apart, right, but they're certainly not saying it to me, is that the zero, right, could be getting pulled around, right, a spherical surface. Now, there's none of that shown in the pitch data, number one. But number two is, I showed what would be the outcome of that, right, in my response video to the responses from the ballers, their responses to the pitch data presentation. And that would be that if they set it at 3 degrees above horizontal, right, which would be above zero, then once that zero gets pulled out of position, right, what's going to happen is an increase in pitch. So there'll be an increase in altitude, because the plane doesn't follow the mechanical gyro. That is just purely a mechanical gyro that's there to reference horizontal. It creates a horizontal. That's what it does. So if that gyro is being pulled out of place, not only then is the gyro fluid in space as opposed to rigid in space,
right,
and it's become, right, hang on, Nathan. Well, I know what you're about to say, right, which means that the gyro is not doing what gyros do, number one, and the whole point of the pendulous vanes is to make sure that the gyro stays rigid in space. So what AI is talking about is the pendulous vanes creating a gyro that's fluid in space, which is the opposite from what the point of the pendulous vanes is. But the main problem is, this is why the ballers don't come near me with it, is that if that zero is being pulled, let's say, around the surface of a globe, the plane's not going to follow the zero. Someone would have to be there following the zero all the time. There's no mechanism in the autopilot to do this. Yet the plane can be on autopilot for a couple of hours at a time. Right? So the plane is not, let's just say if it's 3 degrees above horizontal and the zero and they fly at 500 miles an hour for 1 hour.
There's one
What's going to happen is, one second, please. They fly at 500 miles an hour for 1 hour, right? What happens is that zero will be 7.24 degrees below its original starting point. Now, there is no mechanism.
That's what I was going to be adding. Just let him finish, because that's what I was going to add.
Please,
go ahead, Brian.
This is infuriating. Please, just let me finish. There is no mechanism for that plane to follow that gyro. You would have, or the pilot couldn't exist. The pilot would have to sit there and constantly follow this zero in these tiny little increments for the whole flight. There would be no autopilot. Because that's not what the autopilot does. So there is no way around it. It can't happen. I show this in my response video to the baller's responses. Yet AI feels the need to continually, in the background, attack this, even though Kiwi asked him when he tried to bring up this nonsense some while back. Kiwi asked him, "What's the rate of slope for horizontal?" He said 0. That's the end of that then. Okay, and he agreed. Yet in the background, he's in Discord attacking me and attacking it.
Right, you've got to
so
define
there's an issue
axiom.
there with AI and me. Go on, Nathan.
Well, that's it. You've summarised it all beautifully, actually, Brian. I'm just reiterating some parts that when you called me when I was at that home ed class, this is what we went through, right? In order to violate the principle of the gyroscope, which you've summarised already, you've got to have 0 violate 0 in terms of horizontal. You can't have this 0 changing and remaining flat in terms of what the gyro is actually referencing. So their suggestion is that 0 changes constantly, and the gyro self-adjusts, like Brian calls it, fluid, not rigid in space, defying its principle. And we don't notice because that's just represented as 0. You're like, this is so beyond bonkers, it's untrue.
May I say something? Because there's something wrong with the way the information that the way they're formulating their question to Brian. The idea that the pendulous vein, right, is being pulled to the center of a sphere. You can't just say that. That's stupid. What is it in reference to? The pendulous vein, and if it's not in reference to a curve, you're retarded for asking. And second, the rate of change of 0, it doesn't matter. You're still talking about with respect to a flat plane.
Yeah, you need a flat plane to violate the flat plane. If you're going to describe a rate of change of 0, which is absurd, you need a flat plane to describe it with. You can't violate this axiom. No matter how hard they try, they can't do it.
That's why I couldn't understand it.
Sorry, Neil, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's why I couldn't understand the other night why that was even being said or even listened to.
Well, but it's AI trying to do it. The ballers generally don't know what to say about it. Because what can you say? Right? They'll try AI. Some of them will try AI's defense. And more of them will try it, the more AI pumps it out there. Because what he's trying to do is sow seeds of doubt amongst people on Discord. That's what he's trying to do, right? Flat earthers. So flat earthers move away from it and don't use it and this, that, and everything. Why he's doing this, I don't know. Yes, so I know he has. Everyone knows. It's obvious he has a personal issue with me. I don't know why. I don't even know the guy, but maybe I don't know why he's doing it, but he is doing it. This is what he's doing.
May I suggest that?
What's he?
Since he's not defending himself, may I defend him?
Wait,
why are you defending him, though, John?
Yeah, right, because the opposition is absolute and 100%. It's like, don't defend him, don't say anything in the positive. But I just wanted to know, what are we talking about?
He said the pitch data is not a good argument.
Behind the scenes, Eloy.
Are you sure he said that? Because I had come across in Discord with him, because we share the same space. And do you know that flat earthers are really shitty at arguing the pitch data? Which is really annoying to me, and I'm pretty sure to him too, because that's why he goes at the flat earthers by challenging them on the pitch data, because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like it's almost like they're stupid on purpose. That's what he and I deal with.
You ask, what is it you ask? Do I know for certain that he's doing this? Is this what you're asking me?
That's not what I said. I asked you a question. I asked you a question. You responded, and then my response just now was the response to that.
What question did you ask me? Oh, about what? Yeah.
What was going on? Then you said something about the pitch data. Then I told you what I told you.
Well, flat earthers don't know that's what he's doing, though, Brian. Flat earthers do not know if he's doing that. Is doing it to sharpen their arguments? That's what you're saying, Eli?
That's what I experienced.
Eli, you're trying to be his PR man. I don't know why, Eli.
No, I don't have to make
Let me
anything up.
ask you a question. Let
I
me
don't
ask
have
you
to
a
make.
question. Let me ask you a question.
I just
Right? I don't
want
know
to
why.
argue another
One
day
second.
about how you feel or what might be true. Every time I
Let
come out
me
to
ask
say,
you a
hey,
question.
what you believe
Every
is in
time,
direct opposition to my
every single
experience,
time.
there's a
Now, you
problem.
think I'm getting this from faulty sources? I'll go through that in a minute.
I'm not
Every
thinking
single
anything.
time.
Every
single time.
you got mad
I will
emotions.
get to speak, Mr. PR man. Every single time. Every single time I go out with it, right? AI is coming in to defend Witsit and be Witsit's PR man. Every single time the issue with me and AI is brought up, you're in to defend AI, you are AI's PR man. So he's Witsit's PR man and you're his PR man. What's going on there?
I need the words to be shorter. My response to you is
hello, bloody hellfire. Okay, hello, stop. I've heard he's his PR man 6 times from Brian. I got it. Can we hear him? Eli, go ahead.
My response was,
how did you hear it through all that?
Because
no, I'm not going to get to him. Brian's going to carry on talking. We heard you put it to him. You put it to him multiple times.
Yeah, that's why I'm interrupting now, because it's like freaking impossible waiting for a chance to talk when you've heard the same thing over and over.
I didn't get a chance to finish what I was saying. I had to go through all of what I did to get it out there.
We're ever going to get to Eli's response to it. That's your own fault, Eli. You had the chance to just go through it, and you're appealing to format and how done by you are.
Okay, look. I'm not assuming anything. I'm not making stuff up. I don't. Here we go. Nathan, did you hear any assumptions in my experience when I was explaining to you what I was experiencing?
No, it sounded like you were side by side with him, detailing what you experienced with him next to you.
Right. So my point to Brian was, the problem is every time you say something, my experience contradicts it. Now, the so what, as far as him being on Witz's side and me being on his side, it's the same thing for Donald Trump. I don't like him, but every time a Democrat comes out to say something inaccurate, I have to point it out. Because that's what we do. And that's what you're doing, is being inaccurate because of your feelings.
Don't describe.
Really?
Just
no, it's okay. It's okay. I'll annihilate Eli now. Now, not only Eli did AI try this absolute nonsense with me twice, he also tried it, right, with QE, right, and I've had several people come to me, a couple of people, not several, but a couple of people come to me, telling me that AI is telling them that this argument is not a good argument. One of those people is a panel member. Now, every single time the issue AI has with me comes up, you come in to defend him, just like he comes in to defend Witsit. And I'm getting very, very suspicious of why that is. Now, you don't have a leg to stand on in this, because I've already been through it with AI.
Right. Refracted. Go ahead. John? Okay.
Oh, sorry about that. I was waiting for Eli to respond, but just that's why I asked Eli, and you said no, and then you turned around and did it. You get what you get, bro.
No, and did what?
I said, may I defend AI? And you said no, and then you turned around and defended it.
No, I don't know what context I was saying no. So
Why are you trying to now be PR man for AI when he's obviously in the wrong? When the very things that he's claiming are an argument against the pitch data, I already covered. There's a whole video. And he's aware of this. So why are you here trying to defend him? Yet to get it, and yet to get. I don't want to hear about, oh, we have similar experiences. I don't care about what experiences, similar experiences you have. He's defending Witsit every single time. Every single time. I have an issue with Witsit. He's defending him. I then have to deal with him, and you come in to defend him.
I've defended
Constantly.
Witsit more than he has. He just got here.
I don't care about what you do with Witsit. I'm talking about my personal experience
when I
with
point
him
out an
and my personal experience with
inconsistency in
you.
your thinking, you're like,
My
I don't
personal
care about
experience
that.
with you. You are here PR manning for AI.
We got that. Brian, please don't rump us in with that. We got it.
Well, look, Nathan, this is one of these situations.
Brian just can't stand to let anybody else talk.
Well, don't
when he's
start
upset.
appealing to format. You did this last time. Just carry on the discussion. Don't appeal to the format. Or I'll do
Well,
it. Neil also defends Witsit. Keeps saying what a great guy he is. Now, well, he wants him to do, Brian. Neil does do that.
Not when I'm having an issue. Every time I'm having an issue with Witsit. Every time I'm having an issue with Witsit. You can even hear it only recently on your own show, right? Every time, and I'm only asking Witsit a question, and AI is coming in to defend him. I'm not even arguing with Witsit at that point, right? He can't stop. Now, the same is for Eli. Every time I bring up AI, right, and I didn't even bring up he was brought up to me. AI was brought up to me. Eli is suddenly in lightning speed to defend him. Lightning speed. It's very, very strange, Eli.
Usually when I put across the opposing viewpoint or stand in opposition to something, it's either to sharpen it or to help the position.
And my experience was one day when AI was challenging another flat earther. See, the flat earther was trying to put the argument to a globe earther, and it was very clumsy, very terrible. Typically we jump in at the same time, just like we do here. We get annoyed about the same shit. Excuse my language. And so regarding the pitch data, it was a clumsy argument being made. Then he started challenging the flat earth. He even said why. He said, you guys, you have terrible arguments. And it's almost like you guys don't pay attention to the new arguments that are coming out. And that was his point. He even went to challenge me, but when I answered correctly, he was like, exactly, there you go. I don't really know what to make of your suspicions. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's not good enough, you freaking AI simp.
Yeah, well, that's the last time I freaking try to carry your argument in a way that other flat earthers will understand. If you're gonna, I know you didn't answer, but I figured good enough. That's the last time I'm gonna carry correctly your argument. I'm just gonna let flat earthers be retarded because you're gonna just assume that all this stuff in the background is going on. And so you know what? Let your bed be the one you make.
Well, Nathan did say that that's what AI was
Hold on,
doing.
Neil and Brian, just before you both respond, just one sec. I think I want to give my 2 penny worth for the audience's benefit at this point, right? This, in my opinion, is the problem. Flat Earthers have misconstrued what the pitch data is. Like it's something to be involved in an argument about. It isn't. And that's where I think the problem lies. So if AI is saying they're arguing it... Oh, hold on, Brian. Bloody hellfire. Just take a breath.
Nathan, Nathan.
I'm still in the middle of the same sentence, but now we're going to have a debate with Brian about whether or not I'm allowed to finish this sentence unimpeded from Brian. Should we have a little discussion about whether I'm allowed to finish this sentence? Perhaps that's reasonable. It's not. Please just let me finish the sentence. Something you've moaned about literally within the last 2 minutes. Because you weren't allowed to repeat the same thing 6 times, by the way. Yeah, this isn't me repeating something. I haven't made the end of the statement yet, Brian. Thank you. Ugh. Something's happening in the background now, so I've got to go on mute for a sec.
Yeah, I'll speak then, Nathan, because it was directed towards me. Eli, you don't have to do nothing, right? You don't have to defend nothing to do with me. I don't give a damn what you do or don't do. But I do give a damn when you decide to come in every single time and be AI's PR man. Just like he comes in every single time to be Witsit's PR man. Now, this is not a coincidence. This is something that continually happens. You think that I have just some crazy idea in my head that he's doing this thing. When he tried to do it with me When it failed with me, he tried it elsewhere. And when it failed elsewhere, he's now doing it with people on Discord. And one of the people on the panel, he tried to do it to.
Who?
Well, I'm gonna clear this up right now, Brian. Hold on.
Who on the panel?
I'm not going to name the name.
Well,
Let's say,
I heard you, Brian, but it's like
do what you want.
No, well, listen. Oh, and
you made your bed.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what
you forget that,
fam. I hear what you're saying. You said what you said. Basically, you're telling me you don't agree, and I can't force you as a man to agree, and I don't have the information. I can't pour the experience in my head to you, and I can't change the experiences from you, from the sources that are coming to you, telling you what they're telling you. I'm not gonna sit here and beef with you about that, dude. All I wanted to do was tell you what my experience was. I thought that would be meaningful because it was actually the truth. But you know what? I guess I'm going to have to start not telling truths because it may cause problems. It was
what you can do is whatever the hell you want. You came in trying to PR for AI.
Well, then I can't do what the hell I want. You're going to take it that way. If you're going to take it as me PR, then I can't do what I want.
You're still trying to do it. You're trying to gaslight me into thinking that I'm wrong in my personal experience.
You feel like
people haven't come and said this to me.
So you're going to repeat yourself again. I heard you. I said,
if you don't shut up, I'll have to.
So, all right. I'm trying to de-escalate it now. Does anybody feel like I'm being passive aggressive?
Not at all.
Just waiting for my turn to speak.
But what should I do? Just be quiet and let Brian get over it?
Hold on, let me try and reason with him. Brian is just saying, look, if Eli wants to justify a defense of AI in this instance because he's been shoulder to shoulder testing people's merit with the argument of pitch data, well, that seems perfectly reasonable, but you're attacking him like he's done something wrong because in this instance he's defended AI. And even if you...
Not in this instance. This is every... Listen, no, you're trying to gaslight me. How dare you try to gaslight me?
I'm not trying to gaslight anybody.
Let's explain something, Nathan. This is not this instance. This is an ongoing thing. And I've said this to some people recently. This is an ongoing... This is not just today. So, no, you won't gaslight me into believing something is not true when it absolutely is.
Okay.
This is a trend. Yeah.
That's not what I was trying to do, Brian. And I don't want to...
I could care less what you were trying to do.
Well, then how are we friends? Because
we can't move past anything then.
This is a reasonable question. Because something I'm saying or doing, the pattern recognition that you're picking up from that is making you feel away to the point that you're being that you're dropping your emotions for me when we're supposed to be friends. Now I'm trying to back off you and say, all right, I see where you're coming from. Let me just relax. And you're not allowing that. You're saying do what the fuck you want, like I'm stuck.
That's right.
I warned you.
No, I don't think Eli was trying to come in to defend AI in this case, Brian. I'm not saying he hasn't in the past.
No, he was doing that.
I'm just saying he hasn't.
Neil, that's not rewrite history. Yeah, he is. And why wouldn't he? If he stood shoulder to shoulder doing something he said he's done, he's only going to relay his experience.
That's what I'm saying.
Anyway, Neil, he's not doing that. He's not. You're saying he's not here defending it. Yes, he is. But that's fine.
That's not what I'm saying. Let me finish. See, you never let anybody finish, Nathan.
And someone says he's not here defending AI when that's specifically what Eli is doing and justifying why he would be doing that and why that's not in any way nefarious, I've got to correct you because that is what he's doing.
Not saying that. Okay. He's got him duped to them because he's got Eli believing also that he's just trying to sharpen people's arguments. Okay? That's not the case.
Yeah, that's what I said. Maybe I'm the member of the panel that Neil's Brian's referring to.
That's not what you said, Nathan. What you said
I'm not saying that,
be quiet. Stop repeating the same thing. Leave Eli talk. That's all you said.
But that's not what
he's
I'm
talking
saying.
about earlier, Brian.
That's not what I'm saying either.
Hold on,
Neil, that's not what I'm saying either. Before we continue, no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying AI is not doing anything. I'm saying consider this information that you may not have had. Maybe that will aid you in your decision making.
Yeah, and he's just relaying his experience, right, Eli? It's just that's what happened. There's no Myers, there's no gaslighting. It's just him telling you what happened.
Okay, Eli, do you agree with how we assess Witsit? Do you stand by that?
Yes.
Oh, so you do. So then somebody's lying then. Okay? Because it's been told to me that you and the other fellas don't like the way we go over it, calling him a lying sack of shit when he is a lying sack of shit. And you took a stand and stood up.
Maybe I did.
People
Do you
should
have the
do that
context?
to Flat Earth debate. Well, guess what? I'm a Flat Earth debate member, and so are you. We handle things different here. It's never changed.
Listen.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm going to be quick. If somebody comes with crap and can't validate it, they get dealt with no matter who it is. All right. This is what was said to me when I told AI last night, you guys got to patch things up. You, Adam, and Brian, because you're constantly butting heads with each other. Okay. And this is what was said to me.
Mm-hmm.
Why Eli's getting any stickier? So it seems like you're caught in crossfire.
Because he said Eli stood up to us.
I don't know either.
That's why I asked.
But look, here's the thing. When you're telling the truth, and everyone has their emotions. I don't come from that place. I get emotional, but when it comes to arguing, I don't get there. Even the road that we went down for us to get where we're at with Witsit, it didn't have to go that way. And Witsit's pride has allowed him to continue on this road, or maybe he was going to regardless. But I've always had sort of a nuanced stance to this while still being able to maintain my argument, because I can actually pull up text message. Everything I've ever said, I can actually validate. I've not added any conjecture, any assumptions whatsoever during this entire time. Other people have been okay with putting things together and saying it seems like this. And that's fine. But when I'm in different arenas and people ask me questions, I'm going to tell the truth. So the question is, whoever told you what they told you, do you believe that that numpty dipshit knows how to relay a message exactly the way that it was meant to be relayed? Is it exactly the truth?
Be more specific.
I'm not going to get hung up
which
over
numpty
something
dipshit?
McCune
You've got to
said.
be more specific, Eli. Which numpty dipshit? There's a lot of them.
I got lost. I lost myself.
You said that if you can allow that numpty dipshit. Which numpty dipshit?
Okay. For example, Witsit is in an argument with us because numpty dipshits like Die Slow kept running to him, telling him what we said about Witsit when we were never talking about Witsit. We was asking him and other people that were arguing with Ether, what's Ether? But because Witsit listened to him, Die Slow is the numpty dipshit. He believed Die Slow's premises and his assessments of us when it actually was incorrect, and it caused a whole bunch of tension and problems where it didn't have to.
Well, then today you call it an numpty dipshit AI because it was voiced by AI to me. And I know he's in Discord. You can come off mute and defend yourself on this.
Actually, it's not.
Well, he said it. He said the
That's
way
why I
we
put-
handle Witsit is wrong, calling him whatever. You could do that all day long you want, but a lot of people ain't happy with that. And Eli stood up against it.
Right. Let's not make this about.
may have, but again, the context is important. If my defense is, hey, stop crying about what you don't have when we see Witsit do it, it's like, oh no, we cry about what Witsit's doing, but what Witsit's doing is getting him the results that we also don't like. So I'm saying, well, if we're not going to do that, we can't cry.
When do we cry Witsit's doing? We cry about his arguments. That's it. But what he says, not what he
obviously, when he's arguing, he has to be somewhere arguing it, right? And so we're upset that he gets those looks, but then we're not on the same path that he's on.
Not at all.
I'm telling people. Say again.
Not at all. I'm not upset that he gets these venues. I'm upset what he says when he gets these venues.
Yeah, that's what I said, Neil.
So what's your point, Eli? Because you seem to be trying to make
No,
some case
you
for
said
Witsit.
we're upset with the venues that he
my
gets.
point
It's like a wet paper bag. It's a bit. How strong it is.
My point is, let's just forget for some reason that I've cursed you guys out for not moving outside of Discord. Let's forget.
What has
Let's
that got
forget
to do
all
with
those days.
Witsit? What has
I
that
don't
got
know
to do
what
with
to do with it.
But,
You told me just now that we're
so he
upset
asked me a
that he
question.
gets
Now
these
you're talking
venues.
to Neil. I don't know who am I. Like it's like
No,
I'm
no,
getting.
one second, because you were talking to me. You said
Just let
we're
Neil
upset
and
that it gets
hold
these
on, everyone else.
venues.
Hold on, Neil. Just let Neil and Eli talk for a moment. Thank you.
You said to me that we're upset that he gets these venues and what he says in them. I'm not upset that he gets these venues. I'm upset with the way he argues the points. That's all.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Refracted.
And we also.
maybe not. Go ahead, Eli.
And we also argue that we
Eli
have
never
better
spoke against that.
arguments. So we don't just argue in a vacuum that we're not upset that Witsit doesn't get these looks. It's we have the best arguments. We should be at the forefront. We should be getting certain looks if the world were an ideal place, right? Like, and that's actually true. Like, so that sentiment is real. But when other people are talking about it, it just comes across as, well, we're whining and complaining. Witsit is doing all of this stuff, and we're whining about it. And
would we whine and complain?
I'm like,
would we
well,
whine and complain
so
if he
my
didn't talk
defense
about
of
Ether?
Witsit is, well, yeah, he is a liar. Everybody knows it. Can anybody deny it? The room goes, no. And I said, but what's that got to do with all the work he's done? So if we don't like that he's ahead doing all this stuff, then what we have to do is do what we're doing. We're doing it now. We're going to put out a book. We're going to go to different places. So it's not even a problem. It's not even an issue anymore. It's just when people argue about FED, arguing about Witsit, I have to tell them everything, not just one side.
Yeah, that's great. Now you're after what you just told us there was incorrect, though. So you can't be trusted for information because you said no, you can't be trusted for information because that your information is correct because you just told us incorrect information.
Okay, what was the incorrect information?
You said Witsit got there through all his hard work. No, he didn't.
Yeah, but you just agreed. You just agreed under certain caveats yesterday.
What was he on? Why was he on? Tim Pool.
He's just unreasonable. All right.
Who put him forward for to be on Tim Pool? Alex Stein.
We had this conversation yesterday, Brian.
What conversation did we have yesterday? Anyway, get back to what is the red herring about yesterday? What is there a need for a red herring about yesterday?
Anyway, let me just keep talking.
The information you put
both of you stop, right? Stop. Eli and Brian, stop. Stop. Eli and Brian, hello? Please yield. Right, Eli, you've completely ignored his question, so do you want to go from there?
What was his question?
I haven't finished saying what I was saying.
See what I'm saying? What question?
Brian, well, but I love you, brother, but I know you're upset about something. I can hear that, but why the extra hostility towards Eli right now? I'm not really understanding.
Because I'm defending AI and you don't like AI, and because AI doesn't like him and AI is doing shady stuff.
He's asking. You asked me that, and he's coming in. He's coming in now to PR for himself.
Well, I said the right words.
No,
the truth.
No,
it was faster than what you would have said.
Incorrect. Once again, your information is incorrect. It is AI's issue with me, not the other way around. Right? I didn't start having an issue with him. He's continually had an issue with and does have an issue with me. Now, every time I try to broach, right? Every time I try to broach Witsit, AI is there trying to defend him and speak for him. The same is a continual pattern when I speak about AI. AI is in, right? Every time, right? That, right, causes me problems, Chocolate. Because I can't, it's not even that I'm thinking that Eli is somehow part of a conspiracy. It's that I can't trust that Eli's I can't even trust that Eli's discernment is correct, because he just said two things, just the last piece of information and a different piece of information before that. He relayed this out to the public or whoever is listening to this, and they were incorrect.
So what was incorrect again?
You said that Austin is getting there through his own hard work, and it's not through his own hard work.
Yeah, he
right?
is.
There's extras there as well. No, really.
There are.
Hold on, this is where you started rumpusing last time. Stop. Yeah, it wasn't a question, it was a statement. So the statement put to you, Eli, is that you've put out information about him getting there on his own hard work, and Brian's put it to you that no, he's got there through being told to be there by Alex Stein. That's where we're at.
No, we're not talking about this one show. I said looks, plural.
Yeah. He was promoted by Bob.
Well, don't let him keep talking. I'm clarifying with Nathan, so Nathan can maybe ask a more pointed question.
What are you clarifying with me?
It's not about just Alex
Nathan,
Stein.
why are you getting involved? I don't know why you had to get involved there.
It's not. I need to keep the peace. That's it. I don't want to be involved. That's why I didn't repeat a question because I couldn't remember what it was, and it wasn't. It was a statement. Hello. I've got to keep control. There's a statement made about misinformation being put out there. That's what you're aggrieved with, Brian. So I'm reiterating it. You're saying you're putting out misinformation, Eli. What say you?
I was asked that question by Eli. I was trying to answer it. Eli came in in the middle of it. You stopped the whole proceedings, and then you laid out what I was going to say, which wasn't what I was going to say. It was only a portion of what I was going to. You didn't allow me to answer Eli's question. You keep doing this.
No, I'm just stopping rumpusing.
This is a trend between me and you as well, by the way.
Why do you have such? Can I ask? Why do you have such an issue with the statement that Whitsitt is getting where he's getting by his work? I don't.
Because chocolate, that's not correct.
So let me tell you why it is correct.
Yeah.
Again,
hang on,
like
I'm trying to answer chocolate. I'm trying to answer chocolate.
Jesus, right. Can I may as well go get a coffee. That's how long it's going to take.
But yeah, we'll do that then, because
that's not fair.
No, do what you want.
Step away.
I don't care
step away from each other for a minute.
Yes, very good idea.
No, none of you seem to spot what's happening here. Eli has in two different times in the past 5 minutes. Yeah, I know it was chocolate. I don't need to know. Yeah, I know it was chocolate. I'm going to answer chocolate in a minute. I know the sound of chocolate's voice. Reg, all right? Eli has twice in the past couple of minutes relayed incorrect information. Right? Twice he's relayed incorrect information in the past couple of minutes. Right? And I tried to state what the information was. And I didn't get a chance to when Eli said, what did I do? I didn't get a chance. This is just becoming a big snowball of nonsense. Right?
Go on then, tell us.
Chocolate. Yeah. He stated that Austin got everywhere through his hard work. He didn't. He was promoted by the right people. Now, he did put in work. I'm not taking that work away. I'm not jealous of the work. It's not like that. But when someone states that he got there through his own hard work, that is not correct. He had help from the right people also. Now, good on him if he did. Right? I don't mind that. But I don't want someone telling me that he put in the work and that's why he's there. You didn't put in that kind of work, so you're not there. No, he put in work and he was helped. That's what happened. Okay. Right, concerning that situation.
I understand that.
No, don't cut him off. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Do not cut this man off.
Go ahead, man.
Go on.
You may as well get out number 2 because I'm not going to be able to be heard if you're not completely done with what you're saying.
I can't remember what number 2 was now. I think it was to do with you stating. I think I remember. Yeah, I think it was to do with you stating. Yeah. Now remember. My issues with AI. No, it's AI's issues with me. Right? You're here defending AI when he's the one with the issue. But yes, I'm being told off here. Right? I'm being made to look like I'm the one with the issue when I'm just defending myself. Who's defending me? Nobody. Well, Neil is.
I was getting ready to. That's why I've been trying to pop up for the last 5 minutes because I ain't got to defend you. But Eli, go ahead. You need to respond to that.
All right. I know what it feels like not to be defended when you know you're saying something coherent and it seems like nobody's trying to respond. I know what that's like. I don't want to be the friend that's causing that kind of angst. Let me just address the first thing that you said. You said that I'm giving misinformation. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the summary is I'm saying that Witsit's put in a lot of work and you haven't put in a lot of work. Because that was the sentiment that you picked up from AI yesterday. Am I correct or incorrect about that?
No, what I said concerning what you said, Eli, was that I hadn't put in the same type of work as Witsit. Now, I put in work, but maybe not the same type of work. So that's why I'm not where Witsit is. And I said, no, that's not correct, because Witsit had help. It wasn't just what he did, it was help along the way also. And that was what I was. So when you said it was Witsit put in the work and he got to where he is, that's not true. Because he had help to get to where he is. His work alone didn't produce that. Now I corrected AI on that as well a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Yeah, isn't something like that more subjective?
Wait.
Yes, it is. Man.
Yes, it is subjective because there are a bunch of variables that we can't really. We can't say one way or another. How things have played out. But what I will say is being in the entertainment industry, people get looks when the machine has to acknowledge them. And
What
looking
the bloody
at
hell are you
this from
babbling
a
on about?
totally
Machine?
Yeah, Eli, come on, dude.
What the hell was that?
What do you mean?
We mean, what the hell are you babbling about? In the music industry.
I'm talking about the anti-flat
When you
earthers
ask me a question, don't over fucking talk me. What do I mean?
right.
What do I mean? You have to be hyper specific. Stop waxing philosophical idiotically. Get to the point. Get to each point.
Well, it was a good point. The example is the algorithms in the way of the anti-flat earthers versus us, because that is a part of, it's not my fucking fault that there's a lot of variables as to why Witsit is doing what he's doing and Brian is not. What the fuck do y'all want me to do? Try to unpack it or not?
No swearing.
Please.
Stop swearing for one. Come on, guys.
Get the
Adderall drip unpack it or not?
You too.
Because I mean, I got super calm for Brian, and now here's all this other extra.
Yeah, because we're wasting time.
Well, we already decided to waste time before you stepped in. So if you don't feel like having time wasted, maybe I can stop.
More on you. You can't even focus on the topic.
What's the topic?
He was focusing on the topic, man. Can we let him finish?
Shut up.
I don't understand.
He charged you. These are very simple points. Deal with them. Don't wax philosophical and then ramble on about some nonsense.
What did he charge me with?
Trump or something.
What did he charge me with? No, it wasn't about Trump. What did he charge me with? What? I have data. I have data of suppression of specific channels. What are you talking about? What did he charge me with? That was my question to you.
He gave you a specific charge, right? Deal with that specifically.
Which was?
Oh my God! No shit. You don't know.
Okay, so which one?
Is this the original one where why he keeps on PRing for AI? That one. Is it that charge you're talking about?
No, that wasn't the original charge.
Oh, the one with the Witsit. Yeah. Well, my specific charge. Do you want me to relay it again? QE.
My God. Yeah, for the 8th time, please.
Yeah. Is that you stated, Eli, that Witsit got to where he got to through his own hard work. But that's not true, because he got to where he got to, not just with the work he did, but because he had help from the right people. So it wasn't just hard work on his part when other people were putting in that work. It was that people helped him out.
Okay, that's not hyper specific. Are you talking about getting when you say that, is that an individual, like a situational issue, or the overall general view? Like, are you saying that because he got on Tim Pool, or just generally speaking?
Same thing
Generally
I wanted to
speaking,
know.
I'm speaking about. Generally. He got help from Bob, he's been helped by David Weiss, and he's got help by Alex Stein at least once.
Okay, so at least we ironed that up. Eli, do you understand? He's speaking generally.
Right.
Okay, go.
Okay. So, first of all, I don't know how. I never said that all he got was he was his hard work. That's number one, because you're responding to me like I'm saying that that's all it was. I said there's many variables. I know that's not all it is, but what I'm saying is he goes to different places. He mingles with the people. He gets popular with the people. And the people most times communicate to these big channels that they want him on. It makes it easier for them to choose Witsit in those scenarios over people, over, like, for example, you, Brian, which people aren't talking about because you're not talking to them for them to offer you up in conversation.
Yeah. What you said earlier is different from that.
That's a coherent statement. Thank you.
Yeah,
Well,
finally.
I said that yesterday, and I said that was my point.
Just everyone chill. Brian's got the drift now. Thank you. Great, go.
What do you mean Brian's got the drift?
We can hear a coherent statement for you to respond to.
Yeah. That's not what you said earlier. I was trying to respond a minute ago, Nathan. That's not what you said earlier.
That's what I said to you yesterday. That's why I kept saying we had this conversation yesterday.
What you stated earlier to everyone here is that Witsit got to where he got to through his hard work, the type of work he put in. Now, you weren't saying I didn't put in work, but you were saying he got to where he got to because of the work he put in. I corrected that because that is not true.
I also said we had this conversation. I also said we had this conversation yesterday, to which I said to you the same thing I just said just now.
Hold on, let me tell you why it is true, Brian. Because the type of work he puts in is different than the work you put in. You put your work.
I know that, John, but that's not my point.
You put your hold on. You put your work in information. Witsit puts his work in through relationships. That's why when he gets help from others, it's his work still.
Yeah, I know that, John. I addressed that in what I said. I said that he puts in work different from what I put in. I didn't state that we put in the same type of work. My point was that Eli stated that he got to where he got, and people have said this, right? Or I think AI tried it. Sorry, I don't think I know. AI tried the same thing with me the other night, and I put him straight too. No, he didn't get to where he got to by purely putting in that type of work, right? He got to where he got to because he was helped by people like Bob, right? No doubt. Dave, the big ball Dave, and people like Alex Stein, and I don't know whoever else. The point being is that he has been helped, right? Yes. So it's not just the work he's put in. And I have.
What you mean he has been promoted?
Lots of people put in that kind of work.
No, look, and my point to you, and I said this to you, so I said what I said the first time, then you brought it back like this, and I said, yeah, why do you think someone like Numpty Flat Earth Dave endorsement is important? The only reason Flat Earth Dave or Bob's endorsement is important is because the people are behind their endorsement. Otherwise, it would be dog shit. Did you respond to that yesterday? No, you didn't.
If your work is to build relationships and you get where you are from those relationships, you are there because of the work you did.
Nobody would know who Witsit is if Bob Nodell didn't bring him on the scene. Let's face it.
Fine.
But guess what? But John, you're offering a red herring. No, John, you're offering a red herring, and that's why Neil is correct on that. But you're
it's not a red herring.
No, listen.
It's a fucking fact, dude. If you build relationships,
it's a fact, but it has nothing to do with my point.
If you build relationships and you get where you are because of those relationships, it's because of what you did.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
Why are you saying that's wrong?
I said it was a red herring, not wrong. Didn't I?
How's it red herring then? Go ahead and just lay it out.
Because my point is, even if he did have those relationships, which he does, they would be dog crap if the people weren't behind those endorsements also. Witsit put the legwork to have those people there. It's not about just Bob.
Sounds to me like you're saying the same thing.
It sounds like relationships, plural, like I friggin' said, Eli. You're upset.
Man.
Now you're getting me upset because you're ignoring me and thinking I'm attacking you.
Why are you attacking Eli?
But why everybody upset? Y'all saying the same shit.
But his argument is only including relationships like, Tim, he got on Tim Pool's because this Walsh, whatever this guy, he's talking about that aspect of building a relationship. I'm saying, well,
no, I'm not.
All right, then I'm wrong then. Okay.
Thank you. And the thing is, you were wrong from the beginning, because the reason I asked if I could defend him was this as a thermometer about Brian, because Brian was upset. And you knew Brian was upset, and you told me no, and then you defended him. You have nobody to blame but yourself.
Wait. How are you saying he's wrong when you're both saying the same shit?
No, he's talking about something else. I'm picking up what he's putting down. He tried to warn me, so whatever. It is.
Okay, Eli, you came right in as soon as it was brought up. That's why it seems that way to Brian, that you're defending AI. It's just coincidence that way.
Eli, this has been
he's
an
defending AI. He's definitely doing that.
This has been an ongoing trend I've noticed.
All right. Can I say the problem I see here with the whole the work that Witsit is doing to get where he is, whether that comes with help or it's not. I don't really get that, but to me it just sounds very subjective, right? Somebody can look at what Witsit's done and see that that's work and say, it's a decent amount of work. And then somebody else might say that's hard work, right? It's just subjective. There's no way to say with any absoluteness that it's hard work or not, right? But regardless, he's getting to where he is because of the work that he's doing, right? So to get upset because somebody says it's hard work, I don't. You know what I'm saying?
That wasn't the problem, Chocolate.
But you seem to have a real big issue when somebody says that, and that's what I don't really get.
Because I don't know if you were there or not. Let me give you a little bit of history, a background about it. Is that it was AI tried to form it as if I had issues with where Witsit has gotten to, but the problem is that and AI tried to say that I never put in any work, basically, and Witsit put in loads of work, and he got to where he got to because he put in work, and I can't just expect to leapfrog over all that work to get to where Witsit is. And I corrected him, and I said, no, that's incorrect. For a start, I put in 9 years in the topic, and I put in loads of work in the topic. 1 second, please, Eli. Right. I put loads of work in the topic, right? Why are you coming in, Eli, when I'm speaking about AI?
I said, all right.
I put loads of work. Here we are again. You can't just let it be.
That's why.
No, because I'm about to tell Chocolate how I fixed that problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I pointed out to AI the same thing I pointed out to Eli. No, Witsit has put in work. I don't decry any of that, right? I put in work. Lots of people put in work. But Witsit got to where he got to, not just through the work, it was through promotion from the right people. So it wasn't that he just put in work and got to there and no one else put in that work. People are putting in work just like that all the time, but they're not promoting like Witsit, right? Now, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with Witsit's success. But I do have a problem with someone telling me that Witsit puts in all the work and gets to where he gets to. And if you don't do that kind of work, then you can't expect to be there. It's like, hang on a minute. That's not correct. That is not true. And that's my problem. And it was...
Okay, please stop. Please stop. Don't summarize what other people have said, please, for the love of God.
Okay. So I think that... I'm not summarizing anything.
Not you, Brian. Go ahead, Eli.
Now, I would love to go back and listen to yesterday's show because not only did I not think that's what AI was saying, but even if he did say it that way, he amended it later, and his stance was exactly mine. So he amended it.
No, he changed his position, Eli.
Then why did he say the same thing to me yesterday?
He changed his position, Eli.
I was almost to the end. I was almost to the end. If amendments don't matter, then say that.
No, they do.
You can't change your position, Eli. What happened with him is he was shown to be wrong. He tried to attack me. It was obvious. He was trying to attack me. He was shown to be wrong. I showed him to be wrong. Just a second, Chocolate. I showed him to be wrong. He tried to amend that afterwards. That is trying to add band-aids to things and change history. That's what he was trying to do. Go on, Chocolate. Sorry.
You're talking about the conversation yesterday after killing.
No, it's not yesterday. It was the day before yesterday. It wasn't yesterday. There was a little tiny thing happened yesterday with AOE when I was on QE Live, but it wasn't yesterday. It was the day before that. The night before that.
Okay.
On the after show of it was on Nathan's show and Nathan's after show, and I think some of it might have spilled over. It spilled over as well with Adam and AI into
members only.
His members only thing 2 nights ago.
Okay. I don't know. From what I heard AI say, I got out of it basically what Eli said he got out of it. Right? To me, it didn't sound as an attack to you. Now, that's subjective to me. I don't know if he was attacking you. It didn't sound like that to me.
Did you hear it? Were you there 2 nights ago, Chocolate?
I don't know if it was 2 nights ago. I know I was there yesterday.
Chocolate, you were there. You were there. Yes, you were.
2 nights
You heard
ago.
the
I
same
was
thing
there.
I heard.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
it's recorded anyway.
If that wasn't an attack, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and Adam said it.
Well, y'all miss me say I hope we go over the recording because this is I know what happened. And I'm like, Brian, you know what? I could be wrong, I could be right, but why don't we just go back to the recording so Brian, you can stop feeling like, or you can be vindicated for being attacked. One of not being attacked or being attacked, but
That's not going to happen until December 18th, Eli.
What the hell are you talking about?
I can't wait till December.
Now, can I just get my point out?
What the hell?
Because I've not been able to get my whole point out. Please, because I think this will resolve a lot of the issues.
You want to get your point out, but what Neil did just basically made it not possible to respond to what I said.
Sorry, but it's true. It ain't coming out till the 18th. So how can we listen to it?
No. Deadass? You're not going to release that show until the 18th, Nathan?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Eli.
No, Nathan doesn't care what happens in the meantime. He doesn't care what happens.
Please.
All right.
Give some context to this, because work, the reason people don't like using the term work with energy is it's too ambiguous, right? It's nexus, nebulous. I mean, the thing is, right? Brian puts his hard work into disseminating information to a community, right? That's what Brian does.
Absolutely.
Witsit puts his hard work into building relationships within that community. Networking,
absolutely.
Right. So to compare the two is unfair. Now, if someone made an amendment to that comparison, why did they make the comparison to begin with? That is the question that should be asked.
That's a fair question.
I said it was an amendment to be nice. I can't really remember exactly what AI said. I just feel like he said what I would say. Now, Chocolate said the same thing. That doesn't mean that we're right. That my only answer to that is we need to go fucking watch the tape. There's no point in going back and forth at that point. We've identified where we can get the answer.
Brian, did you say?
Hold on, no, let's just confirm that. Hold on, everyone stop. Hold on. Hello. Absolutely, I think we can all agree it would be in everyone's best interests to go back to yesterday's FED, watch it, maybe leave a comment, subscribe if you haven't already. Good idea. Very good idea.
Are you done,
It's the
Brian?
day-
Let me ask you a question.
Come on.
Brian, did you say if you were at that venue, the same venue which it was in, that you would not give them an opportunity, even if you had to turn over the tables, you would get your point out?
Yes, I will get my point out. And anyone who watches that can see. Now, I've been attacked and been called an interrupter. And it's true, I do interrupt from time to time. I'm not going to lie about that.
I condemn
I'm not gonna say
anybody who
anything about
suggests
that.
such a thing.
Hang on,
Outrageous.
Right. But Neil, I have been, right? But if you watch that, I've only watched 2 hours or whatever it is of that, or whatever we watched on Ballbusters of that debate. Now, there is nothing flat out going on there. They're talking about waffle and nonsense and peacocking. It's a heap of rubbish, right? I would not tolerate that. I would be, hang on a minute, never mind all that. Let's get it down to the brass tacks here. And I don't care what would happen. I don't care if I'd eventually be told, look, this show has to end or you have to stop or mute it. I go, okay, fair enough. Now, I wouldn't be shouting at people.
With that,
I wouldn't be
I'll say a
constantly
huge,
over-talking people. I
enormous
wouldn't be
thank you.
constantly over-talking people. Hang on, Nathan, please. See, this is the thing. Wixit has claimed that I'm an interrupter because of my third interaction with him. But we all listen to that interaction, right? I'm an interrupter when I'm asking him to support his claims. That's when I'm an interrupter. He's calling me an interrupter when I'm asking him to support his claims. I have had 2 interactions before that and there was no interrupting. So I'm an interrupter and AI is on that bandwagon as well, right? And other people now are on that bandwagon. So I'm a big interrupter. But I don't care. I shoulder into that. I lean right into that.
Right.
Yeah, you put me on that show and have no doubt somebody in that audience is going to hear some kind of flat earth something. We won't be talking about general relativity and ether or whatever other nonsense. We won't be, if we are going into that, it's only to destroy it. Yeah, so that's partly why people like me aren't on that show. Yeah.
Well, you have no right tag, then I can't defend you because I didn't know you said that. Because on those shows, you do have to be somewhat reserved. I'm not saying you're not going to get your points off, but I'm hoping
I'm not
you
saying
won't
to
do it a
shouting
little
at him, Neil.
differently.
I'm not saying to be completely obnoxious, but I'm going to be direct. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, that's very lovely, and let's talk about more about general relativity and this thing. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go, hang on a minute, this is a flat earth debate, and I'm going to address the moderator. That's what the first time, like, this is a flat earth debate. He's made this claim. Now, can I please hold him to this claim? Right? And then I'm going to have astronomy live or whoever. Right? I'm not going to mess around. I'm not going to sit around hoping that someone else gives me that opportunity. Maybe in a while I'll be asked my opinion on something. I'm not going to do that. I will not do that. I'm not here to be nice. No, we're not here to be nice, but I'm not here to be nice. There's a job we're trying to do here.
Can I respond to that, Brian? So ultimately, the reason, and I'll tell you why I defended AI. I feel like he had a point that was aside from that. I don't feel like AI was telling flat earthers, he's doing this and you're not doing the work. I think what AI was saying, I think what AI was saying is that Witsit's gonna be there anyway. Whatever it is, whatever means he got there, he's there. So the best that we can do is not, completely shut that off. At least we can be in those comment sections correcting things. At least we can correct Witsit. That's the least we can do. That's kind of what I picked up from what AI was saying.
Comments.
No. That's not what AI said to me. That's how AI tried to spin it afterwards, Eli. This is the problem. AI started out attacking me, said that Witsit's done all this hard work, and basically he intimated that I had done basically nothing, and that I was expecting to leapfrog all of Witsit's hard work and be where Witsit is. And I corrected him on that. Just give me a second.
Is that what but hold on, Brian. Is that what you're saying that he said to you?
That was in response to what Brian said.
I'm trying to answer, Eli. I can only answer one thing at a time. Right?
What you're saying is a response to what?
I corrected I corrected AI on that, and I pointed out that what he just said was completely incorrect. I went through all the reasons why it was incorrect. And when he was absolutely shown to be incorrect and to have just straight up, and Adam even said it couldn't be more obvious, the attack on me, right?
Yeah, and
Hang on 1 second. He then tried to rewrite history, and he's always doing it. And you're here now saying, I feel that it was this, and I kind of believe it was that. Feelings and beliefs about the situation are not what he said. He's trying to he tries to rewrite history afterwards. He tries to be a nice guy after it's been a nasty MFR.
And that's why I want to go back and review. And that's why I want to go back and review the clip, because from what I can remember, and my memory is not perfect, everybody knows, I can hear the QE rolling his eyes in the back of his head right now. But what I heard was his response to your vague questions of why is Witsit getting these looks and I'm not getting these looks.
I didn't make it
because I can answer that.
Don't interrupt the point. It took me forever to get here, and it's like every time I get here, there's like severe opposition.
You're stating that he responded to something I said, Eli.
Severe opposition, because I'm trying to correct something that happened, and I'm like, well, if I'm wrong, then the only remedy, is to watch the tape, because you think the conversation happened one way. I know that the amendment came next, but what you thought he was saying, I don't think he was saying. But you continued on that day as if he said what you thought he said.
No, I didn't think he said anything. I know what he said because he said it to me, and he wasn't responding to me. I was asked something, I gave an answer, right, or something like that, or was brought into the conversation somehow. But what you just said is that I was complaining about Witsit and he came in and had a go at me. No, that's not what happened. He just had a go at me. He just attacked me. It was
There's no way. There's no way that you all can be still having this argument if you listen to a damn word I said. There's no way.
No, John, I understand what you said, but
what did you say? Just remind us, John. Hold on, Brian. What did you say, John? Remind us.
Right. When AI said that, we need to find out. We just need to ask him one question because of the nebulous nature of the term work. The two different types of work we are discussing is one, the information dissemination that Brian does on the regular, right? And Brian does as much hard work as anybody in that respect. But there's the nebulous nature of work means that Witsit is actively involved in having relationships. Relationships are what you get, how you get into the places he's at.
Yeah, that
Brian is Irish. Well, if that's cleared up, then there's only one question to ask. What did AI mean if he...
He already cleared that up.
I cleared the
Brian doesn't.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you. Why? He's nearly there. He's nearly finished. Why? Just making his conclusion. You're right at the crescendo of his statement, and you've decided, nah, we've already dealt with it. Oh, thanks. That's so useful at the end of his crescendo. Try again, John.
Right. Okay. Now, right. So the only question needs to be asked, and like Eli said, it's already been asked and it's been amended. Witsit builds relationships with people to advance his popularity. That's what he does. Brian, you don't do that.
Yeah,
that's all this is about.
No, but it's not John.
Fair, it's not fair to you. It's not fair to you for the context in which it was given and the way it was put out is to say that you don't do anything.
No,
and that's why you're upset.
That right there, no, because that's my whole contention right there. That conclusion, John, is my contention. Assuming that it was put out by AI the way it was, given all that you said. I don't think it was put out that way.
It was. You just admitted it. There was an amendment made later when it was
Now, I
challenged.
said I'm calling it amendment. You're not hearing my words. I'm saying I'm calling it an amendment. And I said, forgive my bad memory, but I feel like it kind of didn't go the way that Brian is laying it out. Because, okay, he said that, no, he wasn't saying I'm doing this or I'm doing that. I'm not saying you just started saying that. Somebody asked you a question, and the answer was,
oh my God,
that
Eli.
you've been out here.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
When you start diluting this down to, and then he said that I didn't say that he said that, and we've got the idea that when we say that, you've gone into
I'll get clear.
nothing you're saying has any use, because it's not. It's not specific. You're not talking about individuals. You're not naming who you're talking about. You're using these general terms, and it goes on and on and on.
Yeah, but see, this is the problem, Eli. I was trying to answer John there, when he addressed me concerning what AI did, and you came in to try and defend AI again.
No, I want to go to the tape to get the answer. It's not a defense. It's did it happen or didn't it happen?
Well, leave me address John.
Eli came in at the middle, so
leave me address John.
Like
John,
Eli was really there.
The way it was put to me, it was implied that I had basically been doing nothing for years, and Richard had done loads of things,
Now he's saying
and that's why he is where he is. Hang on, I'm speaking to John. I'm speaking to John.
You guys aren't keeping up. I thought it was what he said.
I'm speaking to John. Leave me address John, please. Why are you stopping me addressing John?
Okay, John, go ahead.
With AI.
Okay, hello. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. So it was implied that that was the situation, that I hadn't put in the work. I basically was doing nothing, and Richard had done everything. And how did I expect to leapfrog over all that hard work to get to where Richard was? I corrected him on his incorrectness, right? And I showed the audience listening how wrong he was. Now, surely some people out there, because Adam noticed it, Neil noticed it, that it was a straight-out attack on me, and it was kind of out of the blue, right? I showed the audience how wrong he was, and afterwards, he tried to... Please, Eli. Afterwards, why are you... Mute. Stop. You're not on mute. You're coming off of mute.
I was on mute.
It was someone in Discord. I've sorted it.
Okay. So, straight after that, when he was shown to be wrong, John, he started trying to rewrite history and recontextualize things and amend things. Right? Why do you feel the need to do that? Because he just was wrong. He was shown to be wrong. And instead of admitting that he was wrong, right? Now, we don't know why he decided to do it. I can't remember exactly what drove him to do it, but he was shown to be wrong. And
Brian,
then he started trying to rewrite history.
To play devil's advocate, Brian.
No chocolate. Wait a minute. No. I just want to point out.
I've been trying to get to a...
Because I just want to point out.
Argument is becoming ridiculous.
I want to point out that we went from what AI said to it was implied. You can say whatever the fuck you want now.
Hey, stop swearing, please. Go ahead, chocolate.
Well, no,
hold on,
because
hold on,
it's
John.
context.
Hold on, John. Hold on. Go ahead, chocolate.
I don't even know where I want to go with this right now, because this is crazy, right? Because I agree completely with what John just said, right? And I feel like I don't know if AI, and he's not here, right? He's not in Discord, obviously, right? He hasn't piped up.
Not at the moment.
All right, which sucks, because we're having this whole conversation and this guy's not even here right now. So to me, that just sucks off base, right? Now, Brian, I heard what Eli heard coming from AI yesterday, right? I don't know what happened 2 days ago, right? It might have been sort of an attack. I don't know if he was trying to say in a way to attack you. I don't personally think that he did, hearing what I heard yesterday. Now, you're saying you keep saying he's trying to rewrite history. Maybe what he's doing is he heard that how you took it, and of course, this is whether he didn't attack you, right? So he heard how you took it, and maybe he's trying to correct himself and say it in a way that it comes off so that we hear it like I hear it the way Eli heard it, where he's not trying to attack you. He's just saying that, to me, it almost sounds like a category error, right? You and Whitsett are two different people. You have both put in two different types of work, right? There's nobody who's going to say that you haven't put in the work, Brian, right? If anybody does, they're full of shit, right? But Witsit has a different type of work that he puts in.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, which he puts in work that benefits him and not the subject.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, let me ask you a question, Chocolate. What was my contention with AI besides the person attack? What was my contention with his information, with what he said?
Right.
It just sounded like you took it personally, like he was saying that you haven't put in any work. And I have not heard AI say that about you.
He did say that.
No. Yeah.
He did not haven't put in. Neil,
this is the thing. This is the thing.
Neil, you gotta stop jumping in like that, man.
No, I'm glad he did.
But I was there. He did say that, Chocolate.
Yeah.
No, you imply.
Hang on.
You
Leave me.
he implied that
Chocolate.
based on what he
second.
said. That's not what he
said.
said.
Let me address Chocolate. Chocolate.
Yes.
What you just relayed there. Now, I'm not attacking you on this, but what you just relayed there is only maybe 50% of it. The other side of it was not just that Witsit had put in work and that he implied that I hadn't, and that I was just trying to leapfrog over all of Witsit's work to get to where Witsit was. It was the fact that he left out the fact that Witsit was promoted by the right people to get to where he is. It's not just his work. So not only was it an attack on me that was incorrect, it was also incorrect information.
Right, and I get that, but that falls to me. That falls in the same category of the type of work that he puts in. So that's going to come with a little bit more networking and help.
I don't have an issue with that.
Let me ask Chocolate
networking is part of the work in the entertainment business.
Hold on.
Yes, I know.
In any business.
Hold on. Let me ask Chocolate a question. Chocolate, wasn't AI's response that response coming in during a conversation about why we were questioning why AI is on this particular show, like when it could have been one of us?
Yes.
Wasn't
perfect?
It was,
perfect.
right?
Perfect. Yes. Now just put it into context, and you're there, Eli,
okay,
and you'll see why Brian's upset.
The context is you can't leapfrog over the relationships that Witsit has built, which he did say, and be there on that show. You got to do what he did.
You missed
that
it.
Is what
was?
And I asked Chocolate.
That's not the context.
Was that not the sentiment in the context that AI gave, or am I tripping?
No, because it was in response to something Brian said. What did Brian say for him to say that? That's the fucking context, not something you make up. What did Brian say to make AI say what he said? That's the context. Now give it, please.
I did. The context was that Brian was answering a question about, we were talking about the Tim Pool show and him getting on it or us getting on it or why we're not on it. That was the context. And Brian was answering for that. And he was saying that he had put in work and he had been on YouTube for, X amount of years. That's the context.
No, I don't remember the exact way I was brought in. I remember at the time I was only listening into the conversation because I was in my friend's car with my friend. So I was only listening in with an earphone in one ear, and I was brought in by being asked something. Could have been Nathan asked me something, or I don't know. But I wasn't actually. I wasn't in a position where I was part of this big conversation saying, with it, there's all these things and I don't have all these things. No, there was none of that.
Nobody's saying that. We're not at that point of the conversation. We're not saying that.
Can I just take this conversation in a slightly different direction? So, whether or not networking gets you success or not versus knowledge or talent, if you're going to compare it to the entertainment industry, right? Both are true. But in the long run, you need both. What do I mean by that? Well, back in the mid-2000s, there was a singer-songwriter called Kate Nash. She got in front of all the right people, and made all the right noises, and did all the right networking, and managed to produce an album, and it had one good song on it. Now, you fast forward 10 or 15 years, and she's on OnlyFans. Why? Because she wasn't very talented. It didn't matter that she did all the right networking. It didn't matter that she got in all the right places. It didn't matter that her face was pretty and on all the right posters. She lacked the ongoing, in our case knowledge, in her case talent, to stay where her networking got her. Now with Witsit, this is a tale as old as time. This is the same thing. If you manage to network your way and bullshit your way into an arena, it only takes one person that's there to call out pretender clowns, as opposed to a whole room of pretender clowns as he found himself in. The moment he finds himself in someone who's actually done the work and has the knowledge, he'll have his arse ripped through his throat, won't he? Now, it doesn't take very long for pretender clowns to expose themselves. Believe me, Witsit's a pretender clown, and it won't take long for him out on the circuit with a bigger spotlight on his idiocy when it's highlighted. That's all that'll happen. I absolutely guarantee it. Why? Because he's talentless. Now, he's not talented. It's not the same comparison, but that's what we're using with the entertainment industry. He doesn't have the knowledge to back his bullshit. That'll trip him up eventually, I absolutely assure you.
Agreed.
For now, you can get by in rooms that are also pretender clowns. They're all hiding behind a mask of knowing what they're talking about on the show that we went on, weren't they? Which one of them was the actual knowledgeable one? Was it St. Janice? Was it the host? Was it Alex? No. They were all doing the same thing, weren't they? Blind leading the blind.
All of them. Yeah. They were all trying to pretend they knew what they were talking about.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So when that happens, generally the agenda for the pretender clown is make myself look better. Well, what do you know? Witsit, through his silver tongue and connections, has made his way into arenas with other numpty dipshits trying to make themselves sound like they know what they're talking about. Okay? Yeah, like I say, it doesn't take but one person that actually knows what they're talking about to catch Witsit out very quickly and make him look stupid. And that'll happen. Now, at the moment, he's riding the crest of, hey, wherever I go, there's other numpties like me pretending to be something they're not. And no one catches me. Because they're all too worried about their own getting caught being a numpty pretender clown. Everyone in that room was worried that they'd be exposed for being a numpty pretender clown. The very essence of Witsit's presence was because Alex didn't want to be caught out as a pretender clown. That's why Witsit was there. There's a whole room full of idiots. Now, Brian...
next.
I'm not quite done. Brian, and basically anybody in this panel, Eli included, although I do question it from time to time, he is a bit of an AI spokesperson, so that is a mark against his good credibility. Nevertheless, pretty much everyone, maybe with the exception of Eli, would go in front of almost any expert and not get made a fool of, and would put a good argument out there. Now, don't get me wrong, if it's because Witsit's better at making connections than we are, if you want to compare it to us versus him in terms of who's getting their way up the entertainment greasy pole, then I would, as I said, I don't know if I've made it to air or not, but if it push came to shove, I probably would have turned down that sort of endeavour. Because you identify the pretender clowns that are going to be interviewing you, and you know you're not going to get a fair crack. If the moderator doesn't understand what to moderate, how can he be fair? So this is what you'd assess, or what I have assessed many times in the past, and Witsit has gone, no, 1 million subscribers, I can take it up the arse and affirm some heliocentric nonsense. I can relinquish some of the beliefs I've punted to the people on my route to popularity. Doesn't matter that I've bullshitted them and are contradicting it now. I'm in front of 1 million people! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Yeah, that won't last long. Very quickly, people become disdainful to people like that. You know, surface, what's the word? Skin deep pretender clowns. People tire of them quickly. We have, because we're looking closer. Everyone else, they're soon to follow, because they'll do something, he'll get exposed by somebody, he'll be humiliated, he'll contradict something that he's told them, and they'll take affront to it. It doesn't take long, I assure you. So we're in a tizzy about him for now.
So wait a second. So that's why he won't bring somebody like Brian and you in with him, because he'll be exposed, not because he'll ruin his good reputation when people interrupt.
Absolutely correct. Yes, Neil. Hold on, let's just give Neil props. Yes, that's right. When we put through, let's put it this way. Did Nick from Phuket Word have us brush over things that we didn't approve of? Or did we hold a light on them the same as we would anyone else? We held the light on Nick. Right. So why would David Weiss see it in his best interests to be stood alongside somebody that might turn to him, even though we're on the same side, and say, "You what? That's shite, David. Why would you say that?" And turn on him when he's talking shit. Yeah, we would. Well, that would expose him, like this room of pretender clowns. That's the main discussion point here tonight, and what AI said about Witsit in defence of his stupidity. No, don't. You know, step back, look at it. Okay, it's got 1 million subscribers. Who gives a shit? It's a room full of idiots that none of us subscribe to, or we don't subscribe to it because they're idiots, self-demonstrated. So why would you want to get involved with them? Now, the right people will you'll naturally mingle them with them. If they're to be mingled with, you'll see a benefit and you'll increase your associations with them and increase your strength of connection with them as and when it's appropriate. Now, if you're just given these on a plate and you just gobble them down, that might not do you a good service. I remember being fed things from Mark Sargent. This is no decry to him, but I assessed them on their merits and most of them got turned down because most of the time people want us to look stupid. Now, in this case, Witsit's gone, I don't mind looking a bit stupid and bending the knee to a bit of globe shit, even if it pisses in the face of the people I lied to about Ether, because it'll get me on my way. Good for me, right? I'm out there and I've got a banner that says Flat Earther. I'm waving it a little bit. Can't you all be grateful? Or AI's take, can't we all mop up after him? No, I don't give a shit. My journey's not his journey. The stupid nonsense that he's purveying, we know is stupid nonsense. At the point we identify him as a pretender clown, it's not that we shouldn't be in his face telling him what he should do. If he comes here, I'll reactively tell him he's an idiot if we identify idiocy. And we're looking at it, like reviewing it because it's what we do on the show. But beyond that, it's like, I don't care what Witsit does. His journey's his journey. Now, am I slightly offended that he waves a banner of Flat Earth as he does it? Yeah, a little bit. But not really. What am I worried about? Him defending the mound, the poo mound that's been turned into a little poo castle called Flat Earth. Oh no, he waves that flag and I'm one of them. Yeah, I kind of don't like being it most of the time out in public. So who cares? Yeah, we'll let him wave the Flat Earth flag and look like a numpty. I won't when I talk about Flat Earth. And with time, hopefully that'll be recognised. If it doesn't, then so be it. That's just life. Can't be bitter about it. Can't compare his quote-unquote hard work when it's just self-promotion.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, isn't the goal is for that flag to reach people that will be open to it, right? Like, regardless of who the messenger is, right? And that's the problem, right? Because we have all these problems with Witsit, and it's like, you know, this personal beef or whatever. But at the same time, he is waving the flag that we supposed to be waving, right? So I think that, and it sucks because if what you say is true, and it's just going to falter after a while because he doesn't have the skill to maintain it, and it's just that networking skill that he's got. Well, that's unfortunate. You know, as much as we got beef with the guy, that's unfortunate because this flag does need to be waved, and different personalities, you know, aren't going to require all of us to be doing the same thing that he's doing, right? I can never be that guy. I'm not that dude that's going to be on Timcast. That's not me. That's not my personality. I don't have that patience to do that. And
so we got a double speaking lion, sir, rat waving the flag. Yes.
Yeah, I that's what I'm saying. That's one of the problems, right? Like, it sucks. But I don't know.
Yeah. So let's go back since we're off the discussion topic. Sorry, I had to step out for a few. Let's go back. What has Witsit done for the Flat Earth? When did he arrive?
Roads? Did he make the roads?
Roads?
Yeah.
No. No. When did he arrive?
2019, I think.
Let's take a look back. 2019, really?
I think it was 2019. Yeah, I think 2019, 2020, I think.
It was right around COVID time or after.
So 2019, somewhere around there.
Maybe
and
slightly after.
he was put forward on where? Globebusters, right?
Globebusters.
Yes.
Right.
Now, so what has he done? What
Nothing that I know of.
What has he brought to Flat Earth? Anyone?
I don't know of anything.
If it's not curved, it's flat. That's one thing he brought. Now, he wasn't out here in the trenches from 2016, 2017, 2018. I never saw him. The only time I ever saw him was pop up on Globe Dumpsters, right? And Bob had a hard-on for him. Then all of a sudden, late 2018 or something like that, Discord took off. 24/7 took off. So all of a sudden, he started busting in there, right? And he sat there and he listened to the arguments over and over and over and over again. Then he sort of branched out on his own a little bit, went over to Gem Pandas, and I guess since he thought that he could outwit Gem Panda, who's an abject retard, and all the retards over there, he started getting this big head like he's the master debater. Then he goes on Modern Day Debates, which isn't a debating platform to begin with, because if you listen to Witsit real closely, sometimes when everyone's over talking him, he'll talk about his debating prowess, right? Number one, it's not a debating platform. Number two, your debating prowess against who? T-Jump? I think you're lowballing a little bit here, okay, there, Sunshine. So he Jedi mind tricks the public into thinking he's, in his IQ, he's like this world-class debater, shows up on Modern Day Debate have discussions with abject retards that incoherent second graders would laugh at. Now he's this debating god. And then all of a sudden, he's in the Globe Dumpster's back pocket, right? Mr. Charisma. And what happens is Bob dies. Now, we're skipping a few parts here and there, but not much. Bob dies. What does he do? Siphons all the friggin' subscribers off of Globe Dumpsters. And now he's all that in a bag of chips. You'll hear him when he talks. How many views have you got? How about it? How many subscribers? You didn't earn those subscribers. You lying, double-speaking piece of shit, sore rat. You siphoned them off. You sucked off Globe Dumpster's teeth, right? You are a pretender clown fraud, sir.
Yeah.
Nope, people consider that work.
That in toto?
Yeah, that's exactly what's going. That's exactly. That is exactly it.
Well, people are saying that's work.
We're jealous of all his work that he put in, and we're putting him down because we're jealous of all his work. Sorry, Neil, just a second. We're jealous of all his work, and we're putting him down. And especially, I'm jealous that I'm not where he is, and that we're all jealous of this great guy. When I know where he is and why he's there, and how he got there, and more importantly, I know what he is, and that's what I have a problem with.
Well, the whole thing is when he said that he was the flat earth representative, whether we like it or not, and he's the best debater, that bothers me because he doesn't represent me.
We all know that. So did I miss anything? What has he put forth to the flat earth community? I hate to say
the ether.
That's it. What else?
Well, what is ether?
No,
dielectric acceleration.
Dielectric acceleration. Was that Bob's first?
Yep.
Well, they were both Bob's, but in some ways, but he's obviously on the same train, and he promoted them alongside Bob and now after Bob.
Or were they just parroting the double-speaking? Oh, I'm sorry, Tattoo Jabba the Hutt.
And Wheeler,
well,
yep.
Maybe, but the dielectric acceleration is not Ken Wheeler. That started out with Bob.
You sure about that?
Yeah, because when Ken Wheeler came over to talk to Bob and them, Bob put it to him. What do you think about this? And Bob, this is an idea I have. Bob was saying, and it was Bob's basically dielectric acceleration is Bob's. They originated with Bob. Yeah.
All right, back to the topic. What has Witsit done?
Nothing. I thought that summary you gave was perfect.
Yeah, and 24/7. All I heard every now and again, it'd pipe up in the early days. If it's not curved, it's what then? That's what that chocolate here.
Yeah.
Chocolate. You want to back that up?
Yeah, I've heard that.
You remember that? Because you were in there all those days when he sat there and listened to us tear ball tarts. Now, he got a sort of an acumen after that, right? Thought he's clever and could defeat ball tarts after he listened to us destroy them. Yeah? Yes?
Yep.
Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
There you go. So what else has he done? What are his flat Earth proofs?
He's
Microwave?
provided us with a lesson for those who are going to go rogue in the future.
What else?
And then there was the falsification is independent of replacement.
Falsification is independent of replacement and specificity. Yeah, those are all good things. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
The only thing.
Yep.
Sorry, Chocolate. The only thing I know of, and I think it's actually Gerrans originally, is the Mount Canago thing, where the sun sets behind Mount Canago, or appears to set behind Mount Canago at the same day twice a year, or the same time. Sorry, twice a year.
Okay.
Or at the same time twice. Not the exact,
we got
you know
it.
what I mean?
So
Yeah. I'm not saying it right. Yeah.
So Canago. What else?
I think it was Gerrans.
No. It didn't come from them. It came from Indio and what's the other guy's name?
But it's not Witsits, though. It's not Witsits is the point.
It's not.
So
what's the other admin from 24/7 that hasn't been around for a long time?
So Canago came from Indio. Yes?
Indio and do you know the other guy that I'm referring to? The one admin, because there's only like 3 of them. The admin. Indio, there's that other meme, there you go, Memeless. That's where it comes from.
Oh, Meme did that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You sure about that?
I remember Indio and me talking about that.
Yeah. Okay. Long before Witsit came along.
Yeah. When I first, they were already talking about it when I got into 24/7.
Okay. Well, that's a -1.
He's dropping points.
Yeah. So what else?
Speculative.
I don't know of anything.
Did he claim that? Are we asserting that's one of his things? Or?
I don't know. We're just trying to. I don't know. I don't think so.
I know what else he did. I got something else he did. I got something else he did.
I got something else. I got something else he did. Okay, go ahead.
He made a rap song.
Great, thanks.
So, let me lay it out, QE. Right. From memory, he has actually not produced any, right, or there's no flat out proof that originated with it. What he has done is promote ether and dielectric acceleration. That's what he has done. And he has not produced any original flat out proof. And any of the proofs he does bring up, he doesn't bring them up much, and they're always from somewhere else. So I don't know of anything that he's done.
He uses specular refraction on his debate.
Oh, that was way before him, Sunshine.
Yeah, way before him.
The part that bothers me is that, like QE said, like back in the day, like I've heard him just argue flat Earth. No ether, no dielectric shit. Just destroy ballers with flat Earth and the evidence of which. And now it's like he turned into a promoter of this ether shit. Like if there was some way he could just separate the two. And I don't know if maybe that's what he was doing when, like you guys said, he came in to try to like get tips from you guys or something to find out what to argue? One of you guys said something
Came in
like
as a
that.
conspirator, man. Let's keep it real.
I don't even know. Like,
No,
put me
you.
on.
The only reason I can bring this up is because you're the only one I can bring it up and be coherent with, because you're the only one that was really there with me in the beginning. He was a conspirator.
No, he's talking about when he came in the other day for some test.
Neil.
Everyone's talking about flat Earth, and he pops in. Hey guys, did you hear about the 5G? Hey guys, did you hear about A9? Hey guys, did you forget about
once
that?
in a while, yes.
No, it was no.
Yes.
That's all he did when he popped up, and then he integrated himself into us saying, "Well, we're talking about flat Earth."
Right. Okay.
What were you talking about the other day when he came in Discord asking for tips, Chocolate? Before he goes on that show?
I don't know. Somebody in Discord mentioned something like that.
Yeah, Reg.
Reg said that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to find a way to separate it. As far as just playing devil's advocate for him for a second. But I don't know. He should be able to do that. And this whole thing that he did with Tim Cast and talking about ether with this Robert guy, it's just annoying a little bit,
Well, I just wanted to lay it down. I just wanted to lay it down for the record what we're dealing with here, so everyone understands. Like I said, let's go back, let's go through it, and let's see where everything stands. Right? Not saying that he has to come up with something original or anything like that. That's not a big issue, right? But I'm just trying to figure out what he's done for flat Earth. The topic. I'm trying to figure. For the life of me, I can't think.
He's done damage to it. That's what he's done. That's all I can see. And
When the Black Swan came out, has he argued that point? I never heard it personally.
Yes, he has. Yes, when the Black Swan did come out, he and Kai. That's another thing that happened. Kai was in 24/7, and they hooked up. And that was great. And then he went on his tour. Right, touring the United States. I guess that's one thing. Yes, he did do that.
Yep.
What did that accomplish, though?
What was he promoting when he was doing it? Is the question.
Hopefully, what it all should accomplish, hopefully it accomplished what it should accomplish at the end of the day is just spread the word. Right? Like that's literally what we're doing here.
By going into astronauts' neighborhoods and yelling at them. Okay.
And as far as getting on a platform like you did the other day, that's a pretty big damn platform. So
yeah, but
the probability of the word being spread is huge, which is why, as much beef as we have with him, I would like him to do well when he goes to places like this.
But he's not going to Chocolate. He's going to do what
did he spread the word,
but,
though? I listened to it. I didn't hear it yet.
I think, look, I think everyone's waiting for Witsit to do something, to do the right thing. He's not going to. That's the point. This is my issue.
I'm not waiting for him to do anything. He's doing what he's doing, right? This is, again, why I don't think there's a comparison between you and Witsit. You guys are two different people. You operate in two different ways, two different personalities, right? Like, I don't see why there's this contention, and it bothers me to hear you pissed off about it like that. So if AI was coming at you like that, I don't really like it, right? I don't think he was, but I could be wrong.
But you'd have to go and listen to it then, Chocolate, because he absolutely 100% was.
All right, so we're back on that topic again.
I was trying to
go. That's kind of what started this whole thing. And that's why you're even talking about what you're talking about, QE.
Yeah, the problem here is this. Let's go on back to Witsit. Everyone is promoting Witsit, right, as being this great guy, and he's doing all this work, when really all he's doing is self-promotion. He hasn't actually added anything positive. He's only added negative to this arena.
To be fair, and in the interest of balance, Witzer is a great guy, and he has done a lot of work.
Yeah. See, there you go. See, this is the problem.
But you know what? You can find me peppered throughout all of FED's previous shows saying, hey, you know what? Whitsitt had his first debate, and honestly, a lot of people are loving it, and that shit sucked. That's been me the whole time, and you guys weren't interested. But I can't be trusted, though.
I trust you.
I don't know what that
Stop
was
it, Eli. Cut it out.
I trust you, Eli.
Well, Eli, I can't trust you. If I can't trust that you will be able to relay the truth correctly, then I can't trust you. It's not whether you're against me or with me. It's about that point I can't trust your discernment. You understand?
Yeah, it means the same thing.
Yeah, but it's a distrust from a different place.
Yeah, but Brian, hold on a second. Eli's always been that way.
The reason that our arguments are out there is because of me and QE and Chocolate, because they've been out there.
What?
And the reason
hold on a second.
Wow.
But you see how you're misunderstanding what I'm saying? And the reason I added QE and Chocolate is because the reason that people can argue our points, whether it be correctly or incorrectly, is because I've taken, to the best of my ability, with my discernment from this show, what we've discussed, and I've had those discussions there. And it's like, you can't trust my discernment? Okay.
Yeah, Globers
That's
usually
cool.
say that's a QE argument, or Eli. They usually do say that.
I can't
They do
trust your
say, "You sound
discernment
like
to
QE."
relay information, right? You relayed information concerning AI incorrectly. You relayed information concerning me earlier incorrectly.
That's to be determined, because we didn't
So
look at the
then,
tape yet.
by that statement, by that logic, then you don't trust my discernment, because again, I said I heard from AI the same thing that Eli did.
No, Chocolate, because this started out, right, with there being an ongoing trend of Eli trying to defend AI. Just like AI defends Witcher all the time. Every time I'm speaking about AI, Eli seems to need to defend him. This is so much an ongoing trend that I said it to someone only recently. So that's the discernment I'm talking about. It's not about your ability to. It's not about your ability. 1 second. It's not about your ability to relay an argument and to show a flat earther how to relay that argument and to be the baller. It's not that. It's that your ability to discern between. Basically, your discernment of people is the problem.
Okay, now check this out. Now, in the same way he says I defend AI, is the same way Adam defends him or he defends Adam. And it's crazy because you're acting like
what has Adam done? What has Adam done for Brian to defend him?
Listen, Neil.
No, but why are you saying Adam? What has Adam done to be on a spotlight where Brian had to defend him?
This is the shit that happens when somebody has a point to make. Come on, bro. So the bottom line is acting like it's nefarious that I'm gonna defend AI every time. Let me tell you right now why that's gonna happen. I have been talking to, debating alongside, and being friends with AI just like you, except with him, technically there's just been more hours in. So I'm going to naturally defend him. That's it. Now, am I right or wrong? That's yet to be determined. We'll look at the tape.
See, that's the problem. There's two camps going on here.
It ain't two camps.
Why
I
are you
just
trying
brought
to
this
separate?
camp over there.
Neil,
I made it
stop
bigger.
instigating
What you
shit,
talking about?
man.
There is.
Sometimes it's just fucking retarded. Sometimes, man.
There's two camps going on here. The other camp doesn't affect QE because QE is QE. But it seems like the other camp The AI camp wants to infiltrate and infect
Now
everybody in
AI has a
Discord.
camp.
Well, first of all, AI and Eli have been fighting off whatever weird forces there are that continuously try to kick QE out, mute QE, block QE, because QE is the way he is. And because QE is a friend, because I can't defend his behavior, I just know that he's right. So I'm like, damn his behavior. Let him do what he's doing. And AI's been on the side of that. So it's like, ain't you? Yo.
I never said AI
Hang
didn't
on, one
defend
second,
QE.
Neil. I
When
just
did I
want to
say
point out
AI
something.
didn't
You
defend
don't even know
QE?
how to connect.
Let me point out something to Eli here.
QE
Eli,
doesn't go into Discord after hours showing Discord, okay?
one second. Eli,
That's
2 minutes
debatable.
ago.
That's debatable.
What? What?
Few minutes
Wait a
ago.
second. Wait a second. Wait a second. What's this behavior you speak of?
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Oh Lord.
What's that? No, I want to know the behavior, and then we'll get to Flatsy next because I'm been brought into this.
It's not about the behavior. Did I and AI not defend you, overlook other infidel moderation, levied against you?
As a matter of fact, AI was the one that banned me from politics server.
There you go.
But that doesn't answer the question, does it?
You're screwed.
All right. Well, answer the question though. Has he ever defended you?
But I also have
don't know.
heard AI defend you also.
Fair enough,
He might have banned you from there for whatever reason that day, but I have heard him defend you too.
Violation of TOS.
Yeah, which is possible. I've been there when QE's been banned numerous times. It's almost funny at this point.
Yeah, but being banned is not because he's
what I'm
showing
saying is
Discord.
behind the scenes. Look, listen, you know, QE, that you've done bannable things, and it's like
QE knows he's off the chain, man. Like, let's just keep it a buck.
When AI pulls that trigger, he doesn't know that behind the scenes AI has to fix that mess.
Bannable, like what? For instance, like what have I done?
Like cursing when people are saying chill out.
Cursing when people are saying chill out.
Yeah, simple stuff like that. Moderators power tripping because they want you to stop cursing, even though they curse themselves.
Cursing,
which makes you curse more.
Why is John acting so freaking coy right now? You know what I'm talking about, Chocolate.
He's playing like he got the halo around his. He's like, "What did I do? Oh, I'm a nice guy."
Wait a second. This is general. This is just general stuff. Just cursing? What, like you dumbass cracker? Stuff like that?
Yeah, because some of the moderators get in their feelings, and they're when you say stuff like that, they get in their emotions, and you're like, but he was being a dumbass cracker. Then they have to mute you and shit, and then you unmute yourself, and so then it becomes a big problem. All of that stuff.
I don't know. I think you've been Jedi mind tricked. I think you've been Jedi mind tricked, like most of these people, right? Have I taken some liberties with my guest? Sure. But I think it's blown a little bit out of proportion. Don't you think? You've been Jedi mind tricked by everyone saying, "Oh, QE."
I think it's blown out of proportion too, because
we ain't known him for like 9 years.
My life sucks because my sentiment is exactly like yours. I don't give a fuck about how you feel about. Is what I'm saying accurate? And that's what I argue for you and all of FED in the background. Even when I'm a moderator and it's like, but he did this technical thing, and I'm like, fuck, he did agree to the rules. You did make me a mod. I did agree to being mod, and it's like, all right, I got to do this thing that makes me look weaselly. I'm gonna have to like mute my friend, right?
Have you muted me?
No,
Better
but I
not.
could have. I'm just saying.
Does AI defend flat Earth debate?
You could have. What is this, like Gomer Pyle?
I don't
General Patton. You got this Gomer Pyle complex, mutant General Patton. Is that what you got?
No, I don't even. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even understand the
You
reference.
don't know who
I'm
Goma
sorry.
Pyle is?
You don't know Goma Powell is?
But to your question, Neil, and I got to keep it real with y'all. I'm not sure I recall him defending FED.
No,
I'll
he
give you.
slanders FED. Does it to my face.
I don't know about FBD. All right, whatever. I don't know.
All right,
I'm not
so
going to
let's get
defend
back
him.
on track. We'll have to get to Flatsy later. So let's get back on track. The main problem that I've heard, like sands through the hourglass. This is the days of our lives. The problem is,
I know you know it. I know you know what that is, Eli. Days of our lives.
Yeah. All right. So AI seems to be a problem here, right? Yes. Yes.
It's a problem that's going to become much bigger.
Yep.
Where's AI at?
Of course, this would be the conversation he's not a part of.
Oh, how could?
Yeah. So AI needs to come in because I've heard a lot of stories. I've known AI for years, just like Eli. I was back in the day with AI, and
So have I.
Yeah, I understand that. So, there's some cross currents here that's not adding up. To me, everything's black and white. So we need to lay this out. He needs to be here, right? So we could solve this and then move on.
Yep.
Yep. Yes. Agreed. Somebody go get AI.
All right, hold on. Let me see if he's around.
All right.
Have y'all got the charges figured out this time?
Yeah, I know the charges.
List the charges.
What is his problem with Brian?
What was that?
It could be just in general. What's the charges? You got to have some charges. You better have your ducks in a row.
The charge is that he attacked Brian in a specific way, either a day or 2 days ago, and he's based on that premise. All of his arguments follow. My only contention is perhaps you read the situation wrong. Let's review the tape.
Yep. Who was there? I think it was when I left. I had to leave, and then it was. I know this has gone on for some time now, but I'm just talking about the most recent event where Nathan, you still here?
Yes.
Yeah, I know you didn't want to say you were still here, but yeah, you're here. Yeah, it was you, Brian, and Adam that you guys went on, and I guess you went back into Discord after I left. Yes? Yes? No?
It was a kind of an after show. It was,
I know.
At members, yeah.
I was there the whole time. It's the 12:18.
Hey, I'm playing bailiff. You guys say you honor when you address QE.
That's exactly right. Way to go, Reg.
QE. There isn't a charge.
Wait a second. Brian just got right in line. So how can you say that he's an interrupter?
Yeah, and I didn't hear your honor.
QE.
I didn't either.
Just me and QE, please. What God? There isn't a charge. There is an issue being created by AI because of his personal, very obvious, and it's not just me saying this, personal issue with me. I don't know I can't define his intentions. I just know that there's an issue with me. And every time I'm talking or bringing up Witsit, or I'm Witsit is there and I'm trying to address him, even if I'm addressing them really calmly, AI is in trying to defend them, PR form, all this nonsense.
Have you ever tried just asking him, like blatantly, like, "Hey, do you have a problem with me?"
Yes, so he admitted it. He admitted it. He admitted it.
What did he say? He
Bet
said,
he was
"Yes, I
there.
have
He
a problem with
admitted
you."
it. Yes, he admitted he had a problem with me. Didn't say why, but he admitted he did have a problem with me. Bet he was there.
What? I still haven't heard the charges. I heard Eli's
I'm not finished.
interpretation of something.
1 second. I was still talking to QE, right? So that's an issue. Now, he has an issue with Adam as well. I don't know what that's about either, but he has an issue with Adam too. But Adam even said it there right now. Adam, right, even with alcohol in him, Adam is very coherent. And Adam even said to me, if you listen to the audio, Adam said to me, it couldn't, Brian, you don't have to bring that up. It couldn't be more obvious, he said to me in the background. Right. So there's something going on there with AI where he feels the need to defend Witsit, especially if I'm addressing Witsit, or he's defending him anyway for whatever reason. But he has an issue with me. Now, last night he was trying to create an issue on QE Live, and you didn't realize it. Now, I ignored what he tried to do. So that, when it comes to a charge, I don't know what to charge him with, other than he just has an issue.
I told you last time.
And I don't know why he continually defends Witsit. I don't know what that's about either. Go on, John.
I told you what the charge was last time. He's an asshole. That's what the charge is going to come down to.
That's across the board. Someone's an asshole, it's across the board. And what he does is he goes from being good cop to bad cop. He's good cop when he needs to recontextualize things or change history, and then first chance he gets, when he's going for the person he's looking for, he's attacking them from behind and he's booting them in the back of the head, and that's how he works. Then he tries to state that he fell into them, and it was just his leg happened to be up at the time, and it was not meant to. It was supposed to be a joke. It was like, this is the rubbish he expects people to believe. He expects people to believe that he's stupid when he needs them to. It's like, I'm sorry, you can't go from, you know what I mean, playing classical music to not being able to put a tune together on a tin whistle. Sorry.
Well, now, if you were going to try to charge him with something, you could try to say that he is a liar when he argues against pitch data for a globe, as if to say that is in some way backing the assertion we're on a globe. You have a chance for liar there. But the best you got so far is asshole.
I don't know why he does that. See, this is the problem. I don't know what I know he has a problem because he's admitted
a different standard right now.
I don't know. You see, I don't know what to challenge him with. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Well, you already have the intention because he's already admitted his intention was to harm you. But did he lie when he was trying to attack you?
I don't know. I don't know what he's at. All I know is that when he attacked me, just the most recent one, which was the other night, like the most recent one was actually last night. He tried to do it behind the scenes, but the night before that, his attack on me was totally personal. And he tried to relay a story that wasn't correct. I don't know why he's doing this nonsense in the background with the pitch data either. Okay. I don't know what that's about.
That's what I wanted to address, the pitch data thing. Okay, so I did try to track down AI. I guess he's busy right now. I don't know. But this pitch data thing is something that most definitely should be cleared up, and AI should be here for that conversation. That should happen.
I know that he tried it with me like twice, and he tried it with QE.
I don't want to argue about it. I'm saying the fix is we should talk about it. I don't want to. You said that to me the first time you said it. That's why I'm saying I want him to be here to address this thing. I don't want to keep going over old things.
Did the pitch data come up the other night?
That's how it started. That's how it started.
No, the pitch data didn't come up the other night, Neil. The other night, Huey's asking. No, but it was brought up to me. It was brought up to me afterwards by a panel member. The issue was brought up to me afterwards by a panel member when it was just the panel.
What happened?
There was no.
What happened the other night? Nathan, you were there. What's your call on what happened the other night? I wasn't there. I can't make a call.
It was a cold and dismal night of October.
Yeah, I figured. You want to stay out of this? Is that what it is? You
Yeah.
wanna stay out
Well,
of this?
he
Yeah.
can't. Apparently, he can't shut up with all his interjections.
He ain't said shit except to try to get a point straight. He ain't try to get involved.
No, as soon as you,
Where's Adam at?
at this,
We need to hear
Adam will
this.
be-
Where's this? Where's this? Was this recorded?
yeah, it was, and Nathan won't give it to us.
Nathan won't give it to us.
Yeah,
Dewey,
it's
it's
all
the
recorded. It
1218
won't give it to
it's going to be labeled as the 1218 files.
Somebody got to break in and steal the tape.
Motion for discovery.
Yeah, withholding evidence. We got something on Nathan there now.
Members only. You just have to become a member or wait till it comes out.
Come on, bro.
So I'm a member, but I can't play it because I'm going to be playing it public. I can't do that. I can't listen.
Go on, Izzy.
He's here, I think. Is that AI?
Hold on. Is that Izzy speaking? Go ahead, Izzy.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was unmuted.
Yeah, no worries. While we're doing it, Hawk Jungle, can you hear us? I had to put you on server mute. Can you put yourself on local mute? Hawk, can you hear me? Hawk Jungle.
Yo, what's up?
Can you just pop yourself on local mute unless you've got something to add?
All right, man.
Cool. Thanks. Can you pop yourself on local mute? Thanks. Can you ignore me entirely and just leave yourself as you are?
I don't have anything to add.
Can you pop yourself on local mute then, please?
How do you do that?
All right.
There's a button at the bottom of the page that's got a picture of a microphone. If you click it, it should turn you on mute.
But I got push to talk.
Well, stop pushing.
Okay.
You guys are addressing me, so I'm just talking.
Yeah, it's just earlier I had to put you on server mute because you were just making a really high-pitched noise. I don't know if you accidentally pushed to talk. Anyway.
Ah, okay.
All right, don't worry. You're not in trouble.
Not yet.
The problem here is that
we already know the problem here. The problem here is you.
I agree. I think it's Brian that's the problem.
Yeah, but
the problem, I think, this is from what I get from looking from the outside with not all available information, but it's a gut call. What AI has an issue with you and Adam is because you're long-winded. You're not concise. Adam's usually concise when he's not been drinking, but when he starts drinking, he's not concise. He has a problem with you continuing to talk. Right? You don't make your points concise. That's what I think that's a major issue.
That is not the sentiment I'm getting from AI. That'd be somebody like saying, "Would you come on?" And you might annoy someone sometimes and not other times. His problem with me is far more undercurrent, far more personal.
I agree. I've got to agree with Brian. There's a lot more to it than him just being long-winded, QE.
Guaranteed there is.
Okay. Okay. Let me add another level of it. On top of the long-windedness, it's like someone can put a point to you, and instead of addressing it, it'll become circular because you're not getting the point. But then you'll restate your position again, very long-windedly.
And generally, your tone doesn't change enough.
I'm getting the point.
It gets very, very boring. There's a whole list of things, QE. I mean, it's not just not being concise.
Because I got a little attack there from me. Let me just get something straight in. I'm always getting the point.
Why is that?
Now, earlier on, I said your discernment of people.
Why is that an attack?
Earlier on, I said your discernment of people was the problem. And you said a minute later that I was saying that you were nefarious. Never said that. You can't relay the truth. That's
What
the
does
problem.
this have to do with what I just said, though?
Because you just tried a little attack on me there.
And then I asked you, how was it an attack?
You said that I'm not getting the point, and then I'll go around in circles and I restate the thing I already stated.
Didn't you just already state that?
That is not what happens.
That happens sometimes. Like, are you saying you're right all the time? I've seen that happen between you and Nathan. I'm just saying what I've experienced, bro. It wasn't an attack.
So do we all agree?
Correct.
We should all go and listen to yesterday's show. Did we all agree on that?
I heard someone.
Not yesterday's show, Nathan. The day before yesterday.
I think we should.
Eli kept saying yesterday because he's smoking weed or something.
See,
that true,
that's
Snoop?
an attack.
That true, Snoop?
Yeah, I normally wouldn't say that kind of thing. But when someone wants to have a little dig at me, I'll have a little
Well,
dig
I
back.
asked you how it was an attack, and mums was the fucking word.
No swearing.
No swearing.
No swearing in court.
No swearing, you bloody pothead.
Oh, God, no, I swear.
Like you're emotionally attached to this argument.
Everybody calm down. Right, I've got a picture up of a fried egg. This is your brain on drugs.
Yeah.
Did you say no swearing, you puckhead? Is that what you said?
No pothead.
I said pothead. Look, we've all got our vices. I'm partial to a bit of crack.
I know you are.
No, the problem, Brian, is they're going to hide behind the
no
fact.
smoking ether. No smoking ether in this courtroom.
Yeah, you've got to relinquish that ether high one day, but it's a very potent substance.
Yeah.
They're going to hide.
Yeah. Ping pong golf ball.
Ping
No,
pong
Neil
golf
ain't
ball.
going on.
Those are the effects.
Now, let's get
They're
back.
going to hide.
Are you walking funny? Have you got a dicky leg?
Over things.
You got a dicky leg? No. It's the old ping pong golf ball.
Yes, Neil.
I got ping pong golf ball. Yeah.
They don't want to hear from me because they know what's going to happen.
You're all spoiling a perfectly good joke.
No kidding. Way to go, Neil and Brian.
Yeah.
It's all about you guys.
It's not all about the truth, boys. It's not always just about the truth. Sometimes we can have fun too.
A couple of years ago, you weren't taking something serious. Me and Neil were trying to tell you to get it serious. You weren't taking it serious.
Oh,
This is the same situation.
Hold on,
The tide's turning.
Am I being told off for not being conspiratorial
Wait
enough?
a minute. You're putting charges on Nathan now.
Yeah, I'm not conspiratorial enough, apparently.
You know who was there in front of them in those years? Me, which nobody was listening to.
In front of who?
In front of whatever years Brian's talking about pointing something out about Witsit. I was there first, but nobody was listening.
That's bullshit.
Nobody was there.
It wasn't at the time. It wasn't Witsit at the time.
See, this is what happens when there's no blow proof. This is where we delve into.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, exactly. You attack me, Chocolate.
I don't know. Brian's pretty contentious most of the time.
when there's glow proof or not.
Yeah, don't make no difference.
See, I'm going to give a prophecy here. This is all going to be turned on Brian, and he's going to be the bad guy.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'll go with
That's
that.
what it's already happened. It's
sometimes
my
you
fault
need a bad
for
guy.
being long-winded.
Tell him, Irish. Sometimes you need a bad guy.
All right, send him back.
So, Brian,
Used to
you
be an
got to say
Irishman.
goodbye to the bad guy.
Perfect bad guys.
I thought I was the
Say
bad guy.
goodnight to that bad boy.
Yeah, that's right. I thought I was the bad guy for all these years because Jedi mind trick. Everyone got Jedi mind trick saying, "Oh, QE, he's a bad guy."
It's part
very
of your.
aggressive.
Hold on, sorry. Are we all under the misapprehension that our bad guy status gets relinquished because Brian's suddenly being called a bad guy?
No, hold on. This is part of QE's story arc. So now he's now a good guy, and now Brian is
In what world?
Yeah.
Hang on.
And it was
Brian's a
Brian the
bad
whole
guy.
time.
There's a balance, so I must be the good guy. How can everyone call me the bad guy if Brian's also? There can only be one bad guy, right, QE?
Yes.
It's Highlander rules. Highlander rules on bad guys. Yeah, y'all gotta like cut each other's head off or something.
Let me clarify.
I have further prophecy on that, Neil.
Let me clarify. When I brought QE up and said, when I said the two camps thing, you never hear QE ripping FED. That's what I meant by that. He's been out there
Well-
too, like you have. I'm not saying you have, Eli, but some people have. Okay?
Yeah, oh God. I'm going to put Eli on trial right now. Eli?
Eli's not the one that needs to be on trial.
All of
Yeah.
this.
I'm not worried. What's up?
What did you say to me when I
Yeah,
asked
because you're
if I
high.
could defend him? Eli, what did you say to me when I asked if I could defend Eli? Or when I could defend AI?
Man, this
no,
is
no.
some good shit, man. That's what he said.
No, no.
That's what I'm about
You
to say
said-
right now.
You
Did I
said
say
no. You did
Yeah.
say no. And you defended him anyway. This
Mhm.
is your fault.
Your fault.
Yeah, I already did that earlier.
Take it all back, Brian.
It could have been reflected that you were arguing with.
See, Brian's not a bad guy. So QE is still the bad guy.
Yeah.
No, Neil's prophecy is going to come true. And I'll add to that, AI will be shown, not shown, but AI will be seen to be the good guy. That's what will happen. Now, it will all go wrong. It will all go horribly wrong.
These are the things that AI really hates about you. This, what you're doing right here, you may not realize.
Couldn't give a damn what AI likes or dislikes. Why are you in defending or even talking
Because
about
we
what
were also
AI
having
likes
a
or doesn't
conversation.
like?
One of the questions was what was his problem?
No. In the interest of balance, this is also the same thing that Witsit said. This is also what Witsit hates, Brian, about you.
Yeah, that's why AI comes in to defend.
No, but look at how Brian thinks that this is an attack when it was asked, what is AI's problem with Brian?
Yeah,
I was
that's
just
ask
answering
him
the
that.
question.
Now, he'll
No,
give you all kinds of answers.
Yeah, he
But they won't be
did,
the
and that's
truth.
one of the things. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Yeah, he
no.
did say that. That is one of the things, Brian.
Yeah, listen.
That you constantly
One of the
accuse
many
him
things.
that you constantly accuse him of a conspiracy against you or something like that. Look, I said that you guys got to stop butting heads and somehow come to an agreement, meaning you, Adam, and AI, because it's always
won't
going
happen.
on.
It won't happen. AI has an ulterior agenda.
Exactly.
Right? He has an ulterior motive. I don't know what's going on with him. As soon as I saw talking about AI needs to come in and defend him.
He's like a pit bull on a gazelle. It's not going to
Where
happen
this is
because
going to go in the future, I'm not going to say it, but I have a feeling where it's going to go, and it's not going to be somewhere good. Now, you don't listen to me when I speak. My discernment of people is exceptional.
Oh, shit.
No swearing.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that statement also is subjective, right?
Yeah, he confirmed his bias.
You attack.
So that's all that happened.
I don't know. I've known you for a while, though Eli for a while. I don't think that Eli's discernment is a problem. I just feel like he can only come at it from his own perspective. And again, I have to say this because again, what I heard, I agree with Eli. You know what I'm saying? Like now, again, there's the tape that we got to go back to.
Black. Because you're both black. That's why
it has nothing to do with it, QE.
Chocolate's black.
You smoking the weed too, chocolate?
Yeah, I'm smoking the tweeds. The tweeds.
Okay. Y'all don't smoke.
All right, hold on.
Flatsy would like to say something.
We don't all smoke the
Wait for the
ether.
lady.
He's got a question. Hold on now. I don't mind the Chiba.
Flatsy's got a,
Go ahead,
Flatsy's got a question.
Flatsy.
Go ahead, Flatsy. What's your question? The chocolate is black, if I can answer that right now.
Okay,
Are you
thanks.
sober?
I needed that cleared up so much.
Yes.
Now, here is one thing that I think is a problem in Flat Earth as a whole. People wanting to call out shills, this, that, and whatnot, when you really know for a fact that you can't prove that somebody is, quote unquote, a shill, meaning that they have.
Mama being loud.
Sorry. when you don't have all of that information, like when they went behind and they got together with people and they all conspired, and the word chill being tossed around and conspiracies here and there, this is what's going to ruin the conversation, because nobody can actually prove anything like that. So it's best not to accidentally falsely accuse someone. So nobody
Sounds like
should
something a
throw
shill
it.
would say.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Well,
So
I didn't want to
falsely,
jump in, but
I think that it's, I think
Hold
it's
on,
really,
Elijah, let her finish.
I think it's really important because I follow scripture to a T. If I know something, if I don't know something in scripture, I might mess up, so I need to be corrected, of course. But I don't falsely accuse my fellow man out here. And if I think that I might be, I'm sorry, girl, I'll leave. If I have to, if I think that I might be falsely accusing someone, then that would be my fault, not theirs. So I think that the whole throwing around, they've got a conspiracy, they've got they're a shill, that kind of language needs to quit. If somebody's got some problem, if they're a liar, it will come out and you'll have the proof, like we would do with Witsit. We don't have to call him a shill. We can tell you that he's a liar and give you the proof. You know what I'm saying?
I totally agree with you, Flatsy. Right? That's why I don't call people out for being shills. Regardless of Nathan trying to paint me as a conspiracy theorist, I don't call people shills. I've avoided calling people that term from the start of me getting into this topic. I don't do that. But I will point out when there's a pattern happening. I will point that out. And when that pattern involves someone who openly admitted to me that they don't like me, I'll point that out. I can't ignore things either, Flatsy. So I'm not. I can't state why someone is doing it. I'm just saying I can't state why someone is doing what they're doing. I can only point out that they're doing it. Go on.
Yeah, and you can't argue with somebody when somebody feels that way. Like if I continue to say something and I hear somebody coming in and saying something, I'm going to feel the same way Brian feels.
That also sounds like something a shill would say.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you got to understand something about this life. A lot of people are not going to like you. Okay, you can't please everyone. You're going to have people that are not going to like you. But you're saying that this not liking you is impacting the quote unquote meat hook community.
That's true. I mean, I understand you can definitely speak from experience, but in life generally, I find that most people like me, QE.
Yeah, see, these are the times when Nathan gets real silly. I love when he puts these silly one-liners in there when everybody else is going at it. He really keeps the comedy going.
That was 2 lines. You friggin' dopehead.
Whatever.
Those lines weren't for starting.
Oh, no.
It's not just that someone has a problem with me or that it's affecting
it's
things.
a problem that they don't like you. You just stated it.
Yeah, people are, look, there's lots of people who don't like me. I accept that. Right?
Can I say something? I've heard this. I've been listening to you guys talk for a while, and I have heard Brian, I have heard you say that the problem is that he has a problem with you. And you've said that many times, and you made it clear that that is what's wrong here, that he has a personal problem with you. And now you're saying that that's not the problem?
No, I'm not saying, I didn't get to finish, Flatsy. Give me a minute.
Yeah, because you're too long.
I know he has a problem with me. He's admitted to having a problem with me. Why he has that problem, I don't know. But all I do know is that, yeah, but besides that, why does he continually try to defend with it? That I don't get.
See, I don't think
that's a problem with me.
You just answered it. No problem with you.
I must have missed it because I don't remember him ever defending Witsit. Maybe I missed something, but he really doesn't like it when there's an argument, like between 2 interlocutors. This is just from experience. and one side is being misrepresented somehow, and you're not covering the argument on your side with knowledge of their entire position from the opposing side. So if he's ever sounding like he's defending Witsit, I would try to take a step back and see if it's because you've misunderstood something that Witsit has said, and it could still be wrong, but it needs to be attacked the correct way. That
Do
makes
you
sense.
think we've misunderstood anything Witsit said when we go over his videos? Do you really think we've misunderstood anything?
The red herring, man.
What's going on there, Flatsy, is that is how he tries to recontextualize his behavior afterwards.
So you believe.
This is what he does. There is good cop, bad cop. He's the good cop to put himself into a position to be the bad cop. And then when he's shown up to be the bad cop, he tries to become the good cop and rewrite history. This is what that guy does. You can look, I can't convince you of this. You can only learn through experience.
All right.
That's the way it is.
All right. But my response to what I wanted to add on to what Flatsy said, because again, we hang out in places that he hangs out in that you're not. So when we understand that he actually attacks Witsit's fundamental way of thinking, when we hear you say what you're saying, we don't understand it. That's all.
Do that too.
So
No,
then that's like, so then how is he gonna somehow unwittingly support it? I just don't get it.
Because he don't like the way we deal with it. Okay?
But we don't know why he does this, Neil. All I know is that he continually does it. Even the other day, I was calmly trying to ask Witsit a question, and he couldn't help himself but to come in and try and answer for Witsit before Witsit even got to say anything. He just can't help it. The same way you can't help it, Eli, coming in trying to defend AI. I don't know why you do it.
Well,
I heard that too. I heard that it was because of a question that you asked Witsit. What was the question?
Well, I could tell him why I do it, but
it's on the live show from Monday. Monday's live show. You can go back and listen to it. I can't remember the question, but my question was not wrong with my question. You heard there's something wrong with my question, so that's what you heard, Reg. Or there was something wrong with you. So it's vague, general. There was something wrong with something Brian said or did. No, I'm sorry. Right? You're going to have to learn through experience, and unfortunately, you're going to do that. I can't.
Yeah,
I
you can't just
do it. I can't
just go around saying.
I can't. Nathan, just a second. A couple of weeks ago, right, I was trying to point this out. Nobody wanted to know, right? I had a massive argument with AI. Nobody wanted to know. I went quiet for a few weeks. AI, stayed in the background, tried to pretend he was a nice guy, even tried to rewrite history by making comments to me concerning the argument we had, and I ignored him. Then the other night, he starts it again. He can't help himself. But it's only a matter of time. Whatever's going on with that guy, it's only a matter of time. And I hate to say this to you, but you're going to learn the hard way. Just like I said it to you about other people.
Who's going to learn the hard way?
Anyone who doesn't see AI for what he really is right now.
I should have learned the hard way a long time ago because I've known AI for about 6 years now.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the guy, but there's something not correct.
Why? Because he doesn't like you.
It's not just me, and I'm not the
He
only one
doesn't
that
like
said
you.
it.
He doesn't like you or Adam, correct?
Adam's long-winded. That annoys everyone. Even annoys me. But I don't hate Adam because of it. I don't hate Adam. I'm not trying to get Adam and do Adam, QE.
You're short-winded.
It's not the point. That's not the point, is it?
No, it's not a fair standard. We can accuse Adam of that, but definitely not Brian. It's outrageous.
I don't know. I don't care.
Brian's the interrupter.
I'm grand with that. I'm long-winded. That annoys people. Fine. That annoys everyone. But does everyone hate me? Is everyone out to get me? No. But AI is. For some reason. He can Jedi mind trick you all into believing that the reason that he doesn't like me is because I'm long-winded. He can Jedi mind trick you all into that. I'd say the same about Adam. But that's not the reason. That's not what's really going on.
Ultimately, because Brian, listen, everybody has to understand that because Brian is already concluded, whatever he's concluded about AI, everything AI does is going to be looked at through that lens. If we're not going to address that, we just may as well allow Brian to have his piece.
There you go. You defended him again.
What the
Yeah,
hell?
it's my fault again. It's my fault.
Flatsy, I need that ether.
Once again. Once again.
What was wrong? What was wrong?
This is actually Eli's fault. This is all Eli's fault.
Well,
Actually.
you just said the way we view AI now is going to be through a certain lens. No, I don't view AI through one lens.
I didn't say you did, Neil.
It's not what he said.
You
Neil.
said from now on, we all are.
No, I didn't.
No, he didn't.
So what the fuck?
No, what he said, what Eli
he
said
didn't
is
say
that
you, Neil.
What Eli said is that I've made my mind up already about AI, and that if we start viewing AI just through that lens, it's not going to be work as good.
I didn't say we. I didn't say that either.
Well, I don't expect any of ye, right? I don't expect any of ye to fully understand the situation because you're not the one being attacked. But I would say to every one of you to keep an open mind about it, to be 50-50. But I would also state to not try to put cotton wool over something that's obviously a razor blade when it does show itself to be a razor blade. If you do that, then you're ignoring the razor blade.
So, Brian, I agree with you there. That's why I said, you know what? Again, I'll repeat, you've already made your mind up. So when anything happens, you're already assessing all the things that are happening with the mind that you're being wrong. And so I'm saying, if we're not going to address that and either get you to see that he's not being nefarious, and we're just going to keep dealing with these little instances, I'm saying there's no point in doing that. Let you have your piece about it. So I'm agreeing with you, actually. I don't want to keep feeling like I'm attacking you, bro.
And to be fair to Eli, that's what I heard coming from him, Brian.
Yeah, but
because both of y'all are my friends.
Yeah, that's because all three of us is black and we own ether.
I don't like that y'all attacking. Like I don't like this. Whatever this is, it's bothering me.
Don't either. I don't like it either, chocolate.
I see it like it's unnecessary.
Okay, chocolate, pass the ether, man. Have your conversation.
Yeah, come get it, bro. I got that shit.
Got
that good.
See, it's the weed that's making. I'm trying to make peace, man.
That's the weed talking.
It damn sure is, because I'd be a lot sharper, but I'm sure we'd be a lot more upset with me if I wasn't smoking right now.
Goddamn particles.
Like that, yeah. You got your hand raised, Flatsy. You had a little backsliding comment towards Quantum Eraser here before. I'd like to get back to that.
Yeah,
Flatsy, good. I was about to say that we need to get that. But before we do, I think
your mic sucks,
conclusions that are had with assumptions involved is
what you're chopping. Drop back. Come back
up, Flatsy. Chopping up, Flatsy. Get him, Flatsy.
Drop back. Come back in. Flatsy, is anyone out there? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? You?
I'm here.
Came back in.
You? It's the bad guy.
Kiwi was mad. Wait a minute. I'm not the bad guy anymore. What the hell?
Oh, no, it's still QE's fault. Overriding. He let this go up for way too long.
It's his fault in general. Okay.
You know, when you got kids, right? You got kids and they acting rowdy at a restaurant. You know whose fault that is?
The parents.
QE.
That's right. It's QE's fault.
I want to start building conspiracies around myself. Where the hell did I come from? You know what I mean? Like I just showed up.
Yeah, are you a chocolate cone or what?
Your planet been blew up.
You know, there was a little uncomfortable period with us chocolate. You know, it was very brief, but it was an uncomfortable.
Was
period.
there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was.
Everyone felt it. It was homoerotic.
And
that's how you took it.
But
that's a personal problem.
I just took it as I'm the I'm the new person, and we're all skeptical, and we got to I was an umpty, and I'm probably still a little bit of an umpty. But
We're going to get into your history. That's a good point. We should do everyone's history. Let's do that after Flatsy. Go ahead, Flatsy's. Try again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The connection here is it's iffy, so I apologize. I was just going to add, before we get to me and addressing my what I said, I think that it's really, it's not ever a good way to have some sort of conclusion already drawn with assumptions involved. So if you feel that if you can self-reflect and you realize that you have some assumptions with your conclusion, maybe be a bit more open to having that challenged. So.
Oh, that's too general. Point it at the person and give specific examples. Number one. Number two, you had a back end. Okay. You backslid against me. I heard you I just heard a little whisper.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm addressing is this assessment of AI, and the conclusion that's being drawn is being done with assumptions in mind that do not align with some of our experiences with AI. Mine, Eli's, QE's, because I've been listening to AI before I came and started listening to Ballbusters. So I've been around him a lot longer than most of you guys here. Maybe Eli, with an exception, because he's been in 24/7. So, yeah, I would say if you've got some assumptions with your conclusion drawn, maybe be open to that being challenged. That's what we're doing.
Doesn't have any assumptions, but AI's already admitted that he doesn't like Brian. So that's
well.
And I have audio.
It's not just Brian. Hold on, it's not just Brian. It's the whole FED panel. The way we deal with Whitsitt. He told me what he said last night.
And my addition to that is Brian says he doesn't necessarily know why. However, I think we have an answer to that as well, and we did address that also. But Brian still believes that it's something more underlying than that. That he doesn't like
the repeating of what you say. It's just that type of thing.
Okay, so Adam is long-winded. Other people long-winded. I am long-winded at times. Not every time. That's completely unfair. But I am long-winded at times. I admit. Right. Lots of people can be long-winded. Right. Sometimes even refracted could be long-winded. Right. Nathan can be long-winded.
Outrageous.
No, not Nathan. Never that.
Please stop turning. Yeah, hang on. Do I hate other people for being that? Do I have no? AI's issue with me is not that I can be long-winded.
Well, just because you don't.
If he accepts,
just because you don't. Just because, yeah, but you can't speak for AI. We need to hear AI speak. You can't say that. Just because you don't have an issue personally with other people being long-winded doesn't ipso facto mean or justify or de-justify AI's position. You follow that? That doesn't make any sense. So we need to hear from AI. Okay?
I'm not stating why is an issue with me. I didn't state that. Someone else brought that up.
Yeah, we brought it up because it's
not me. I didn't bring it up, and I know, but I'm shooting it down as being a little rubbish. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the problem is, and that's what I'm saying, he'll continue to say that whenever AI says this is the particular problem, or whenever we say this is the particular problem, he'll say, no, according to my reasoning and the things that I've experienced, that's not it, but it's something else. Oh, what is it? I don't know, but the guy has it out for me, and it's some nefarious reason.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah,
because of
it's
that,
more
I'm
than
saying, well, and that may or may not be true. May or may not be true. So when you assess things the way that you do, it's best not for any of us to go, well, that's not the case, because we can't refute it, and it's not like you're trying to say it's definitively happening. So it's best let you speak your piece about it and move on.
Well, he will state to other people when asked that that's why he has a problem with me. But that is not, his actions do not align with those words. You can have a problem with someone for being long-winded. Sometimes I'm much more easy about Adam being long-winded than other nights. Other nights, I find it more frustrating. I certainly do not hate Adam for that.
Yeah, you said that before.
Yeah, and if somebody does hate me for being long-winded, then the issue is not long-windedness. The issue is that person has some other deeper problem.
Do AI hate you?
Hate somebody for that.
He has a problem. He has a problem.
I hate people for being long-winded.
He does
And he
not
has a
like the
problem.
fact
Listen,
that we
he
go
has a
over
problem.
Winston's videos and the
Listen,
way
he
we
has no-
call
to
him a
keep on
lying
point-
sack of crap.
To keep on
That's
point,
it.
he has a problem when Nathan ended and he's like, all right, we beat the dead horse. But Nathan is the owner of the show. He has a problem when Adam does it. That's why he bumps heads with Adam. He has a problem with you doing it. The problem is you have a problem with him having a problem with that, and it's causing y'all to have further problems.
The problem
That's
is
not what it is. Why is nobody listening to me?
No.
He don't like that we're calling Witsit a lying sack of shit.
So Ryan's premise is that he
How's
doesn't
that
do
when he call him a lying sack of
He's
shit?
like, no, you're not paying
Did you
attention.
hear him?
Everybody who is long-winded in 24/7, he's like, all right, dude, get to the point. Jesus Christ. Like, that's who he is.
Yeah, but that is tactics.
Yes.
Yes,
That
I
is
heard him say
tactics
that.
on
Yeah,
this.
he do
Yeah.
that though.
Me.
Yeah, I know he does that.
Okay,
I've been
everyone
there and
stop for a
I've heard him
sec.
do that.
Look. In the interest of balance, Witsit is a massive lying sack of shit.
Well, AI don't like that. AI does not like that we're going over it.
What?
Hang on, look.
Well, AI
Look
called
am
him
I
a
wasting my time
Everybody
here
just
trying to
keep
get a
talking
point
over
across
me.
to you or what?
Well, AI called him a
I'm trying to get a point across to
liar
you.
too.
Yeah, I understand that AI does that. I've listened to AI do. I've been there. I've witnessed it. I witness them doing it all the time. But with me, it's a little bit different. There's hate involved when it comes to me. Right now, there is hate involved. You cannot hate somebody for being long-winded, and I'm not long-winded all the time.
Brother.
Yeah, it's right.
That again. Hold on. Not the whole conversation. Tell us that again.
Because
And
now
it's
I'm the
because
bad
of
guy.
how you
It's my
respond.
fault.
You're the only one that
It's my
responds
fault.
this way. That's why it's happening to you. And it's
It's
like,
my
man,
fault. This is the thing. You're all being Jedi mind tricked into thinking something to do with me. It's my fault. It's my fault. I'm causing AI. I'm causing AI the disturbance. No. You're not gaslighting me into that. If you want to be Jedi mind tricked into that nonsense, have at it.
I said what charges you could bring against him, and he is an asshole. You got that one. Like just that one.
But everyone can bring that charge against him.
Because what?
Yeah,
But
he won
that
that
doesn't
argument.
Well, yeah, right. But the thing is, the charge should be that he is attacking the information because he's an asshole, not because the information's bad. But now, is he lying when he attacks that information because he's an asshole? If he is, that's something else.
Lots of people are assholes, right? But him being an asshole, yeah, anyone could charge him with that, though. That's not personal to me. Do you understand? Now you're taking the focus away from his personal issue with me. This is a personal thing with him. And it's been put back on me that it's my fault. It's my fault that he has a personal issue with me, even though I don't even know the guy and I never did nothing to him.
No,
It's my fault.
sometimes when someone has a personal issue with you, something about your person personally would be the reason. And in that sense, it is your fault. It's how you communicate with him. Yeah, there's nothing wrong in saying that. I'm not saying you're doing something wrong other than viewing it the way you're viewing it.
What?
But I know
I'm not saying you're doing something wrong. I'm not saying you're doing something wrong, Brian, but it is your fault.
It is my fault for doing something wrong. Yeah.
No,
yeah, like a lot of people don't like LeBron James.
No, we're not saying you're doing anything wrong, but it is still your fault, just to be clear.
Yeah, you got an open and shut case, or you could go out on a limb, Brian. I'm saying go with the open and shut case.
But that's not.
Why are you attacking? Don't make it personal.
I don't think you understand
Don't make it personal.
I don't think you understand Brian's position here. Brian, tell him again.
My position is that there's a guy who again. I thought you were being serious, you know.
Brian.
It'll be serious. Have my vote. It'll be serious within 24 months.
No, I mean, this is dangerous because he really, like, I don't want him to feel like, because he already said we're all being Jedi mind tricked. Because of he's already determined that there's an underlying reason, which none of us know, neither does he. And we can't solve that.
Oh, please tell us that again, Eli.
He's saying we can't figure out all the reasons and whys and wherefores that he'd want to hate Brian. There's just too many. We'd be here all day. No one wants to do that.
No, I'm not saying.
We don't have all the parameters.
I'm not even saying that. AI's told him. I've told him.
We don't have all the parameters.
We've all told him, and he said no. It's more than that. And we're like, well, what is the more than? What's the evidence? I don't have the evidence. Okay, so you have a preconceived.
That's why he said we'll be here all day.
No, he didn't say we didn't have evidence. Exactly, we'd be overwhelmed with evidence.
I have a preconceived bias. So I have a preconceived bias.
Unless you know for a fact with evidence that what is the underlying thing he's doing then?
Go on, Kim. Flatsy.
Oh man, no, because that's in the middle of them talking, and I was trying to put the spotlight on me and address what I said.
That's okay. Go ahead anyway. Go ahead anyway.
Just give me a moment. All right, I go after Kim.
Get the QE here in a bit of what Kim said that backhand is like. We also got Adam, who's
Adam's here because we said we'd do the book today. I've just been waiting for Adam to come. I'm going to round out shortly. Hey, Adam.
Hi guys. Don't round out. I'm genuinely knackered, guys.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, you're done? Yeah, don't round out. Thanks for coming on the show yesterday. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Me?
No, both of you.
You're welcome.
I
don't remember coming on.
As shit kicked off, I did send you a text as soon as I realised I wouldn't be making it.
Yeah, 45. I didn't get it until after.
I made it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I thought
it was in the chat.
Why are you thanking me then? You're being facetious.
I didn't listen. I don't look at the chat.
It's an American
I'm talking
thing,
about,
Nathan.
Shut up. I didn't look at the chat. I'm talking about your ass being in the show. You know damn well what I'm talking about. That's okay. It's okay. Thanks a lot, VCs. Appreciate that.
See, Brian, I don't think QE hates me. He tell me to shut up all the time, including everybody else in the VC.
Yeah, well, Reg, if it was as flippant as that, sure. Maybe what the problem, Reg, is that I'm just some crazy person. Maybe that's the problem.
No.
That must be the problem, Reg. We've gotten to the bottom of it now. It's my fault again.
We get told to shut the F up, but not shut the F Brian. Shut the F up, Brian, you effing retard, 15 times in a row. Now, anybody would take that personal.
Well, he apologized for that. I mean, Jesus Christ.
What the hell are you talking about?
He said that did happen, and he did apologize.
That happened.
More than one time.
No. Chocolate thinks I'm a shit stirrer. I'm a peacemaker. I want to make the peace so we can move forward.
Listen to all the beautiful peace you brought. That's wonderful.
Right. Yeah, all of the
Chocolate, you got to clear the shit.
something that was
before
totally wasn't
the
discussed.
roses can bloom.
Hold up. What's going off?
Oh, Brian, God. Let's start it all over again. Brian, Brian's butter. We can have Brian do it here for the next 3 hours.
Can we
Right?
please sum this up real quick, please?
Hey, just Brian's butthurt because AI doesn't like him. And we're not seeing the full picture behind AI's butthurtedness against Brian, that there's some underlying other deeper cause, because it appears that even though it's been well established that AI doesn't like Brian for many reasons, that there appears to be some underlying problem that AI is actually defending Witsit secretly.
Not bothered anymore.
And Adam's not bothered anymore because AI doesn't like Adam either.
But liking someone's kind of irrelevant. It's, are you prepared to deal with someone who demonstrates they're a liar? No. I think that was made clear the other night. So,
see, we weren't there.
Liking someone's irrelevant. It's not about that. It's
well, then you got to talk to Brian.
Investing any time in them.
You got to talk to Brian. So we weren't there the other night. Where did AI lie? Can you please? Because Nathan won't release the show until December 29th of 2026.
Nope. Like I said, I've got no interest.
Oh, that's when From comes out.
I've come to my conclusion through my interaction. I don't have to justify it. It's there. If people want to go listen to it, I'm sure it's there. But from my point of view, yeah, I don't have to justify why I've got no desire to talk to the man.
No, you said he's a liar.
Yeah.
So just because you're tired, you don't want to get into it. Nathan's not going to release the show to let everyone view it. So it's just going to be up in the air. So that solves nothing.
Can I please clear up something for Adam? Adam, what Kiwi said to you there was a flippant, joking version of the truth. Right? It's been put to me that it's my fault. It's continually been put back onto me that it's my fault that AI doesn't like me. I'm trying to point out to people that AI is dishonest, that he's hiding things, that he's not an honest man. And I keep on being told, no, AI is just a bit of an a-hole. AI just doesn't like the fact that you're long-winded or the fact that Adam's long-winded. And it's just like, no, AI is not someone I could possibly, and I don't think anyone can trust, but he's pulling the wool over people's eyes. AI is blatantly dishonest.
This
there was
is
no
a
ifs,
new
buts, or
charge.
maybes about that.
That's a new
So
charge. Did anyone hear Brian say he was dishonest? That AI was
not a new charge. I've been trying to point that out all
That's a new
evening.
charge, right?
I didn't hear that phrase the whole time.
When I told you that he said that the reason he doesn't like me is because I'm long-winded, I told you that you're being Jedi mind tricked. That's not the reason. He has a greater reason than that. That means he's being dishonest.
I know. So that leads to him being dishonest. That's circular reasoning.
I was about to say that.
It's not circular reasoning. He is dishonest.
Yeah, it is. You didn't say that the whole time. I didn't hear dishonest.
I can't believe it's my fault again. It's my fault again. How is it my fault again?
Yeah, you gotta bring the charges
Oh
up.
my God, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You didn't say dishonest the whole. I've been sitting there. I've gotten up a couple times and left because, but I've never heard you say that AI was did anyone hear Brian say that?
I didn't say the word dishonest. I didn't say the word dishonest purposefully.
Oh, now
I kept implying that he was not being upfront continually. And I kept on being given, excuses. And it's this thing, it's that thing, the other thing. It's your fault, Brian. No, the man is dishonest.
Now he's
in
dishonest.
The story.
Oh, you have to prove the dishonesty. It can't be based on your conjurings about there's a deeper rooted problem. And the reason the deeper rooted problem's there and he's not saying anything because it's dishonest. You follow? You
I
can't
can
do.
show you that he's dishonest.
Go ahead, show.
Well, I can play when we can get the audio from the other night. I can show it.
Yeah, I know. Thanks,
Yeah,
Nathan.
there you go. Yeah, I don't know why it's been put back on. Look, I tell you what. Right, I make it very simple for
Brian,
everyone
can I
here.
ask you something?
No. 1 second, chocolate. I make it very simple for everyone here. Right, you can believe whatever the fuck you like. I know what's going on with this guy. I don't know why he's doing what he's doing, but I know his character. And I know he's dishonest, and I know he's hiding, and I know he's pulling the wool over people's eyes. Now, if you don't want to believe that, and you want to believe some other thing, I can't do anything about that. I'm powerless to do anything about that. So you can go forward in whatever way you want with this person. But I guarantee you, he will disappoint you.
The two camps, I'm telling you.
But Brian, when you told me before, you asked him if he has a problem with you, right? And you said that he said yes.
Yes.
Did you ask him what the problem was?
No, he didn't give me a reason at the time. He was asked afterwards. I was arguing with him. It wasn't recorded. Betty was there, but it wasn't recorded. It was before
you
Kiwi
were the
Lite.
one who personally asked him what if he has a problem, and then he affirmed that.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I'm trying to
exactly.
figure out what happened right after that, because
yeah, he didn't give a reason why. He just attacked. It was more just see what he said at that point. That the two of us were shouting and screaming. I don't remember exactly what he said, and what he said was really aggressive. It could have been the absolute truth. I don't know because of the situation. But he was asked afterwards what it was that he had a problem, why it was he had a problem with me, and he started saying things like, "Oh, he's long-winded," whereas that wasn't what he shouted at me. What he shouted at me now came out in a lot of, there was a lot of effing and blinding and whatever else going on there at the time. But what he stated afterwards, he's just long-winded. No, you don't hate someone because they're long-winded. And his behavior towards me and what he said to me was not that I was long-winded. That was not what he said to me. Right? I don't remember exactly what he said to me. Right, this is because it wasn't recorded, this part. But Betty was there. She might remember some of it. But it certainly was not that I was long-winded. There was hate, bitterness, poison, not just you're long-winded.
So in the response that he gave to you, there was nothing that you could gather from it. You're saying he was kind of flipping out?
Yeah, I just got hate. See, at the time, I was flipping out with him.
He's not,
as well.
I don't hear him flipping out much. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not...
Chocolate, there's literally audio there of him doing it with me. Literally audio of him doing this with me. More than one.
No.
But that's the whole point, Chocolate. When you say that's uncharacteristic of himself, I would think that would lend credence to Brian's point about exactly he's doing something different with me. And why is that?
Exactly, Eli. Yes, exactly. He's behaving very differently with me than he might be with G.
And
if he was behaving that way with G, I wouldn't need to be trying to convince you of anything. Go on, sorry.
That happens, man. Sometimes there's just personalities that clash. Two people are just not going to like each other. I'm trying to find out if it's that simple or if there's something.
Yeah, it could
obviously, we need him here to get to the bottom of this. This is crazy.
Yeah,
I don't believe we've been talking about this.
Well, Adam's not going to get to the bottom of it because Adam's not talking to him anymore.
Well, there's the other element of it.
Because I didn't even know that. I didn't know that we've gotten to that point where Adam's just not even talking to AI.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a whole other chapter. Oh shit!
Yeah, this is really in Neil's mind 24/7 versus FED violence.
No, that's not what I said.
Picked my side.
Not what I said.
Brian and Adam has picked their side.
No. But see, you misrepresented me. That's not what I said, Eli.
Just a little bit, Neil, because you
that's not. No, when I say two
that's how you come off sometimes when you interject.
Not what I said. I made it clear.
That's how it comes off.
I said because QE is over there, and you don't hear that coming from QE. There's other people over there. I used to go over there, and you never heard it from me. Okay? AI's issue with Brian is he's bad for the community. Get it through your heads. He reads the chats. Look at all the commenters. He would never have you ever represent him because you would turn over the freaking tables and get your point across. This is the problem.
No, that's what he's saying now, Neil. A couple of weeks ago, I was long-winded. This is the point. His position on why he doesn't like me is varying from time to time. Right? This is my point. I don't know why he does this, but he makes a point of coming in to defend Witsit when I'm trying to broach Witsit. He makes a point of doing this. I don't know why. He just does. So his hatred for me, I don't know what it's about. It's not what he's stating because it varies with the day, right?
You said he did it. You said he did it the other day too when Witsit was in here.
He did. I tried to. Now this was really calm. I asked Witsit. I was very calm. There was no like jumping in or shouting and screaming. Very calm. Trying to. It was on the. It should be on the live show if I remember correctly. It wasn't even on the after show. Because it was a long live show. I tried to ask Witsit a question, and straight away AI came in. I'd say, AI, Witsit, I'm asking Witsit, it's nothing to do with you.
I can't remember
he had
that
to
part.
come in. It was bizarre.
To be honest, was it about the wave thing?
No, it was not.
Okay.
I was asking Witsit about. Okay, I'll go through exactly what I was asking Witsit so you understand the context. I was questioning Witsit about did he address what Astronomy Live said when Astronomy Live said, I measure the radius of the Earth. I was trying to find out, did Witsit at any point throughout the debate address that claim?
Yeah, I remember
that. Yeah.
I remember that.
Before I even got to say anything, I was just asking him a question. AI came right in, jumping in front of Witsit, trying to answer a question I hadn't even asked.
Oh,
it was
okay.
bizarre.
Yeah, okay. If that did happen, it might have happened. That is kind of bizarre. Okay, fair enough. So there's Chocolate. There's two incidences. One where Witsit was in here on after show. It's taped, and Brian and Witsit were I don't know, not having a debate or anything. They're talking, and Witsit brought up a point, and it was a train wreck point, and Brian caught a hold of it and was trying to clarify a certain thing that Witsit said, and it got into a deflection by Witsit, which led to audio chaos, and then the audio chaos led Nathan to jump in and try to get control. And when Nathan was trying to get control, Brian took umbrage to Nathan trying to get control, and it turned into a whole audio shit show for about maybe a minute, maybe longer. It felt like 3 days. And then AI came in and just just talking over Brian, trying to get Brian to shut up. That's what really ticked everyone off, especially Brian.
But
So
that was only an isolated incident. There was three during that night.
Yeah, just to catch Chocolate up because I think he's unaware of that.
Yeah, and there was other.
I remember
instances
hearing
before
about.
Fucking perfect summary. I gotta stop smoking weed, man. Like I was like, holy shit.
That was a good summary, huh? I could do that shit. I got fucking Jedi mind powers, dude.
Yeah, I do remember hearing
QE
about
took
that
notes.
in particular. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys take notes on that to summarize quickly and concisely?
But he didn't do it with the venom. He didn't do it with the venom that AI did it with.
Yeah, I can't portray the whole thing because obviously tempers were flying. It was
Start to F up, retard F and Brian. Over 8 times.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
That's not a friendly.
Yeah, I understand. Just relax, Neil. All right. I'm just trying to catch Chocolate up on the situation. Now, what Brian just said, what happened the other day, I remember you asking that question, but I didn't catch a hold of AI jumping in, which might have happened. So that's very interesting.
I slightly remember it happening because
I don't remember what AI was trying to say. I do remember Brian asking Witsit that question. And I don't really remember getting a real response to that.
And I think that's happening because AI does not like Brian. It's just like it's a classic teacher-student situation where, some of the students can slide with some things, but when you see somebody doing something, and that person, for whatever reason, you don't like them, they're just gonna see it. So he's guilty of all the things we're talking about, and it's because he doesn't like you. And it's
but it's with Witsit. See, these two occasions happened with Witsit. Now, is Witsit irrelevant here, or is Witsit relevant? Is that the real question, Brian?
Yeah, I don't know why it's happening. Like let's say he hates me, whatever. Why is there always Witsit that he's using? Why is it always when I'm trying to communicate in some way with Witsit, or there's something being said about Witsit by me, that he's coming in to defend? I don't get that. Besides, and he hates.
I see it. I think I see it a little bit now. Is it pure coincidence that Witsit's in the middle of this, or is Witsit a player? Is your question?
I don't think that's too much of an offshoot to think that there are people who might not like us for how we go back and forth with Witsit, or what we say about, or how we critique him. I don't.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
You got
I'm
that
sure
right.
there are. And that's fine. That's fine, right? You don't like us for what we say about Witsit, that's fine. That's your prerogative. Right?
That is, as a matter of fact, that he does not agree with the ways we go about things. At the same time, he also has his own way of, again, destroying Witsit from a fundamental standpoint, or at least from whatever Witsit is arguing. He's like, well, fundamentally, his whole philosophy is flawed. That's the thing he likes to do. But what he doesn't like, and what
We
he
like to
finds
call him right
annoying,
out as a liar.
what he doesn't like is when people. I don't know. He's just. It's like a bias.
Do you not
He's
see what you're
biased
doing,
towards
Eli?
his own arguments, and he's biased against not all of how we may do things. Because at the same time, we do have the shows like yesterday or the day before, whatever, where he's saying, "Yeah, Witsit's a liar." At the same time, we have to integrate ourselves into these spaces that he's in.
That's the good
counteract
Yeah,
some
but
of this stuff.
Eli, do you not see what you're doing? I'm fully aware of him pulling apart things that Witsit say. He's always done that, right? So I'm not right. So him doing that and pulling the Witsit's apart, Witsit's comments about East or whatever apart. Yeah, grand. I know that's fine. I experienced all that myself. But you're now trying to rationalize something that's bizarre. You're trying to defend him. You're literally. I don't know why it's happening, but you're coming in again to offer a defense to something that's just bizarre behavior. I'm sorry.
I think I'm doing what we're all doing, and I'm speculating. I think I'm just speculating. Again, I'm speculating because we're all speculating. That's all.
Like you feel the need to.
No, we're speculating.
I agree with Eli here, Brian. I think we are just speculating. As
You
to
all
why...
are. You fucking idiots.
Of course you will. I agree with
you
too.
speculating
Also
over
black.
shit
Go on, Adam.
that's not relevant. I'm not. I'll tell you what. My decision's made on my interaction with him. That is a liar. There is no speculation there. Now, you want to speculate about whether or not he's a liar because he's defending Witsit, or he's just a total shithouse anyway. Speculate away. I don't need to speculate on that. I just need to know that with my continued interaction with him, he is aptly demonstrated he's a liar, a deceiver. Yeah. For what reasons? I don't care. But you can't have a genuine conversation with the man, which is why I spent a very long time the other night, coming to that conclusion. Yeah.
bothering to figure out what was going off with this dude. Not for the first time. But you're correct, yeah. Speculate away as to why he's a twat.
So what did he? Can you give us
Well,
one
I didn't
example
know he
of the,
blatantly
what
lied to
lie?
you like that.
Yeah,
Adam,
that's
you know what I'm
no
saying?
what
Like,
lie.
Yeah,
That's
what
what I'm
lie?
asking.
I'm trying to figure that out too.
Right. So guys, if you want to break it down to one individual component and masturbate over it for hours and justify it,
So we're not gonna get an answer.
no,
I didn't. I
no,
thought so.
we've gone past those points for some of us. Now, you guys are perfectly entitled to carry on making apologetics, thinking
No,
why
why
he's
would
a
I
twat,
do that when I'm
and
asking for
doing so.
more
But I think
information? Where was the lie? So I could just go, okay, well, he lied. That's
Okay, I'll
something
give
that
it to you.
I
I'll give you the
no,
specifics.
this is my point. This is
Go on,
Brian. This is the point. This is what
Yeah, because
children
we
do in the
saints,
playground.
we arbiters of truth. Nobody lies.
I'm not taking
Right, Adam?
the moral high ground on this. It's up to you guys. You carry on until you've got enough evidence to make your own minds up as grown-ups. I've made mine up. I think Brian has. I'm not sure why he has to justify his position. You guys don't trust our judgment. Fine. Then don't use it as any guidance for your future interactions.
Whoa, that was literally my argument earlier that you've made up your mind, so it doesn't make sense to speculate about all of this. Let's just not do any of that for the sake of Brian's peace. I said the same thing you said.
What do you want to hear
I
from
agree with
either
you.
of us? What
Problem,
do you need
Adam, the
to
problem
hear?
is we're all the rest of us are lost. I mean, I don't know.
And
what's
that's
happening, Chocolate? Sorry, yeah, Adam, go on.
Well, no, that's cool. Don't kick off with him. Just take some heathens that some of your friends whose judgment you do trust have felt the need to get to this point. Doesn't mean he has to modify it. Take it as a heads up and move on forwards in a positive manner with him. Got no problem with that. But at no point am I going to sit here and justify my position. I'm just going to hold my position.
Yeah, what's
That
happening, lads, is that
doesn't help
there's
us.
several people. Sorry, come on, Kiwi.
That doesn't help us. I mean, I'd like to listen to what I'm talking now. I'd like to listen to what happened. Something happened the other night, right? I got that. But I don't know what that is. A lot of people here want to know what that is.
That's right. So you're not going to go to one bit and go, oh, this is the definitive statement. Just go and engage with the man. And yeah. And after a while, after a series of engagements where things which seem to matter, he behaves in the way which I find objectionable. If you find him not objectionable, fine. Go and seek his counsel.
Objectionable
Off you
and a
go.
liar. That's too. I mean, come on. Bro.
He is a liar.
Okay, then. Let me lay it out for you then, right? The basics, and you can listen to the audio when it comes out. Okay. The other night, right? AI would not stop trying to sell this idea to us that this was our big opportunity to take a hold of this, the aftermath of the Witsit being on the Tim Pool show thing, and we were supposed to. He kept on saying we're supposed to go into. He wanted us to do what he was doing, which was going into these shorts videos that were being put out by Tim Pool and correcting people on what they were saying about Witsit's arguments. Basically, what he was looking for us to do is to do PR for Witsit, right? And he even said he was spending money, which I took as probably super chats or something, right, to Tim Pool. I don't know what that was. But he was saying this is our opportunity to go in there and show them a better argument than this and everything, which for me was just cleaning up Witsit's mess, right? Now, he was looking for us to be proactive. Hang on, I'm giving you the full story. He kept on going, you have to be proactive. And he kept on trying to critique us. So then Adam said, we listened to that whole thing with the ping pong golf ball, right? The lead up to that and that ping pong golf ball bit, right? And Adam suggested, we were talking about how ridiculous, because Adam just started playing that. He said, hang on a minute, while you're talking about, this is before we were talking about Witsit, and Adam went off in the background, listened to a little bit of this audio that was put out by Tim Pool or whatever, and brought it back in and played it. He said, here, this is the person you're trying to defend, Adam said. Right, he was pointing to AI and whoever else was trying to defend Witsit at the time. And it was ridiculous. And Adam said, okay, what about if we take that one, Eli, please, I'm trying to get the information out to everyone. What about if we? You're not allowing. Why are you not allowing me?
Yeah,
bring out the true information.
Eli, shut up. Finish up, Brian.
Yeah, thank you. I'm only partway through. So Adam suggested, what about if I said this is ridiculous? He said, what's been said on that on there makes absolutely no sense. People were trying to make sense out of it. And Adam said, why are you trying to make sense out of this? It doesn't matter if you can make sense out of it. Well, you understood what Whitsitt meant, but who cares? He said, maybe I'm being biased, he said. So what about if ye all, well, we all, there was like, I don't know how many people listening, take this audio and give it a listen to somebody who's completely not part of this topic. And don't contextualize it. Just say, listen to that, and you tell me what you've gotten out of that. And Adam was up for independent, a kind of an independent summary from people who have nothing to do with the topic, just listening to that piece of audio and saying what they made out of it and whether they made sense out of it or not, right? And AI came in and he undermined Adam viciously, right? And started saying, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't give people a listen to that. And if I want to promote, he said, I won't give people a listen to that. And he just would not, like, this was like vicious, right? And then he said, if I want to give people information to listen to, it's going to be good flat earth stuff, right? And it's like, hang on a minute, AI. You were the one who were talking about people being proactive. As soon as Adam was starting to be proactive, but in a way that's not putting Whitsitt in a good light, you're attacking Adam, right? And that's what happened, right? And he would not. He kept on trying to change his story and recontextualize what happened and rewrite history. He did his best to do it. And he would not admit to Adam, right? He wouldn't admit Adam asking him questions. He wouldn't give Adam a straight answer. He was just doing his best to be just a belligerent a-hole. And like he just would not show any honesty.
We got it. Nathan, what did you get out of that? Is that correct? Is that a correct summary of what happened?
I think we can all agree Brian is perfectly concise. It's an outrage. I've said it all along.
I understand that. But now I'm asking you a different question.
On that point, Nathan was also aware of it and he held it to task and he raised a separate point because he was staying neutral. But again, he struggled to get just a straight answer when he said, so this thing is absolute shit as flat earth information then that Whitsitt's produced. Yeah. And even that we struggled to get. I don't know why. But again, it doesn't matter. The point is, you see, in that time period, that's where I'm realizing, why would I talk to this man?
Yeah, I got you.
You can't get a straight answer out of him.
I got you. I got it. I think I got it now.
Can I go?
Nathan, what was your take on this?
I still haven't made up my mind, I'll be honest with you. I've been reserving judgment.
Okay.
How can you not? He said deal with the hand that was dealt, and then he said he wouldn't do it. He would do a better argument. When you just told us deal with the hand you dealt.
Can someone speak high-pitched Italian American? Translate that for me.
All right, so look, obviously, again, that was Brian's take on what happened yesterday, with the understanding that, again, he can't trust him. So let's keep that in mind. I wanted to clarify when
that was Adam's take, and it wasn't yesterday. It was 2 days ago. You smoking reefer idiot.
Okay, the bottom line and the point is, though, I don't know why I got the takeaway from AI from that conversation that he was saying what we need to be doing is engaging on other platforms. It sounds like Brian just said that what Adam wanted to do is what we usually do. Clip up a part of the video and just critique it the way we always do, and what's wrong with that?
That wasn't what Adam said.
Is it not?
No.
No, AI was saying we
me
dealt with a hand from Whitsitt.
Hang on.
And we got to use the hand that was dealt. And when Adam played the tape and said, what can I do with this crap? He turned it around and said, I would give good arguments. But
that's not the full details.
That sounds like a red herring right there, then.
That's not the full details. No, that's not the full details. Right. When I was trying to relate to you, Eli, you were trying to come in and PR for AI. And now you're doing the same thing. I'm sorry, that's what you're doing.
The allegations.
No, I was confused about something, not PRing. I wanted more information, but because you
what you're confused about is Adam did what AI was asking us to do.
Yeah.
Adam did what AI was asking us to do, but because the way Adam was going to go about it, which was sharing this audio with people, right, independent people who have nothing to do with the topic, was going to make Witsit in a bad light, and suddenly AI absolutely changed from good cop to bad cop and became nasty with Adam and undermined Adam viciously.
Specifically,
right?
what was his argument against that, though? What did he specifically?
He said, "Why would I do that? I would give good arguments."
Shut up.
So,
Let Adam
no,
speak.
his rebuttal to my point was non sequitur.
Okay, what was it?
So, as I said, I saw independent opinion because what we were saying was this is Witsit. Why have we got a problem with Witsit? Because of the message he's sending out. Okay. And then during the show, as we were chatting, this came up. So we played it and we were having lots of fun with ping pong golf ball. Now, Brian, one of them, and AI, one of the others, were trying to make sense of that. And as I said to them, that's lovely with all your knowledge and personal experience of him, you can. But nobody else can. It's absolute gibberish, this clip that this Tim Pool guy had cut out to ridicule flat earthers, which is what we were scared of. So because everybody, Brian and AI, both making apologetics for it,
it was flatsy in AI.
Okay, well, you did as well, because I remember telling but it's kind of irrelevant because that's reasonable, honest conversation. Okay, so I then put it out. Well, we're obviously biased. Let's get independent opinion. I asked the audience, just go and show people who you don't normally get, what does this mean to you? And see if somebody can come back with something intelligible for us. Because from my point of view, it was ping pong golf ball. Yeah.
Okay. Well, from
now
my
at this point,
oh man,
well, you clearly don't want to know, Eli, do you, pal?
no, it's not that. It's like I heard
clearly
what
you want to
said,
just
and it's
talk.
like, obviously, I have a response.
You talk without knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not that I didn't want to know. I thought that I could respond enough to that. And already what I assess and what I feel, which is why I'm like, God darn, we need to go back to the tape. All that happened is I think you guys had two different points, and that's why the whole conversation devolved to begin with. You said that your point was non sequitur, and it would be if you two were making two different
Eli.
points.
You're not listening at all.
I was there too, bro. So
I said, here's right. So I started to explain what I'd said, and I'd said his response to that was non sequitur.
Right.
Right. So everything you've just understood up until this point is now nonsense. Do you understand where we're at, Eli?
No, because
did he
not?
Maybe.
So we were reviewing.
Maybe this is your problem of cognition.
Yeah.
And you said you were there, Eli. I don't remember you being there.
He had a point about how we could attack them and the bad flat earth information by being proactive. You had a different point. That's all. And so you saying
no, Brian, that's his recollection. It's fine. Okay, I'm not going to argue.
Were you there that night? Were you there on that show?
I was.
Adam were on there.
I was there for a lot of this because I remember that.
All of us was there.
We got
am I crazy, Chocolate? Am I crazy?
Golf ball.
Yeah, I was there.
I remember that. I must have left like right after it got bad.
Yeah, that happened later on.
Well, we were having fun, weren't we? Ridiculing Whitney.
Yeah. And I remember
lots of fun.
Yeah, and I remember you saying now, like, let's take this this particular thing and put it out there and see what people get out of it. Like, it was ping pong golf ball. Like,
and
what
did AI say?
Right now,
that's what I'm asking. What did he say? He said
why would I
was
do
a non sequitur.
But that is why you're asking that. That's what Adam was trying to. That's the information Adam was trying to relay to you, and you stopped him relaying it.
But I also do remember AI saying that. Yeah, I remember him saying the word proactive. Like, we got you got to get in there, got to get in the comments and shit, and try to You know,
That's
just
where they think
do what we do.
simp. This is
Yeah,
what
that's what he
pisses me
said.
off.
And that was what Adam was that was what
I,
that's where Adam was responding with by saying, well, since you want to be proactive and do that, and then Adam came with the, well, what if we clip this and show this to people and they have an independent opinion of it?
No, that's later, Reg. Okay, so that was after he admitted, yeah, he was being a bit of a div. He first used the apologetics to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. I thought you meant just clip and go and show people their independent opinion of just the ping pong golf ball. Just go up to people and show Witsit going ping pong golf ball and ask them to explain that." That was his pathetic attempt. Instead of just saying I was wrong, that was his first pathetic attempt at a half-assed apology. Okay, to misrepresent the facts that, I thought you meant that, Adam. Yeah, he's a liar and he's a deceiver. Go and listen to it, guys.
Okay. Flatsy, go ahead.
Oh, so much has gone on. Ugh. All right. So, he was responding to your hypothetical of clipping that and showing that to other people by going into those messages and presenting better arguments instead of the one that you got from Witsit. And he did admit that the one that came from Witsit was SHI, you know what? I remember that. I do remember you guys arguing over him not addressing what other people would say about the clip. He might not have responded, but in my mind, I was like, but we can't appeal to the ambiguous opinions of randos that we can't read their minds or whatever. So exactly. I really don't know how to, the hypothetical that you put forward would have to appeal to reading people's minds. So I don't know, maybe he did misunderstand because I thought that he was trying to address your hypothetical, but in my mind, I was like, well, I can't address that.
I'm sorry, Flatsy.
Get I mind trick.
He addressed the hypothetical with dismissing it.
Hold on, Adam. Let Adam go. Adam. Fuck.
Why don't you just play this? If people are so interested, right?
Nathan won't play it.
In mine and Brian's justification.
Like $2 to become a member.
Yeah, there you go. So
that's fair. That's fair.
But this is silly when the audio's there, and you can make your own judgments, guys. I've made mine. Yeah,
we want to.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be done like this because this is just memory. Yeah, it's not. And when this
Adam, I agree. I appealed to Nathan to play the damn thing.
It's like hours of material.
It was multiple people. Everybody was in his
let's just
room
get this
was
out of the way.
there.
QE's done it twice, so let's get that out of the way. You're not talking about playing some like 3-second clip that you all go, oh, right, now I understand, when it's about 4 hours long.
Well, this
it's not playing of 4 hours. We're not going to play 4 hours of it.
I'll just hack it down to the most appropriate moments. Just give me 17 or so hours.
We just want the relevant parts there for when Adam was talking.
People on the panel, Nathan, clip a little video or send them an unthingy link to it so they can watch it in their own time at the great pleasure that they'll see from this fucking soap opera.
Stop swearing. Yes, they can. It just cost them $2.
Exactly. I think
there you go, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, off you go. $2.
I think that Nathan should actually make money off of his show. Scarcity is a marketing tool, so he should be able to make his money off of this. I know it sounds like you guys want to go clip it out.
Drama.
Then go clip it out, but pay the $2, okay?
No, this is great anticipation.
Yep, it's $1.99. Just go ahead and look at the drama.
Getting cheaper by the second.
Very inciting.
It's getting cheaper by the second.
Yeah, but the problem
December 18th is the
Are
day
you
we
all
have to wait.
entertained?
Yeah. Well, why don't we do this? Whoever's a member, who's a member in here?
I'm a member.
Oh yeah,
I'm a member.
I'm a member. Everyone's saying they're a member.
We're all
Anybody
members.
in G+.
It's only you, QE.
Shut up. I'm not a damn member.
I'm a member.
I'm a member, and so is my wife.
What the?
Just
don't get
I tried to tell you earlier. Basically, people love me, QE. It's just you.
I don't have an income.
Can somebody shut the fuck up? Somebody who's a member, can they play it here? Can we get to the part?
No, I can't because I can't because I'm playing member material on a show to an audience. I can't do that. It's against YouTube policy. Nathan can strike, for instance.
I could strike myself.
You're a member of the show. It's the show that you're a member of that you're playing.
Anyway, he's gonna be Drake in this situation. That's all. Nathan is Drake, chocolate.
Nathan can strike.
We all got the warning from the FBI. You can't copyright. No. Now, if you want to see the drama, you got to pay the $1.99 the Nathan Oakley show.
This is creating great anticipation for the 12-18 show.
Not even that
It
interesting.
won't. What will happen is there'll be a lot of crap happening here and then, and Nathan will wish he played the show. Sorry.
Or it's as exciting as AI gets caught out on a point that was a bit crap, and then he flip-flops. That's about it.
That's not about it.
Yeah, it is. He's saying, right, I'll break it down. I've been asked 2 or 3 times if I'll break it down, so I will. My
eyes,
no, not allowed. Getting rumpus by Brian.
When
okay.
I click my fingers and count to 10, you will view me as innocent.
That's not a bad unjust summary. Got no problem with that. Yeah,
but Nathan,
I'd be a little harsh. No, but this is the point. This is scumbag.
You didn't hear him. You didn't let him say it. He said that people have asked him for his take on it. He was just about to give it, and you guys rumpus the shit out of him.
I heard it and then agreed with it.
Well, let's hear it. We want to hear his.
You need a hearing aid. You do.
I don't need a hearing aid. You glue sniffer. He just said that. Did you hear what he just said, Adam?
I didn't hear him. Say it again.
I didn't.
No. Did you hear what Nathan said, Adam?
What Nathan said?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. What did he say?
Got into an argument and then he flip-flopped a bit.
Nope. Not that part. The next part.
I know, because Brian interrupted. But Brian interrupted, I agreed with the other bit.
Absolutely outrageous. Brian does not interrupt. How dare you? This is outrageous.
What was rumpus was that you didn't hear Nathan say. Well, people have been asking me what my take was, so I'm going to give it twice. I'm going to give it, and then everyone rumpused his ass. So can we hear Nathan's take on this finally?
Yeah, it's members only. It costs $2. Okay, my take is as I summarised, and Adam already aired it. So there's a point being made by AI. Let's go under, and I'll put it in my phraseology. Clean up the mess that Witsit essentially leaves everywhere he goes. So go under the comments and clear up the mess. He's not phrasing that. He's got positive spin. Oh, well, he's in these places so we can, and he's not saying this, I am, clear up the mess underneath in the comments. So Adam then goes, well, let's have a look. Ping pong golf ball. What would people say? And rather than going, yeah, you're right, Adam, he went, well, obviously, this is AI, I wouldn't be putting that video in front of them. I'd put good flat earth information in front of them. You're like, okay, you little weasel. We'll just admit that your stupid idea of... But he didn't. He dragged it out for 3 hours, which pissed off Brian. It pissed off Adam. But that's people being dicks. Doesn't suddenly mean anything more than that. You're like, okay, dick move, AI.
It was worse than that. It was worse than that, Nathan is. Nathan has tried to put sugar coating onto it.
Is he in cahoots with Eli now as a PR agent? Is he in cahoots
Nathan
with
did make it worse.
He's an AI sympathizer now.
Holy shit, people! Brian, or what you saying is that Eli and Nathan are in cahoots now as AI's PR agents?
No, it's just Nathan has given his general apathetic view.
And that's right.
That's the problem.
What?
Right, no, it's not a problem, Brian, because that's the not you, not me, who's been having somebody piss in the face while smiling. That's perfectly acceptable for them to come to that conclusion through not having them had piss in their face.
Yeah, I'll agree.
Somebody's smiling.
I mean, I just agree with Adam, just to calm him down a bit. I can hear from his tone. Adam, I can hear from your tone you're a bit annoyed about that.
The point.
Well, I'll just agree with you, and then you can make the point again. Because I've heard you. I heard it. So, yeah, I've watched him piss down Adam's back, and it's easy for me to say, well, you know, he's flip-flopped because he's been caught out by Adam. He still pissed down his back for 3 hours, and I watched it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's it. Well, Adam's saying, it's easy for you to say. Well, yeah, it's easy to be neutral, going, well, how much piss went down that person's back? Very different to you're pissing on me.
So, with that in
but
mind,
that's
ladies and gentlemen.
yeah, folks.
maybe
But that's
the
just Nathan
question
and
the
Nathan and Adam feels
orientation-
about it. You got to look at the show for $1.99 to see the truth.
So that's
Adam.
So that's what makes him a liar.
We don't care.
No.
Do you
Cost
understand?
$2. Figure that out.
Shut up, Reg.
Okay, carry on, Reg. You keep.
Adam, say your piece, Adam, and I'll address Eli then.
Well, we don't care, frankly, as I understand. Right? It's up to you. But maybe a question you should be asking or directing is, would you please engage with this guy again, even though you know he's been pissing all over my face for 3 hours? Right? Why would I want to? There's nothing for me to gain. I spent 3 hours with the man, and he didn't have the nuts. He lied, he cheated, he deceived. Instead of just moving on and carrying on back, having a good laugh at ping pong golf ball. Well, I don't want to spend my time like that. You guys, maybe it'll take you an hour, maybe it'll take you 3, maybe it might take you 6 months to come to the same conclusion. But I think, as Brian's trying to convince you, stop doing that. I really don't care. You go and have that fun with him. Yeah. And if you've got something profound wisdom that you want to share me to change my mind after your engagement with him to demonstrate that I got everything wrong, I'll listen to you. But I'm kind of done with the guy, yeah, who's pissed in my face for 3 hours smiling. And
The only thing-
But Adam, he passed
Hold on a second, Neil. Just one sec, Neil.
So you've all got him, haven't you? Yeah, so
Well-
you're all on his side. He ran straight to you. I bet he came in the show last night as nice as bleeding pie. Bum licked everyone. Yeah?
Yeah.
Which is his behavior. And this is the point. This is not an isolated incident. This is a conclusion after numerous times. Times where I think I heard earlier, present your case. No. You allow somebody to present your case if you're going to keep giving them a chance, even though they're doing abhorrent behavior and you've got a problem with it. You put them on charge, which is what we did. Well, there comes a point where I've got no desire to keep putting him on charges. I just don't want to deal with the man anymore.
I did feel a little bit robbed because we were robbed of laughing at ping pong golf ball to the fullest extent. I did feel a little bit robbed.
I did.
Yes.
Ping pong golf ball.
All right. So he's a D head. And he doesn't like you, and so he's willing to piss down your back for 2 hours. Now, you sprinkled in there that he's a liar, but we've yet to get that detail.
Yeah, but he did.
I guess for $2, you can get that detail, maybe. But to answer,
So what you're saying is
listen,
Adam
I'm not
is
done yet. That's why I'm
mischaracterizing-
stuttering, and that's why it's going to be a lot worse. And that's why nobody's going to understand what I'm saying. But the bottom line is, Adam said he made up his mind. Like I
Because
told
you
you,
are.
Brian already made up his mind. So we're going to have to go forward in the battlefield knowing that they have their mind made up about this guy. Everything that he does, good or not, piss down your back, or it's water and you need hydration, whatever it is, they have already made up their mind. There's no more conversation really to be had other than, okay, if he lied, let's just get to that so we can make a determination on that. If he's a liar, it's like, yeah, I'm not going to be friends with a liar who's not going to be able to admit that they're lying. That's just that on
Okay,
that.
then, Eli, let me ask you a question. You said you were there or night. Were you there when this all happened with Adam and AI?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did AI talk to you and other people about this situation yesterday on Discord?
I can't remember.
Right. Okay. Right.
Perhaps he was talking about it. And it's always the same thing. He's always saying, "You're annoying. You guys don't listen." And that's why.
Right. So he was talking about it then. So he was talking about it then. You do remember. Right. Okay. So now that we've established that, right, why do you... Right, let me put it out there. Adam did what AI was asking us to do, but it just wasn't the way AI was asking us to do it. It wasn't going to put Witsit in a good light. We weren't there cleaning up Witsit's mess, right?
I didn't see it that
trying
way.
to put a spin on it. And when he did,
That premise, I didn't
AI,
see it that
hang
way.
on, I'm
That's
trying
okay.
to, you're asking about the dishonesty, so I'm giving it to you. When he did this, right, when Adam did this, AI turned on him viciously and undermined him viciously, right? It was absolutely obvious. When AI was pulled on his behavior, he tried to recontextualize it, tried to state that he thought Adam meant this and Adam meant that, and that was not what he came out the gate saying and what he came out the gate doing. He tried to pretend he was innocent, pretend he was stupid, and when Adam asked him straight questions, he wasn't getting straight answers, or the answers he did get was not the truth. Now, you can try in your own head, PR him to yourself, if you like.
There's no PR,
Right.
man. I just can't indict him on that. I can't indict him on that. That's the thing. I can't. It's not that I'm PRing him. You're asking me to conclude where you've concluded, and I respect it. You're saying that we can.
You don't have to conclude where I conclude. But
The answer should have been fair play.
But you're explaining explaining the dishonesty. I thought that it was said that he lied, and I understand that you're saying, well, he's lying because he doubled back, and really that's because he's a liar. I feel circular to me, but we're not going to agree on that.
No. He tried to change the story of him coming out of the gate, undermining and attacking Adam. Right? He changed it. That's a lie. He lied. He tried to say, I was only doing this when he wasn't. He was doing, and I pointed out very clearly, Nathan gave me the airways, I pointed out exactly what happened. He was trying to recontextualize what happened and trying to rewrite history. That is lying.
Can I say something, please, without getting
Just a second. You go straight after me, Neil. Right? That's the point. He was lying. He was being dishonest. Now, you can take Adam's word or you can throw it in the bin. Take my word or throw it in the bin. Make up your own mind. That's the best thing for you to do. But if you think that me and Adam, right, don't have enough discernment to know when somebody, and Neil, to know when somebody is a bit tricky, then I don't know what else to say to you. Go on, Neil.
Well, basically, after he played that, he should have just said fair play. That is a crap argument, and I couldn't do nothing with that. But he did it. He doubled down.
I gave him that option, Neil, at one point in the night, I think. Come on.
You did, Adam. You did. Yeah.
Oh, that's where I'm getting it from.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. A good source, that, Neil.
What I got out of it wasn't him trying to pull any PR for Witsit in that way, right? What I got out of it from the discussion yesterday was almost kind of the same thing like when we review a video and Nathan tells everybody to go into the comments and leave good comments or respond and, shout them out and all that. Like, that's being proactive for Flat Earth. I don't see him doing that as PR for Witsit per se. You know what I mean?
What are you talking about?
And when he said that, I didn't disagree with him because I agree with that. You should, get in the comments.
Yeah, there's an ongoing bit, which is to say that before all of this began, AI had suggested, look, he's going to turn this into short form videos for TikTok and YouTube Shorts and so on. And then when it happens, he's like, we should be, seeing this as an opportunity to be in the comments in the same vein as we are in other people's big channel comments saying Nathan sent me. Well, Witsit's out in these places and we should be bartering with the people in the comments. So then, following all of that, Adam goes, ping pong golf ball much? And he's like, well, I wouldn't direct them to that video. That's how it kind of went on. And then he became Weasley because he was a bit butthurt. AI, that is. And, that's how people are sometimes. I'm not sugarcoating it.
But you are sugarcoating it because even at the part when he came in and undermined Adam, that's a complete sugarcoat.
Yeah, well, that's the 3 hours that followed. I'm not disagreeing. Hold on. At that point, yeah. But following that, he then pissed down Adam's back for about 3 hours denying it.
Yeah. Why is it that people can't just relay the truth? just relay the truth. It is what it is.
What was he just butthurt? Excuse me, Brian. Did it come across that AI was just butthurt because his point or his argument was trash?
To me, it did. Yes, because every time it was highlighted, there'd be a bit of rumpusing induced, or he'd try and subvert the point into being a different point when it was quite simple. So, you know, that went on and on and on and on. So, you know, you're like, well, if you're trying to dodge this obvious, look, you've said to go to the comments of these videos, but if you put this in front of someone, as Adam was making the point, we'd all look pretty stupid with ping pong golf ball, wouldn't we? All he needed to do was go, yeah. But instead it's subversion and diversion, and you're like, I can only draw one conclusion from that. You don't like the fact that your idea doesn't really come to fruition because Witsit's a useless shit. And they're going to clip out the things that make him sound that way, aren't they? So, and what's happened? They've clipped out the bits that make him sound like a twat. Of course.
Exactly, Nathan.
It wasn't even hypothetical, was it? Was there an actual clip that the guy already?
Yeah. Well, we're playing. That's the point. That's where I feel robbed.
So
we've got
that's
ping
the
pong
point that he was making.
We've got ping pong golf ball to laugh at, and instead we're arguing with AI about I wouldn't send them to that clip, and so on and so forth.
So hold on a second.
Ping pong golf ball made it into the clip.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
I wasn't done. I got rumpus.
Nobody could.
I got rumpus. Would you just relax?
Not really. You weren't talking. It was me and Chocolate having at the end of that conversation as you started piping up through the middle of us, saying that you've been rumpus.
Yeah, like now. I was the one that asked the question. So it's
fair game then. You just interrupt at will if you've asked the question.
So let's try this again. I got a finishing point. So it's your call that he just had a crap argument, and he didn't have the intestinal fortitude just to own up to it and say, yeah, shit, I was wrong. So my overriding point here is that the mediator, or the most common factor in every situation that we've talked about so far, there's one character that's been in the middle of it. Is that just coincidence?
What, me?
And if you don't know who that character is, it's Witsit. Is this just coincidence?
Also me.
Is this just coincidence now?
No.
Well, we've done a lot of coverage on Witsit recently, so yes, in a way it is because we're doing a lot of coverage on Witsit. It's like you cover Witsit day in, day out, and then, hang on a second, does this involve Witsit? Yeah, well, of course.
Fair point.
Yeah, but it wasn't day in and day out because the first couple incidents was weeks ago, even though we were covering them then. I've been covering them for the past month and a half. I understand that. But it seems like all this is revolving around Witsit.
One person.
Yes, I suppose so.
Huh.
And somebody compelled to defend Witsit.
Very interesting.
Not really.
Not really?
No.
I think it is.
It is.
Well, I think when we're generally dealing with Witsit in his shitsits, then we're going to be dealing with Witsit in his shitsits. That's how it's going.
No, Nathan. You're asking us to be naive.
No, assuming that your premises are true. Assuming your premises are true, Brian, we're being naive.
I don't have a premise. Why are you you're in straight away the PR for AI. What is going on?
You're assuming as much as we are, but you're saying we're being naive.
Doing this. As soon as you keep just about to make a point in Nathan.
I mean,
about concerning the situation, and you came in. Why? Why is that? Why do you feel the need to PR for AI?
Right.
It is PR for AI.
Holy shit. Come on. Kim, got her hand raised.
I
Please.
address both QE and Nathan there.
What?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I've got, whilst there may be a correlation that Witsit's involved here, that's got nothing to do with my objection and my stance. Yeah, Witsit may be involved, but that he genuinely doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with my objection.
We understand that, Adam. Thank you very much. I brought it up as the correlation. Kim.
I was going to say, I think that a big problem of all of this is there was not enough conciseness. And it was obvious is kind of clear that it's not obvious because you're saying that it was obvious what he was doing to you and Adam. It wasn't obvious because we're all in this conversation about it. Clearly, there was some problem with conciseness on whether it's his part, your part, or both sides of the argument. So I would reserve saying that things are obvious because it's clear that they're not.
Well, Tim, remember I said to you the other night. Remember what I said to you the other night. Remember the statement I made to you concerning men.
What? When? The other night?
Yeah, the other night when we were speaking on Monday.
She married.
I made a statement to you concerning
right, and how women don't necessarily.
Could you drag it out a bit more? Can you just repeat it?
Often don't see what's going on.
Can you just repeat it rather than dragging out if we remember it?
What I
Yes,
said
I remember.
to Kim.
I remember. Yes, I remember.
Can you repeat it anyway? As I am recording and do have an audience.
Okay, I'll repeat it again. Yes, I remember.
Was it the other night?
Are you asking me to repeat it or Kim to repeat it?
Oh my God, QE. You know what you're doing. Stop it.
Okay, so how women don't necessarily understand how men engage each other because women have a different way of engaging each other and that men don't understand. So, yes, I remember.
Oh, he pulled the sex card. Oh, God.
No,
Who's
what I said is...
Who's got the last hook?
It wasn't it. What I stated was that women often don't realize when they're dealing with a man who's being deceptive and don't always realize why other men are calling out that man for being deceptive. And the same happens with men not understanding why women are calling another woman a bitch. Often that can happen because the women understand why that other woman is a bitch, but the men sometimes don't understand it. But that happens the other way around as well. Now, what's going on here is that you're trying to find a rational reason around why somebody is behaving very, very weirdly. Let's just accept that this person's behavior is very strange and it continually involves another person. Now, what the reason for it is, I can't state, but I can state, and with evidence, audio evidence, that this is happening.
Yep.
That's what I can state.
Yes, and I would say that there's been admittance that there are conversations happening in other channels with AI and Witsit. When Witsit had come into QE's live stream, when we were all talking afterwards, actually, Witsit admitted, and so did AI, admit that they've had conversations about this outside of this channel. And actually, AI made very good points to Witsit that made him start drawing back on his claims of ether and all the other claims. So AI has engaged with Witsit and against what Witsit is propagating.
So, Avoy, what has that got to do with anything?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with this.
That doesn't. That has to do with the underlying presumptions that he's nefarious, and so we're sometimes women don't see that a guy is nefarious. That was just true. We know that. For me, I just don't. For whatever reason, I'm being his PR man. Chocolate, perhaps he just doesn't understand. There's just a lot of us in the panel, some people on Discord and maybe in the audience who just don't understand the nefariousness that's going on and the underlying things that are happening while these conversations are going on. So there are underlying things that we cannot see that they see, and they've made their minds up, and until we see enough of it, we won't make our minds up about it.
Yeah, I can concur with that.
The fact that he could not humble himself and say, you're right, this is a crap argument, you got a fair point there. He doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down and let this thing go on for 2 hours more. Come on now.
Okay, well, I did hear him say fair enough when he had to be corrected.
That's what he says every time, Flats.
Right.
That's his opening thing, fair enough. That's the good cop, bad cop you're not seeing.
No, okay, I was saying when
I'd like
it
to
was
hear
brought
Adam.
up that he
Wow.
misunderstood.
So he can't concede.
So when he
Nah,
was
even when he's conceding, he's not.
okay, when Nathan brought it to him that he didn't understand Adam's point, he said, "Fair enough. This is what I thought." So that's why he relayed the and
And you thought he was stupid enough to think that it was just ping pong.
No, stop, Daniel. He did. And that was one of the points of consideration as to why I'd make the statement he's a liar. Because the way to get out of it is if you pretended that I'd asked people, and you've used this analogy, because he's obviously been in your ear, because a number of people have said this clip.
I haven't talked to him.
There was no clip that I suggested to just, like I said, because when he made this suggestion, I saw it for what it was, which was a lie instead of just being a gentleman and just admitting you were wrong, which is why I held him to task on it, because his suggestion was the reason for all the hours shenanigans beforehand was because he had actually thought that I'd asked people to just, shall we go to it? Let's, this is what his suggestion was. Okay, so let's share. Now, instead of showing the whole clip, which I think we should probably do in a second.
We all agreed, gas.
What he was asking was just for me to go up to people and just ask them this. What do you think of this particular moment? Is it coherent?
Well, but I would say, and this is what I say, I don't speak for anyone else, medium. Right. So ping pong, golf ball, but I would.
Okay. Now, this was his defense. This was the defense after an hour, that what he thought Adam had said, was just to go take that clip and just go up to people. Does this make sense to you? Ping pong, golf ball. Okay. That was that's pathetic. And I called him out on it. And then we had another 2 hours of bullshittery. Yeah. That's the point. That's why I say I'm done with the guy, because, and I said in the middle of it, I said, come on, dude, please stop this. This is rubbish. Just have the nuts to say I was wrong. But he didn't. Right? And unfortunately, unlike
when
Witzy,
you brought that up,
he has no influence outside of our little pool, right?
Well, I have to correct something. I have to correct something that I just said. Said I haven't talked to him since then. I actually did after QE's show with Neil. We were in the VC together, and I think that Neil and him were kind of touching up on it. Maybe I was coming in here and there, but I was also in the middle of getting the kids' dinner ready. So forgive me. I didn't mean to lie.
You okay? That's everybody.
The point is that Adam has made is that people are coming forward with this clip thing about a clip. There was no talk of a clip on the night. Adam didn't mention any particular clip, just a segment from a video, not a clip, like a couple of seconds clip, as AI tried to use as a defense an hour or two later. Adam never said anything about that.
No,
now we got.
But that's what Adam was saying earlier. No one was listening to him.
Because AI was talking about that Tim had already put out clips, and this is one of the clips.
Yes.
And then when it was played, and obviously ping pong golf ball is in this clip that now has, I don't know how many views, but let me see. Was it 4,000? 4.8 thousand views on this clip with ping pong golf ball.
But you understand the point.
Oh, AI put out a clip already.
I understand your point. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So when I said, if I did say, I can't swear to that I said the word or didn't say the word clip, but this short clip. But like I say, after this, he then changed it and made out that I'd intimated just that little bit instead of this. And maybe should we just listen to it? Oh, everyone take a breath. It's a thing of beauty. Here we go.
The question really is, we all agree gas disperses in all directions, right?
So
like,
what?
Okay, so gravity's not actually pulling the air down as you're claiming to where it keeps it next to a vacuum. It disperses in all directions where gravity is the strongest.
Well, what is your explanation for gravity?
Well, I mean, I would say that everything for density and buoyancy is a major part of it, because it's all just pressure mediating, relative to its medium. Right. So ping pong, golf ball. But I would say, and this is what I say, I don't speak for anyone else, that everything's electric. And so everything that exists is electrostatic. Literally everything that exists. There's not one exception. Everything's electric. And that's 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be on the smallest scale.
Well, how does this explain a balloon full of helium rising in the air?
Well, that's probably more merely buoyancy. So the question really is, we all agree gas disperses?
I have a quick question by following this. And it's mostly the chocolate, but whatever, anybody can ask. When this
we're not finished with
when this clip was going on,
the clip was finished. It was just starting over again. Go ahead, Elon.
Right.
When this clip was going off, was it or was it not AI's point and sentiment to say this is the kind of clip we should go in there and clarify that obviously they've made him look like a total retard, but he's talking about density and blah 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 blah. We should go there and give the arguments ourselves.
No,
the correct argument, he said.
Right. That's kind of what I got from it. But
yes,
if you don't agree, Adam, then go ahead.
Yes, hence why I made the salient point that we are all biased. You guys, of course, you can describe that absolute gibberish and try and put it into some sense. But I'm asking you, and my point was, our fear with Witsit was that he was going out into the community and would make us look like idiots to those people on the edge, not those that are educated in ping pong golf ball, and obviously know about it, and that was my suggestion, that we then spent the next 3 hours attacking and then agreeing we'd misunderstood it and then whatever, but that was
okay.
the
Well,
point.
if he said that he was going to correct the argument, okay. If he's saying he's going to correct if he's going to correct the argument, that means the argument that is currently being presented is incorrect.
We're not
if you present something to him and say like, okay, well, should you repeat the argument and by endorsing what the nonsense that Witsit is saying, of course he's going to say, no, I'm there to correct the argument.
What minutiae are you wanting to argue?
It's
I'm arguing the fact that he said that he should go into the comment sections of these retarded arguments that someone is making.
Where there is no problem, and not deal with a point where there is, where it's obvious what happened. You guys need to spend your $2 and make your own mind up. I'm not going to justify it, right?
See, you're saying that it was obvious
I just clicked it out.
but the proof is that it's not.
No, I'm not. No, I'm saying, on my personal engagement, I've drawn a line. Whatever you guys say is only for your own judgment. And this is turning into a gossip circle.
And I told you
I don't like. I don't.
That's usually what happens when you draw lines.
I don't want to sit here and slag AI off. I've got no benefit in my life to do that, which is why you should respect. Not trying to convince, cajole, or spend time having more understanding about what is a disagreement between two people, and they've made their minds up. Well, at least one of them has. How their relationship will progress.
Hold on. You know what's crazy?
Fucking hell. What about you, Eli? Off you go, son.
What's crazy is I made the same point that you made, but we're watching this video because you brought it up to make the point that I made.
No,
I'm confused by that.
I brought it up to change the topic back, right? Because what AI has successfully done, indirectly or not, has meant the past few days have been focused on his egotistical ass instead of ping pong golf ball. So I brought it back up to hopefully bring us back to reality of what we should be spending our time and energy on. Ping pong ball ball.
So wait a second. So let me get this straight. So AI thinks that we should be cleaning this idiot's mess up wherever he goes.
That's the sentiment. That's one premise. Because
no, I'm not doing that.
you could look at it that way, but again, we're acting like this conversation happened in the vacuum. We were also wondering why he's getting the looks that he's getting, right?
Who? Why? Who's getting the looks? Who? Who? Put some names in these. Them, thee, we.
Yeah, Witsit.
Witsit what?
Why he's getting the looks, going on the shows that he's going on. That was a part of the conversation too. So when people ask why that happens, and AI says, look, that doesn't matter. The point is he's there. The best that we can do is either nothing or something. Oh gosh, no pun intended.
Yeah, something or nothing. Yeah.
But that's what he was saying.
Well, that's stupid. I'm not going to clean up a pretender clown's mess every time. I'm going to expose the pretender clown.
Yeah.
Right, so ping pong golf ball,
Yeah,
but
either,
No, ping pong.
you have to just play just that, right?
right, so ping pong golf ball, but
I don't see like. See, this is the thing about like Witsit. Like, why would he? Like, I understand what he means when he says that, but why would he just spout that out like in the middle?
Chocolate. Because he's a pretender clown, numpty dipshit. He's retarded.
Wait a minute.
And then to straight after that, without even clearing.
I'm going to tell you how. His mouth is moving at 80,000 miles an hour, but that paper-sized piece of horse shit between his ears, it can't move that fast. Follow? Yeah, that's what is going on here.
He said the beginning of the clip before the ping pong golf ball, he's talking about relative density. He just didn't. That's what he did with it, and that's the problem.
Okay, so on screen is his words. So another set of words for mediating relative to its medium. Another piece of genius.
Genius.
Yeah, because and this is the other problem I have. You're trying to explain gravity as opposed to destroying it because it doesn't exist. Like, why are you trying to explain it? Give your own spin on it. This is the problem I have with it.
Because Witsit thinks explanations are all that you need. Just give an explanation, and Bob's your uncle. He thinks
ping pong golf ball, but
so again, look, it's not. We should go over there and clean up Witsit's mess, which is the lens people want us to be looking through. No, let me tell you what AI said. AI said when he says something stupid like that, and they clip it out to make us look stupid, there are going to be lots of people there, potentially millions, and we need to be there calling out even Witsit's stupidity. I don't know why we're taking that to be
cleaning up his mess, right?
No, that's cleaning up his mess.
Not taking it back of a liar, Eli.
No, because we're not gonna forget that he said that alongside all the other stuff.
I'm not doing that shit.
Yeah, he did.
I'm not doing it either.
Chocolate heard it too.
You just tried to change reality.
Chocolate heard it too. I didn't try to do anything. I didn't try to spin reality. You guys have been not conveniently not putting parts of it.
He's not spinning reality. Come on, man.
Not putting parts of the conversation in. All right, you want to talk about lies and omittance?
You said that AI was not looking for us to go in and clean up Wit's mess. Then you gave us you told us exactly what AI was looking for us to do, which was to go in and clean up Wit's mess. It was exactly that. You tried to spin it. You PR'd for him.
It's being subjective again, Brian. Brian, you're being subjective again. You keep saying it's cleaning up his mess. Yes, you could look at it like that, or you could look at it as you go in there, you give the precise arguments. You just get the word out. You just get
who's
in
gonna
there.
do that?
You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's the same thing as when, bro. How is that any different? How is that any different than when we're looking at a video, and Nathan says, "Go to the comments, go to the guy's page." Right? Let him know.
That's a completely different
same
situation.
shit.
Totally different.
No, it's not.
Hold up. Pause.
No,
It's the same shit.
Completely different. No. Nathan suggests that people go to other videos to let people know that Nathan reviewed that video. That has nothing whatsoever to do with what AI is talking about.
I see what you're saying.
With what?
Maybe
no. Like Nathan's call to action is he's sending us there as his fans and audience to bring them back to our reaction in hopes that the monetary love and stuff is shared through.
Yeah,
YouTube
but AI did say that too. Bring them back to 24/7. Bring them back to FED. He did say that, and I did hear that. So you're not gonna tell me he didn't.
That's true. No one at 24/7. That's the shit they missing though. That right, Chocolate? It's the stuff that people are not seeing and not saying.
Yeah.
Kim got her hand raised again.
I was just gonna say, guys, that
list again. What?
Hold up.
No,
Am I being told I've got to let this guy piss in my face because he did a good job for Discord?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So it's not relevant what you just said then.
No. You already made up your mind.
And so non sequitur.
But when you say it's pissing down our back, no, you've made that determination based on your
pissing in my face and smiling.
Notion. And I'm saying no, that's not what I heard, and that's not what I'm doing when I'm going over there. I'm not cleaning up Witsit's mess. I'm calling him a retard and saying, hey, this is what was supposed to have been said. This is how you're supposed to carry the conversation. This was brought up. This is the answer. That's what AI was saying we should be doing.
Cleaning up the Witsit's mess. That's exactly what that is.
Yeah, but that's logistically impossible. What do you mean? When it's live? When the clip is released? You want me to go in the comments that are all
Yes, he said when it's live, when the clip is released. Yes,
Eli, right now you've got 4,000 odd people. Contact him now and clean this shit up.
Yep. Do it. Let's see you do it.
No,
I ain't going near it.
They keep on looking at it through cleaning up. Like,
let's all take a minute. Let's all take a minute and see what we've got to clean up.
He's already there. The clips are already out. The best we can do is cry about it, or we can be in the comment section pointing out what's wrong, what's right. That was the sentiment. Where am I going wrong?
Let's see how big this pile of shit is, Brian.
All you can make reviews.
We all agree gas disperses in all directions, right? Like, what? Okay, so gravity's not actually pulling the air down as you're claiming to where it keeps it next to a vacuum. It disperses in all directions where gravity is the strongest.
Well, what is your explanation for gravity?
Well, I mean, I would say that everything for density and buoyancy is a major part of it because it's all just pressure mediating relative to its medium. Right, so ping pong, golf ball. But I would say, and this is what I say, I don't speak for anyone else, that everything's electric. And so everything that exists is electrostatic. Literally everything that exists. There's not one exception. Everything's electric. And that's 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be on the smallest scale.
How does this explain a balloon full of helium rising in the air?
Well, that's probably more merely buoyancy. So the question really is,
that's about 18 different.
How are you cleaning that up now? Clean that up, Chocolate. Come on.
I'm not trying to clean up this guy.
Why would you?
I mean,
what are you talking about?
Well, if you're saying you're making a comment about something and you're correcting the point, that is cleaning it up. But I mean, if you're reviewing it, you're also making a comment about it. You're just doing it verbally instead of writing it.
Yeah, but it's a bit different. When you're reviewing it, you're not trying to clean up someone's mess. You're calling out somebody. That's the difference. When you're going in and doing what AI was asking us to do, is trying to clean up with its mess.
So that's not what he said.
How is he trying to clean it up if he's correcting with it?
He literally said if the flat earther says something retarded, then by all means call him out. But we're gonna act like he didn't say that, right?
Right. Norman von Breinstein, which was the 3048th viewer of this clip. He's from Nuremberg in Germany. How are you going to clean that shit out of his mind?
Which is a red herring.
How's that relevant?
You guys, again, feel how you feel. And so because you made the determination on the offset of all this, he asked you to clean up his mess. Sorry, AI asked you to clean up his mess.
No, that was my no. He didn't. No, I imprinted that. That was my take on it in terms of how I felt what AI was suggesting could be interpreted by me.
Nathan's fault.
Oh,
He's
I've got to go and clean up his
It
mess.
was actually mine.
But they
I actually
believe that.
stated
That's what I'm saying, and it's like
You
that
agreed.
spin on it, where like it's almost like AI is a. I mean, QE's adopted it by saying, "Oh, so I'm not doing that," as if AI was
It is
saying
the
to do that. It's a
implication
little bit
of
of a
what he was
straw
asking.
Well, what the hell
That's
was
not
he?
what he
What the
said.
hell does he mean then?
Ask him.
No,
But he
that's
didn't.
what was being
Let me clarify
suggested.
that. He didn't mean anything at the time, because when he's saying it, he's suggesting it with a future tense, because it hadn't happened yet. He's saying, look, there's going to be clips coming out of this. That's good stuff. We can get involved. We can get involved in the comments section and, you know, in front of a wider audience. He even said to me, look, Elon Musk has got involved below these clips that are being released under his name in X format. And I'm like, okay. But then post that, Adam's gone, well, let's have a look at these clips then. And ping pong golf ball's what we get. And the rest is history, right?
So what are we supposed to do?
Yeah,
The worst
and
thing is,
my only, if you think I'm trying to clean up for AI, all I'm saying is I heard him say, get in there, bring people back to FED, bring people back to 24/7, and I don't disagree with that.
In the
That's
comment
my
section.
whole point.
Yeah.
In the comment section.
Where else can you do it?
Well, number one, I can't
in a short
comment.
video that's already released.
Yeah, that's
Where else
already
are you gonna
out.
do it?
So number one, I can't comment because YouTube clears my comment. So I can't do that. Even if I wanted to do that, you think I'm going in there and cleaning that shit up? Hey, come on up to QE Live and I'll explain this.
Yeah, but he wasn't saying it for you to be doing that.
Well, you're the
He
bad
was-
guy,
He was
QE. You can't
talking
do that
more
anyway.
general to all the flat earthers that were listening.
It's
More
a
general
lame
to
effort.
what? Shut up, Neil. More general to what? What does he want us to do specifically?
The flat earthers that were listening, the ones who were so inclined to go into the comments and do what they do, bring them back to FED, bring them back to 24/7, share the whatever they feel are the correct arguments, do whatever it is you're supposed to do.
Well,
when
I'm
you
not
go into
supposed to do
comments.
shit. I'm not.
But that's
cleaning
why he's not
and
talking to
clowns
you.
mess up. I'm not doing it.
That's why he's not talking to you, QE.
You're missing it. He said,
No, I'm not.
those-
Yeah, he's not talking to
for those on the panel, here's his answer to you. For those on the panel who don't want to do shit, you don't have to do shit.
Oh,
I'm
thanks.
talking to the people in the audience
I
who are
do
already
shit.
in these comment sections. They need to be doing XYZ. What the fuck is? That's all he said.
Yeah,
He's
it's
not
really that
telling
simple.
you to do shit.
there's nothing egotistical about that. For those on the panel of the show that's made shit famous and holds these people to account, I'm telling you what
Because
you
you're
should
the
be doing.
ones on the show telling him you don't want to do it. He said, okay, fine, don't do it then.
Well, lovely. And if that's the, is he won a point?
There's more history being rewritten here.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, because we were asked to be proactive. When Adam became proactive, he was attacked because it wasn't the type of proactive that AI wanted. And then AI tried to recontextualize that and rewrite history over the course of 2 hours afterwards. That's what happened. I don't care what way you want to, Eli, anyone else here, I don't care what way you want to contextualize it. He's asking us to clean up the mess made by Witsit. I will in my book.
Flatsies, you're on add something. You had your Panda pages ago.
Yes. I would say that he did preface himself. If you are so inclined to actually draw people to the topic, then this is what you can do. I remember him prefacing it that way. So this is an appeal to agenda. We all have our agendas. You know, QE's got his agenda of exposing pretender clowns. So he wouldn't have been talking to QE clearly. You know, so some of us, you know, are out there having the conversations with like individuals pretty constantly, day in, day out, 24/7. Yeah. So I would say that if that's what you want to do with your time, if you want to go out there 24/7 like we do over at 24/7, then you're gonna you can do this if you want to bring more people over, because we have a big problem right now where there's nobody in the 24/7 server. Hardly ever. It's like a ghost town because we've got these other avenues that we've been taking on so that we can bring people back to the server. So it's really just a clash of agendas.
So you
No,
admit that
I'll
he has
just
an
call
agenda.
a liar. I'll just call a liar, and that's it. You just want to go leave comments, you just can go right ahead. I think what we do here is sufficient.
Yeah, we're well off Adam's point. We're at the conclusion of this nonsense, right? So we're off your point, Adam. Your point wasn't lost on me. I can't wait to listen to the whole thing. I find it highly suspect, all of it. So I'm going to have to reserve judgment and take my biases out. It's going to be hard to, because I've known AI for a long time. It does sound a little sketch to me right now. So I'll withhold my judgment on it. But I know what he's trying to say. People, get up off your ass and then don't just complain about it, go fix it. I've heard him say something to that effect before. Right? Yeah.
Yep.
And I just, and when he says that, I take it personally. And I'm thinking to myself, why do I have to go out there to my flat earth, clean up horse shit from my self-appointed flat earth representative that's as dumb as a bag of fucking hammers and should be picking up cans alongside of the road?
Exactly.
I think I remember the
100%
conversation getting to that point, QE, and I used the analogy because I was frustrated at this point, because it was being held to Brian, and as I said to Nathan, for years you have tossers, right, inconsequential peoples who do fuck all, coming into your show, right, and telling you what you should do to improve your show, the thing that you've built from scratch on your own, right? And you have these egotistical people that come to us like we're politicians, like we're some form of government, and tell us what extra things we should be doing while they've done nothing. They're very appalling.
Check this out. So
yes, Adam.
Again, as a matter of fact, the reason I'm with AI on this is because, again, maybe I've been an agent from the beginning. This has been my flavor since the beginning. We need to be pushing and moving outside of FED to spread this message, because these people outside of us are getting it wrong. And I'm not as smart as you guys. That was me at the beginning. Okay. And so the bottom line is, I hear him saying, listen, you guys can do what you want. Maybe I'll give a suggestion to Nathan in his show. If he doesn't take it, that's fine. But there are other flat earthers out there that are doing different things. Like, we're showing up on X, we're showing up on TikTok. And so the thing is, when we're having a conversation about why does Witsit get these looks, and Brian, who puts so much time, effort, and hard work and very, very, very freaking great work, why does he get overlooked? And the response back to him was, because you're not on TikTok, because you're not on X, because you're not this, that, and the third. And he said, well, I don't feel like doing that stuff. And the response was, well, then don't do it.
That's incorrect.
When did we ever say that?
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Once again, you've tried to rewrite history. That's incorrect. Witsit is not where he is because he was on X or because he was on TikTok. He is where he is because a lot of people, because he's promoted by the right people.
That's a red herring from the point I'm making.
All of that's a red herring, and 3 hours before the thing that kicked off what you were talking about was about when I joined, as I remember, but again, not relevant. Yeah. Now, unless we're mitigating for where sometimes AI can appear to be reasonable, and we're trying to present evidence where he was all right at this point. Actually, he was okay. Yeah, here he was really fair. Actually, at this point, I agreed with him. I mean, we could cite things like that all night, couldn't we?
Again,
exactly.
It's not like you came in when the part of the conversation I just explained started happening. No, it happened probably before you came in, Adam. Because typically people address when you join in, especially late, because you're an important member of the panel. So I'm just talking about AI sentiment when you're around and when you're not around, bro. Like, that was the discussion that we were having. We were talking about, why does
Brian get these looks and he doesn't. And you came in to defend Brian because that's your boy. And I get it.
Didn't know,
But you were late.
That's not what I said. I actually tried to make the distinction and tell Brian that there's a very big difference between the efforts we've put in over the years, us as a guys here, and Witsit in what he's doing. We spend our time destroying the ball and developing flat earth proofs. And most of it's talking amongst ourselves, sharing knowledge and learning, arguing vehemently sometimes, but for a purpose, which is to get to a conclusion, and be able to support it. Right? Witsit, to his credit, has spent his time in a different arena, which is pimping himself within this arena, right? Which and give him credit for, because it's got him to where he is, right?
Two
That,
different
I think, was
categories.
where that
I wanted to
conversation
say
was
that.
agreed.
We do agree on this, but it
agree on
seems
that.
like what's being overlooked is this.
2 camps.
It's not even a 2 camps thing. It's all AI is saying is this one particular thing. And then for whatever reason, when the clip came up, everybody started beefing. But the bottom line is saying that he's a liar or deceptive or all of this, all of that's fine. My whole thing is when you begin the conversation with AI saying that we should go clean up Witsit's mess, you're calling it a mess that you need to clean up when AI never said that, hey, you need to go and clean up AI's mess. That was never his sentiment. That's the problem.
No, what he said.
But you're saying no.
So he didn't call it a mess. So what did he
So he
say?
didn't call
A
it a
very
mess.
well-constructed argument that represents flat Earth in the most positive light.
No. What I'm saying is he's not asking us to. You earlier.
He is asking us to do that. That's what exactly what he was asking.
Earlier, Brian's sentiment was that when Witsit does something stupid, we're just to go and clean up his mess and not, address him. And then my response to that was, actually, I heard AI say, if the flat earther is saying anything stupid for any reason, by all means, correct them. All I'm saying is, AI, strike while the iron's hot. If you're going to be one of those that are out there trying to do something about it, don't sit and complain if you're not willing to do that. And when
I don't consider sitting in flat earth debates.
Let me respond to that.
I'm sorry.
This is Eloy trying to rewrite history again. No,
so chocolate. Am I missing that?
He was trying to. Yes,
Okay,
he is. He was. What you're doing.
No, because you're gaslighting me. No, you're gaslighting me.
What you're doing, Eloy. What you're doing, Eloy, is not relaying the truth. That's what you're doing. You're not relaying the truth.
We were all
the
here,
truth
bro.
is,
that's why everybody else is confused.
The truth is that what you're trying to state is that he just wanted us to stop being complaining and go and just go in there and point out the better arguments, and you know what I mean. And if Witsit says something wrong, say, yeah, okay, that was wrong, but what he should have said is this, that, and everything. That is. He just means for us to do that. So what he means for us to do is to clean up Witsit's mess. So the options I got from AI was you either shut up about it or you go and clean up his mess. That was the options I got.
That's exactly.
You can try and change it into something else.
Since he didn't use those words, that would be subjective.
No, that's the direct implication of his or conclusion from that statement. That's not subjective. That's what he's saying. It's the implication of it. It's well done.
Not what he said.
What the hell is wrong?
No, that's not what he said at all.
That's squirrely.
That's not squirrely. What the hell, man? Well, it's not.
Old squirrel running out the tree.
How's it squirrely?
Because listen, the sentiment or the premise is there's a mess to be cleaned up, and he's saying go clean it. That's the premise.
Yeah,
I'm saying he's not saying that.
Oh, really? You just said that 3 times.
Yeah.
Because it's like
even if it was, I think he would say that even if it was a good clip, where Whitsitt actually came off, off well. He would say the same thing. Get in the comments, right?
Get in the
Why would he
comments
say that?
and rah, rah, rah.
He was talking to the audience, though.
Yeah.
Also, he was
Yeah.
talking to everyone. Like, it's like you guys are dinosaurs. You don't understand why. We were talking about how Whitsitt became popular and what's giving him why David Weiss is justified in even endorsing him. It's because the people in the comment sections and the people that we don't see are out there supporting him because he's everywhere. That was the conversation.
Man.
Okay, so by that standard, we should really, really get behind Simon Dan then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
By that
Medium.
standard.
Right, so
That's
ping pong golf ball,
squirrely,
but I would.
Nathan.
Fair enough.
That's squirrely, Nathan.
Fair enough.
But
Big old
Simon
squirrel.
Dan didn't exactly say that.
What
No,
Simon Dan meant
get what
was
Nathan's saying about like, oh, so we should just follow behind numpties and feel like we're gonna just have to correct everything that he said. How's that been working out? Because we kind of have been doing that. I feel you, Nathan.
I
mean,
haven't done that at all. I
yeah,
just
but people, it's not about you, QE. Just like AI says, it's not about Brian. You see
AI was addressing me, he was addressing Adam, he was addressing you, he's addressing Nathan, everyone. He's addressing everyone there. And he was specifically addressing me at one point.
Out of the respect I have for Adam,
addressing us is because we were asking what's up with him getting looks. That's why he was addressing us. That's why.
out of the respect that I have,
asking for why is he getting looks and why we're not.
Neil, shut up. Neil.
No, Chocolate. I've been getting
Out of the respect I have,
trying to get a freaking point in, and everybody keeps going over. We were not discussing why he gets looked and we don't. I don't know where this is coming from.
Going over my point. I'm trying to say something.
Go ahead, Squirrel. I mean, Chocolate.
Yeah, Squirrel. Out of the respect that I have for Adam and Brian, if they took whatever AI said to them and the way they took it, I respect that. I also have to respect what I feel I heard coming from AI himself. Now, there might have been parts of it I didn't hear because on Monday's conversation, I left before it got heated. And then yesterday, Adam was there, but AI was there, and I heard maybe a different sort of conversation. So that's where my judgment comes from. That's my perspective.
Okay,
I'm done
Chocolate.
on that.
So
Thanks.
you tell us, hold on, Chocolate, what is AI's point? Concisely.
AI's point was like this guy, Tim, and people like him whose platforms that Whitsitt will appear on are good places to go into the comments, obviously, because the show's already done at that point, right? All you got when somebody releases a short, all you can do is comment on it, right? So that was his point. Get in there, comment on it, leave whatever arguments you feel you should leave. Yes, he said if the flat earther said something stupid, correct him on it too, right? But the whole point is to get the message and get people maybe to come back to either FED, 24/7, whatever the case may be. That's
Fair
what
enough.
I got from him.
Fair enough. How is that not cleaning up the mess that Whitsitt left? At least partly.
I mean,
Because one of the
like I
options
said,
he
you
said
could
was
see
you
it
can
that way,
disavow it.
but
No, he can.
if he didn't
said you could
express it
disavow
in
him.
that specific way, you know, it's how you want to look at it. Yeah, you can look at it as cleaning up his mess, or you can just say,
that's the implication of the Chocolate. He doesn't have to say it. A communist doesn't have to say, he's a communist, right? I can know it by the attributes of a communist. He doesn't have to say he's a communist. He could just say, I'm against private property ownership. You're a fucking communist, dude. I never said I was a communist. See what I'm saying there, Chocolate?
yeah, I get that, man.
Yeah, it's the implication of what he said, right? Got it? Is that squirrely?
Yeah.
More chipmunky.
You're going to become squirrel sane if you're not careful.
Squirrel sane. I'll tell you
Would it
what's
be
going on
correct,
here.
Chocolate? Just a sec, sorry, Neil. Would it be correct, Chocolate, to state that you're making judgments on the situation without having all the information.
Yeah, I just said that. I just said that. I left for
I know you
part
said
of the
it. I know that you
conversation.
just said that, and I thought that's what Huey was coming in to say to you. That's why I didn't step in, but he didn't say that. So if you're making judgments on the situation without having all the information, and me and Adam do have the information,
Yeah, that's
then we'll just
also
state that
why I
maybe
said
you should wait
out of
till
my
all the
respect for you
information.
guys. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Out of the respect I have for you guys, obviously, if you guys have an issue with him, I'm going to look at that too. I'm not going to just dismiss that, obviously.
Yep.
But at the same time, there is. Can I say there's a slight bias because I've known AI for a lot of years too?
There's the
Maybe.
problem.
But I know I've. You see, Neil, this is why I say you're a shit stir. What the fuck
But
is
that
wrong
is
with you?
because
Why would
how
you even
come,
say that,
how
bro?
come the only ones not
Like,
affected by
shut
this
up, man.
are the ones that are not in the
Seriously, I
same
hate
room
when
with
you
you?
say shit like that. It's crazy that you say
Let him
that,
finish.
bro.
Neil has a point, right? I understand
Yeah.
his point, but Chocolate should be left to finish what
He
he's saying.
does, but his point is supporting Chocolate's point because Chocolate has spent many years, just like I have, around AI, and that's admissible in this case. Now, it may seem irrelevant, but it's not.
And I understand that it's not
because I've been
irrelevant.
in Chocolate and I've been in situations. So probably has Eli, and for a shorter extent, Flatsy have been around AI, and this pattern of behavior hasn't been shown in all those interactions. This is just a recent thing. Follow?
Exactly.
I've been around AI too, and I've been around it in private conversations as well. That's not what I said. What I said was,
but not the years.
Let me
Not
finish.
the years.
Yes,
Not
for
the
years. I could go back 6 years.
Not
with
the
AI.
year. No, you haven't been there because I was there and you weren't.
You're gonna tell me when I came in that because I wasn't there every night?
You.
I was.
I am telling you.
Hold on a
Yes, I'm
second.
telling you.
Let me finish my freaking point, okay?
You don't have a point.
I do have a point. All right? It's not. How come you're not coming in here, QE, and saying what's going on here is shit? We shouldn't be just sitting there calling Whitson a liar and doing all of this other nonsense. You've been around him as long as everybody else has, right? But there's no. I don't see any difference in you. Okay? You're not sitting here. You're saying, I know him a long time, so I'm going to reserve this, and I'm going to see, but there's something going on. But there's other ones that keep jumping in and defending him every time Whitson is brought up, or every time AI is brought up.
What's good for me isn't necessarily good for the feeble-minded.
No, you're not being Jedi mind tricked. That's my freaking point.
Well, the problem here.
So everybody else is getting Jedi mind trick, right?
No.
You have the shorts, so you don't get Jedi mind trick because you have the shorts, right?
Exactly. He's a Sith Lord, and you're not seeing it. Right
May
now,
the shorts be with you.
You don't have enough information to make the conclusions you make. However, sometimes when you argue, you pepper your conclusion in there, which makes it circular. It's hard for us to get on board with everything, even though we see the instances that you guys are pointing to. That's all.
AI's behavior with me and with Adam was noticed by Neil and obviously noticed by me and Adam. Now, if his behavior was noticed by Neil, right, his different behavior with me and his different behavior with Adam was noticed by Neil. So that means there's me, Adam, and Neil who both noticed. Oh, sorry, the three of us noticed, not bonus. The three of us noticed this strange behavior. Now, Neil has pointed this out to me privately, right? A while back. This is not yesterday. I'm talking about this is going on a while. Me and Neil have been, noticing this. And Adam, I know, had issues already with AI before recently, right? If he's not behaving that way with G, then you're not going to see it unless you're paying attention to it. And you're not paying attention to it because you haven't noticed it. Neil noticed it and paid attention to it. I noticed it because I was paying attention to his behavior, but also it was directed at me, and the same for Adam, I'm sure. So that is the problem. Me, Adam, and Neil are not lying to you when we say that there's something wrong there. We're not making claims of what it is, but there's something wrong there.
Yep, I agree.
Now, there's one other thing I want to bring up. It was stated earlier on, and it's been stated several times today, that we were giving out about why was Witsit getting all this attention and we weren't getting it, or I wasn't getting it, or whatever, and that's why AI came in to defend. No, that wasn't the case. The other day, Nathan made a statement, and I corrected Nathan on the statement. And it was turned into me complaining about Witsit by AI. And he spun that story. And now he has other people believing that's what happened, when that isn't what happened. Nathan, I made a point to Nathan, because Nathan said, Nathan said, Witsit put a lot of work in and blah, blah, blah. And I pointed out to Nathan, I put a lot of work in. And I'm here longer than Witsit. And I did this, and the other thing. So that standard is not working. You know, and then Nathan realized when I pointed out the AI. Hang on, Nathan realized when I pointed out the AI later on in that day that it was Witsit, the influences around Witsit that were helping Witsit. That was a big part of his. That has been basically he wouldn't have the success he has without those influences. That's why he is where he is. So I wasn't going around complaining about Witsit's success. I don't have jealousy for that. Right?
And I never made that argument, Brian, because I'm the only one that keeps on bringing the central.
Hang on, I was just one second. I was just clearing up. What
You're clearing
Nathan
up something
said.
that I actually didn't say. I don't know why you keep thinking that we're
because you said earlier on.
You did it that day, and we kept trying to explain.
Me and Neil just noticed it.
But no, when you say you and Neil noticed things, you were speaking generally over a long period of time. Now you're throwing that as a defense into my response to you. No, Brian.
Earlier on, you stated
the way
this.
You're looking at it.
One time,
All right, whatever. We're going to play this tape. I don't care.
Hold on. Before you go, let me ask a fast question. It's relevant to this. Does anybody here think that pitch date is a bad argument? Just say yes or no.
Yeah, this is another issue. That's a side issue.
No, but it's not. Because it came from Brian, and it's shit on by AI. And don't say it's not, because it is.
It didn't come from that. The pitch data did, but the argument didn't.
Yeah, I want to hear. I want to hear what AI has to say on this. This part, I want them in here for that. Like nobody's skirting any of this stuff. There is stuff
Who's sharing their?
AI picked a hell of a day not to show up.
Yeah, he did. All right, who's sharing the screen? What you got?
I've not, out of respect for chocolate and my other friends who I know have a relationship with this guy, I've not come in here saying nobody talk to him. I've explained my position through my interactions. Yeah. Like I said, I missed yesterday's show and I thought I'd just try and catch up. I've literally just listened to the start and I only want a minute of your time. Now, I find this very, I want a minute. This is the day after the argument on QE Live. So like I said, just a minute of your time.
Again, and granted. Welcome to the show, as usual. Want to support this channel? There are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's start on over to Discord to see if there's any available VCs. Are there any available VCs in Discord? VC.
Maybe.
You only got, who the hell is that?
It's Schrodinger's VC.
Schrodinger's VC. That's AI. Where is Adam?
They're working on their apology speech.
Yeah,
it was a long night.
Oh shit!
I've not listened to much more, but I wow.
Confirmation bias much.
I didn't know what he was talking about, but
I'm not holding you to account, sir.
I did.
Right,
Number
I know.
One, I find it greatly interesting that somebody after that would feel the need to step up as a VC, because I wasn't there, and I assume others weren't, that he steps up. And it's the first comment that I find very telling.
Yeah.
I wasn't there to start.
No, you don't.
I would have put him on that.
That's not his point.
Listen to what just happened the day afterwards. Yeah. I've got 4 hours and 19 minutes. 15 minutes still to listen to now.
Sorry about that.
No, I haven't. Well, no, and this is the thing, I haven't. But that makes me laugh. Yeah, that makes me laugh and confirms my position, gents. Yeah. Like I say, I don't ask you. Carry on with your own interactions. I've had mine, and it's not just that night. Okay, I said earlier, and on previous occasions, numerous. I've got your number, lad, is what I'd said to him way before the Brian arguments because of those interactions. And like I say, everybody's an individual. This is where I'm at. You carry on. But wow.
I respect it. I respect it, and also wow, yeah. I back up the wow because that was interesting way to start it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a rewriting of history. And
hold on, he didn't end it there. He didn't end it there. After everything was over, he brought it up to me again about how you're going to have to apologize.
Huey, last night, right, when you asked me, remember the thing came up about air having weight, and you asked me to succinctly, right, take that apart.
Yep.
Right, remember that? Right, and you clear the airways for it. In the middle of that, somebody came off mute. I could nearly 90% state it was definitely AI. He was there, and when I said it was him, he didn't even protest. Now, a moment after I stated my piece, you asked me just very shortly later to state a piece again. And AI opened his mic and went, oh my God, here we go. This is what we got out of AI. Now, I didn't jump on those things because I promised I wouldn't on QE Live.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I said, who is moaning through their mic? Because I wasn't looking in Discord at that time. I was reviewing the video. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I remember that.
What you're saying, the moaner was him.
Yes, he was moaning. And see, I promised to not do any of that on the live show or on Ballbusters. And I held to my promise. But he's trying to, and he's doing, like, it's not being heard by other people because they're not conscious of it happening. I'm spotting it happening where he's saying these little things and opening his mic and trying to goad me into a reaction.
Yeah.
That's what he's been at.
Yep. All right. Yeah. I agree with that take. Yep. If I would have known it was him, then there would have been an issue because I would have, you know how I am.
I do.
So, yep, I got it. All right. So, what did we solve here tonight? Chocolate squirrel.
Square it saying.
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing because when I asked them to go over these things and stop butting heads because it's interfering with flat earth debate, it's not going to happen.
No, we haven't sorted anything. There's nothing been solved or sorted here at all. I think it's going to be an overtime thing. It'll play out the way it's going to play out.
Well,
yep.
Did this become my villain arc? Am I the bad guy somehow?
No, you've always been. You've always been on the list.
Oh, put me down again.
I don't have to put you down. You never came on.
See, Chocolate, you have the ability for people to only be mad at you for about 2 seconds.
All right.
That has nothing to do about it. He's on the list. He's always been on there. I told him from the beginning.
Yeah. What did I tell you? I'm good with
Hit him with the wall, Chocolate.
Sorry to butt back in, but I find this very interesting. Prior to the show beginning, I don't know who Troll Control is, but it's a very interesting and targeted comment. Welcome to Drunk Adam and Babbling Brian show constantly butting in. Now, that might just be a helpful hint for you as the show producer. But look at that. style it, yeah.
Huh.
So maybe, I don't know who troll control is. Maybe somebody could find out.
Yeah, I have seen some comments from that were definitely from AI. In some recent videos, I think maybe Nathan's videos, or that I did look into comments in the past 24 hours, and I saw his comments having a little go, and I just ignored them. That's all I did.
That's not something that's a surprise. He does not like the way Witsit or anything is being dealt with here. He even came on the show and said it.
Yeah. There isn't a tier mega worthy after that troll controller or something similar, is it?
That's his prerogative. Right?
We should have
If I don't like the way things are being done somewhere, I don't go there.
We should have something called hot seats. Nathan, that's for you because people love gossip, and I don't know why you're not capitalizing off that.
Put him on the hot seat.
Right? This whole show.
When you say prerogative, what do you mean, Chocolate?
Like if he doesn't agree with how we do, like I said it before. I'm sure there are a bunch of people who do not agree with how we deal with Witsit. Right? Witsit's fans, with people who just want peace and love and pipe smoking in the community. You know,
Betty's one of them, and she's below.
I love Betty, but yeah, that's you know, if you don't like it, what are we gonna do about it? Not do it? Not do what we do? I don't know.
See, I like the we. I like that you said
Betty doesn't like it. She's been Witsitized, right?
Yep.
Now, I don't think it's only Witsit. I just think she doesn't like the whole general attitude of calling other people out. It's a woman type of thing. I understand that. So I give her a pass. She's going to have to be on the back burner for the next month or so because I'm not letting up. It's not going to happen.
On the other hand, QE, we do have some new fans. Globebusters listens to us the whole show.
I know. I pointed that out to him yesterday.
Well, you better listen. You better listen harder.
Yeah.
Listen very closely, because more lying is not going to help you.
Listen closely. We listened closely yesterday. I had him on there.
More lying? Who's lying?
Witsit.
Ping pong golf ball.
Sorry.
The other night, was it last night? The other night? I guess it's the night that you guys went into went into the event with AI that I wasn't partaking in. I had something to do. So when I got back, I'm screwing around on it. I thought that it was probably already done. I didn't even check, but it was like 3 hours later. And I get a message in Skype that says, ping pong golf ball from Adam. And I lost it without even knowing the context or who said it because I haven't heard it yet. And I just started laughing right even before I seen the clip. And then when I seen the clip, yeah, I was rolling because it was so ping pong golf ball. What the fuck, Adam? Too funny. I just wanted to let everyone know that it was funny without any context at all.
That whole show, and that's what that guy picked out to put out there. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yep, he's not as dumb as he looks.
Let me see if I can make these flat earthers look stupid.
It was to hear a flat earther explain gravity instead of destroy gravity.
Yeah, that too. And fuck it up.
And then you ping pong golf ball in the middle of that and then move on to something completely different without even explaining what the hell you just said. Like, what the hell? Like, what is a normal person supposed to get out of that? This is why I completely understand where Adam was coming from. What is somebody, you just gave this to somebody and they just listened to this? It was like, wait a minute. So this guy is supposed to be a flat earther, right? He's supposed to,
the best of the best.
Gravity, right? Yeah, the best of the best as introduced by Mr.
No. I'm sorry, Chocolate, for interrupting you. No. The best in the world, according to Alex Stein.
Beta.
In the world.
Yep.
Is that what it was? Wow.
Yeah, that's what Alex Stein said. Best in the world.
He reaffirmed it himself. He said, out of everything, I'm the best debater. And we have to deal with that, I guess.
Yep. There you go. Ping pong golf ball. Yep. So,
without at least even breaking that down, like you like doing the micro machines guy talking. So just break down what you mean by ping pong golf. No. I'm just gonna move on to everything's electric, static.
Yeah. Ping pong golf ball, electricity, electrostatic, and electromagnetism. Yep. In his next statement. So what we have here is what I told you. We got a cancer within our ranks. Told you this, 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah. It's eating it right at the root. That's why I said, flat earthers, what are you going to do? Because I already kicked them out of the community, quote unquote, meat hook community. Back then, remember I told them, get the fuck out? Yeah, remember that? Your charter's been revoked. That's when Bob was alive. All their charters were revoked.
I remember that.
Yep. Got a fucking cancer. Every single time he appears, it's a cancer, the flat earth. There's nothing positive, the flat earth. It's eating us like a little fucking rat right underneath, like Faithful Departed. It's like a fucking rat. It's like a inside eating at me. Yep. That's what's it.
Yeah, it's getting us all fighting.
Yep.
Yeah, but what you have is a situation where, 1 second. You have a situation where when he's asked, why does a helium balloon go up? He goes, oh, well, that's just more buoyancy. So that means that all the other rubbish you came out with has zero relevance to reality.
Yep.
And it was ironic that your man brought up helium. We know why. That's ironic. He didn't know why your man didn't know that. But your man just asked a simple question. That's more buoyancy. Yeah.
A ball earther using helium against a flat earther. Wow.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Right.
Well, sorry.
Here's another thing before
I see
you.
it as an alley-oop that he was thrown.
Yeah.
The baller is asking you, why does a helium balloon go up?
Yep.
And you've got a different explanation for gravity. And instead of saying, hey, the very fact that balloon's going up destroys whatever notion of gravity you got in the first place, bro. Sorry.
Yeah. Why would he be Why would he be trying to explain something he's never made a claim for and doesn't stand for? Obviously that he thinks gravity exists, but gravity is not the same gravity as what no one's detailed yet. It's a different gravity. It's density and buoyancy and ping pong golf ball, and then electricity, electromagnetism, and electrostatics. This is a clusterfuck of nonsense.
Yeah, unless.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So I got to roll on out of here. What are you guys doing Saturday?
Why are you looking to go to the pub or?
I've got a Friendsgiving Saturday.
A what?
A Friendsgiving.
Is that an Alabama thing?
Well, I don't know. It's a friend thing. Like a bunch of friends are getting together to have Thanksgiving, not family. So we have our family Thanksgiving and then the Friendsgiving.
All right, fair enough. Adam, you around Saturday?
Women are mental, aren't they? Friendsgiving. I love it.
Yeah. Well, Adam, well, duh.
That's not actually what it's called. It's called something else, but I am censoring it.
Oh.
Now I'm interested.
So the lassos are coming. All right, we get it. So Adam, again, better?
Yeah, and for one reason, because it's to bring it back to this. Now, part of the indictment.
No, stop. I didn't ask you.
I'm finishing with this 15 seconds, mister.
At 15 seconds. You ain't. I'm counting. Go.
Right. Part of the indictment is that this guy has got his own agenda. And then after ping pong golf ball, I just want you to bear that in mind as he addresses this issue. Yeah.
16,
yeah.
17, 18.
So, and he's starting with the exact phrase, I don't speak for anyone else. He's no longer speaking for flat earthers. Why are you there then pimping this shit? I want to just press play, 15 seconds.
For anyone else, that everything's electric. And so everything that exists is electrostatic. Literally everything that exists. There's not one exception. Everything's electric. And that's 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be on the smallest scale.
How does this explain a balloon full of helium rising in the air?
Well, that's probably more.
It ends there. Merely. That's probably more merely, i.e. not the core, merely buoyancy.
Mm-hmm.
This is that's where we need to get, not AI and his distraction for whatever motivation we want to ascribe or not, which is irrelevant. But this is where we need to bring our focus back to. So yes,
I'd agree.
It's not AI.
Okay. All right, that was a lot more than 15 seconds. Nathan,
for 15 seconds there, I didn't specify how long I was going to ramble afterwards.
Yeah, 15 more seconds. Nathan, you still here? You sleeping? Right, sleeping.
I'm not sleeping.
Brian.
I'm just explaining complicated business structures to my daughter who's asking me about intellectual property and copyright, and I'm in the middle of that conversation, so I'm half listening to you.
All right. You around Saturday? So you're listening. You're half listening, but not answering. Okay, got it. Brian, Saturday.
Saturday evening, yeah. I should be there for Saturday, yeah.
I'm talking Saturday ball Saturday ball busters time. Yes.
That's 8:00 for me. Now I have something else I have to deal with. I have to do on Saturday. I just don't know how long it's going to continue on, but I will be there. If I'm not there at 8, I'll be there at 8:30. But I should be there at 8.
Somebody said they were going to be late yesterday and never even showed up.
I'm not one of those guys. And if I am, it'll be clear that I am on Saturday.
You know what? in it a freaking good job I probably didn't, by the sound of things.
I was just going to say, would you show up after you heard that? That somebody's got to come with an apology?
Imagine turning up in the middle of it. Yeah, that would have been probably funny.
That would have been great.
They're probably not really. On reflection of the first 30 odd seconds of the show where he adopts himself as a VC and then attacks me. They're probably not. The guy was already loaded. He was ready. He was in there.
Yeah.
Ready.
Well, we haven't got to ping pong golf ball yet, just to let you know.
This is where we need to be. I think this is something very pertinent that needs to be said. What you all need to do, including me, right, is you need to get out there and get out on the X Spaces and the TikToks and deal with these problems, because you have never done anything ever. You've just sat around complaining for all these years.
Well,
you've done, especially you, Nathan. Every day you start this show just to complain.
Ye need to learn the vowels O and U.
So
wait,
Saturday. So Saturday, let's get this solved. Good or no good?
I mean, as long as I've got enough time spare after I've invested all my energy into clearing this idiot shit up, then yes.
Nathan. He's fucking stonewalling me again. All right. So Saturday, ball busters. We didn't, like I said, we didn't get the ping pong golf ball, shockingly. Hopefully it's coming up shortly after that. So I don't know where it is because I'm not watching it. Chocolate, you good for Saturday?
It has to be right where we left off, because didn't we leave off talk with this guy asking about gravity? Didn't it come up in the gravity discussion?
I think, but it was yeah. But he asked Robertson Jenis.
Oh, we didn't get to Witzig's part yet.
Right. Yep. Remember, Sungenis went on to Planck particles and his glue sniffing responses.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Adam, make sure you listen. Yeah, the vacuum force. Adam, make sure you listen to this last one. But anyway, make sure you listen to all 4 hours too.
Particles.
Yeah, you just listen to it and then you'll be ready. Chocolate, you good for Saturday?
That's like made up shit to me.
Yeah, it was.
I'll be at work, so I could hop in. It's probably gonna be pretty busy, but yeah, I can hop in.
Okay.
But I won't be too focused. I'll be at work.
Okay. All right. Neil, you gonna be around Saturday? Well, you ain't going anywhere. You're laid up.
Yeah, of course I'll be there, even if I wasn't laid up, because I'm a Flat Earth Debate crew member.
You're a ball buster, for God's sake.
Yeah, but
Elijah, you redheaded stepchild, you gonna be there?
I'll be there.
So the only one that we don't got is Kim and Booger. What a bummer.
And Nathan.
And well, we never know about Nathan. Okay. So I could roll with that because I got really little to do Saturday and I don't want to let this go. I want to power through.
Wait, so is this like an extra episode of Ballbusters? Because you just had one last week,
Correct.
right?
Correct. All right, whatever. Yes, because I have nothing to do Saturday. It's going to be cold as shit here. Little snow. So I don't want to just be sitting here twiddling my thumbs and we could be doing business.
Tactically correct. You've got to get to ping pong golf ball pretty soon.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It was God's plan for me not to get there yesterday.
Well, I'm very upset because I have to miss an episode. Sucks.
Well, just tell your frenzies that you're going to have to take a break. You got something more important to do.
No. I've missed last year's because I had like dizzy spells around this time and I wasn't able to go. And that's crazy because we've been doing it every single year for like 6 years now. And we don't ever get together like this. So it's really our day to get together and see each other and catch up. And it just really sucks that I have to miss out.
Kim, do your thing, man.
Really cool.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, you're okay. The show will go on.
Can't you, Flatsy? Can't you just leave Booger at home with the mic? And I reckon he'd be fine.
That's so funny.
You can do two things.
I'll order a pizza for him.
I'm gonna probably be having a couple of drinks with my friends at their house. So I'm not gonna be. If I do come in, if we get done with it earlier, just have that in mind if I come in. Please.
Why are they all flat earthers?
Yeah, right.
No.
Why don't you
none of them are.
Come on then with their arguments?
Because that's not something I'm trying to do with my friends. Like,
yeah,
they already don't hang out with me that much because I'm a flat earther.
Oh, they know. Oh, cool.
Well, you poke it in their eye. My friends didn't mention it. They're scared.
Well, there's a few of my friends that will be there that they just work all the time and they don't ever hang out because they like staying at home, being a homebody. So.
Yes, you could be on the show, Booger. Yes, your mama can go. You stay.
I had to hurry up and mute because Booger's talking about pooping.
Oh boy. Okay, is everyone all tuckered out now?
No, it's just
you are.
That's going to be excusing yourself, so you don't need to ask those sorts of questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be excusing myself. You going to show up on Saturday?
What are you doing? Are you off to eat or shoot? Or poop?
Working, not pooping, not shooting, working out. So Nathan, he all of a sudden went quiet again. You going to be here Saturday, Nathan?
I can't hear. I got the kids making a loud noise. Sorry.
I figured. All right. Well, just to let everyone know, Ballbuster Saturday. We're going to continue on with Tim Full and the rest of these idiots.
Wish my kids were that useful when they were young. They always did stuff at inopportune times.
Well, I have been, having Booger, of course, running around. We're at his Mimi's house, and I'm curling my hair for a date night with Sterling.
Nathan, while you're there, can I just say it's still tickling me that we spent about 10-15 minutes discussing Leslie Nielsen because the host looked like him. It was so disrespectful. But at the same time, he doesn't deserve the respect.
I didn't hear 90% of that. Sorry. I heard Leslie Nielsen and disrespectful.
I said it's still tickling me that we spent about 10-15 minutes discussing Leslie Nielsen and Naked Gun because the host looked like him.
This is what I'm hearing on this end, right? It doesn't matter if you repeat it.
Hello. I'm Daddy.
He looks like Leslie
Yeah. I'm Daddy.
Hey, go explain that because,
Oh, can you hear me? Apparently, I'm not coming through very clear.
I can hear you. I didn't understand. Who's Leslie? Well, I know who Leslie Nielsen is. Who's the host that looks like him?
Oh, on today's video that we reviewed, because the host looked like Leslie Nielsen, we spent about 10-15 minutes talking about the good old days, good old movies, which was so disrespectful to the host, in hindsight. Just tickled me.
You miss a bit, you're out the loop.
Hey, bye.
What? Yeah, go on. You killed the mood, you buzzkill.
I know.
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to round out. With that, another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.